All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Amber Flight Gaming Murder at Castle Nathria card set review. We got quite a crew here today. Super excited. So, all right. All right, team. How we feel about the set overall before we get into talking about specific cards? Are you all excited?
No idea. Haven't seen the cards.
Yes.
The most hype from Neji.
But it's a new expansion. I just want new stuff, so surely I'll be excited.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's a lot of cool stuff that seems to be lining up for the expansion. So I mean, it's just always cool to see new stuff. So it should be fun.
And as the best card reviewer in North America, I have to say that I'm very, very excited to review another set of cards very, very accurately.
It's a good thing I'm in Canada. Not America.
Which is in North America.
Oh, good.
North America's all encompassing though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm
Joke's
also
on
very...
you. I moved to South America.
Oh, sick.
All right. I'm also excited for this. There's a lot of interesting cards to talk about. Some good, some bad. Obviously, it's every single set of Hearthstone, but a couple new keywords, and I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, definitely. There are some new keywords like there is every expansion. So I'm sure as we get to those cards, we'll talk about it because like some of the keywords and the way that like these cards actually work and interact with each other can make a huge difference with actually like evaluating the cards. I think we've run into that before in the past where we didn't actually know how the card worked and then we rated it, and then after we figured out how it worked, it was like, oh, that's way different. So yeah, that does impact some of these cards. So we'll definitely talk about that when we get there. But are you all ready to start with some cards?
Let's get it.
Most definitely.
All right. So we are just going to go through class by class. We'll just go in alphabetical order, and then we'll do neutrals at the end like we usually do. So we will be starting off with Demon Hunter. And for anybody wanting to follow along, we're just going in the order that was the most recently revealed by class on the web page. So it's not going to be in, in any like specifically nice order or by rarity. So who wants to take Demon Hunter?
Why not?
All right.
Let's start off with Sinful Brand. 1 mana Demon Hunter spell. Brand an enemy minion. Whenever it takes damage, deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. Seems kind of conditional. And I don't know if like is the minion gonna live long enough for this to like do that much damage? If you're just getting 2 damage off of it and you have to smack the minion, I don't know. I don't think I want to put this actual card in my deck. Yeah. Doesn't seem great.
So you give it
a 1.
Yep. Base Stink couldn't join, but she rated and she also gave it a 1. I'm going optimistic with a 2. You know,
Same.
I don't understand this card right now as a Demon Hunter card. We're gonna get there later, but if this were in Warrior with the other stuff that Warrior has right now, then I think it would be better. But like as a Demon Hunter card, I'm like, well, okay. I'm not sure yet. Maybe it gets use when other cards are revealed later, like, you know, in other expansions, but I don't know. It does, like you said, it feels super situational.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it's like 1 mana deal 6-ish on average, like in the mid game. I think it's pretty good. I'm certain that there's got to be a way to abuse it, or it's just like 1 mana deal a lot of damage if you try to fight back against an aggressive Demon Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not impressed. It needs a lot of conditions to be satisfied for it to be realistically good. The best thing it seems to be used for is like, let me get another hit out of Lady Setheno. I don't know. I'm giving it a 1.
I gave it a 1. I can see something using this with like Relic of Extinction, which we'll get to later. where you deal like a little bit of damage a couple of times and it pings off like 4 to how much ever damage. But I'm not sure this is gonna see play in a deck.
Sinful Brand spammy Arcanist synergy.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
the
Interesting.
nuts combo.
yeah. You really rely on your opponent having something at that higher health, though. And like guaranteeing that, and then making sure that you also have this and spammy in your hand at the same time that they have that bigger minion.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels,
Yeah, I mean, you could probably name a combo with almost any card that could make it in a very specific situation kind of broken.
I plan on it.
You always
Just
do.
In general, though, this does not look very impressive. So hence the one,
solid,
like, in order to be good, it needs a lot of conditions. What's our next card?
We got Dispose of Evidence. 0 mana. Give your hero +3 attack this turn. Choose a card in your hand to shuffle into your deck. That says 0 mana, deal 3 damage. I'm
I gave it a 5.
like this.
That shit crazy. That card is crazy.
This is what Demon Hunter gets Soulfire for free instead of 1 mana, and instead of discarding, we get to put it back in our deck. And we have, as we're about to see, some synergy cards for having like barely any cards in our hand. Sign me up. I love this card. I'm giving this a 4.
Yeah, this
So if
seems
you don't-
really strong.
If you don't need the Sinful Brand that turn, you can just put it back.
Oh my god. I mean, obviously we run Sinful Brand so that we can dispose of evidence and put it back in our deck.
Right. Yes.
We can put the
Nutty
bad cards back
combos.
in.
Nutty combos. You love it. You love to see it.
Yeah. I landed on a 3 for the card. But it does seem really good, like considering the fact that you can just play this when you're ending the game, or you can play it in the early game. And it also helps with outcast cards. Like you can help get a card that wants to be outcast. It's kind of stuck by, like, say, a bigger card that you're not playing for most of the game. Well, you can just put that card back in your deck to draw later.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, this card's really good.
That's a really good point.
I think it's definitely like I think it's a 4. I don't know if it's format defining. That's why I hesitate to give things a 5, but I think it's a 4 for sure.
Nah, y'all gonna be real mad when that card start hitting you for 3 damage.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
It's
Yeah.
gonna get ugly.
Yep. Bay said the same thing too. She also gave it a 3, and she noted, okay, this is kind of cool. Good rate for 0 mana and helps outcast cards even in the downside. So yeah, definitely.
I wonder where I stole that from.
Yeah.
I was using some other players' sheets to get ideas, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll probably note that too, because that way, because if we don't read every single one of Based's ratings off, that we can. I can.
So now you
gotta
delete the sheet. Dispose of evidence. What are you doing?
Yeah, dispose of evidence.
Oh my god. So smart. So smart. I should have.
I'm giving it a 4. I think it's good. I don't know if it's completely format defining on its own.
Yeah.
But this is a very strong card. I can definitely see it getting fitted into several different Demon Hunter decks. Just because generally Demon Hunter wants to attack. Yeah, you can use it like Based and Fish said with, like, the outcast cards if you want to do that. You could probably slot this into some sort of like Death Rattle or maybe some bigger demon deck if that's a thing. You could play this in like a relic deck. I think it can go in a lot of spaces, and it feels like we always see the 0 cost and we're like, okay.
0 is scary. All right. On to the next one. We have Magnifying Glaive, 3 mana, 2/2 weapon. After your hero attacks, draw until you have 3 cards. This is definitely the enabler for this type of fast Demon Hunter deck where you dump your hand or discard or shuffle cards. Definitely think this will see play if this deck is good, and this will be a big reason why. So I'm going to give this card a 4.
I love me some overreactions. Let's give it a 5. This card is nuts. Aggro DH is going to rule the format. Get ready. Buckle up, everybody. This card is going to be completely insane. They're going to play the 4-mana card, too, which we'll see in a second right after equipping this and not swinging. Get rid of everything, immediately refill, and start beating the crap out of you. Get ready.
Yeah, I had this at like a 3, but I bumped it to a 4. Once I like read these cards again, and I was like, oh shit, wait. I actually changed a couple ratings on the fly, but yeah, I think it's a 4. This is really good.
Yeah, I agree. I think like the main thing for me is because we already have Dread Prison Glaive as a weapon, like this card kind of fits right at the end of when you would want to play a Dread Prison Glaive. I guess if you're attacking with that card on the first 3 turns, you can play this on 3, but I don't know. Like, I think even aggro still wants like that card. So I was a little hesitant, but I can see that this card's like really good with what we have being given to us in the expansion.
Based gave it a 4 as well, said, oh hell yeah, good draw to get us on a super low curve. Would rather play my cards than discard them though. I'm not as sold. I'm only sticking with a 3. I think it is good, but I don't know how many different decks this goes into. I think it's strong in specifically like that aggro type of deck that you all are talking about. Yeah. But I don't know if it goes into a lot of different Demon Hunter decks. And I think even when we've seen effects like this before, there's still even some cases where it's not like all, super amazing. You don't get the effect like every single time. This has 2 durability, so it means that you do have to make sure that you have this and you kind of want to take advantage of this during those 2 attacks. So you're either holding it and not getting to attack as a Demon Hunter, or that means that you're kind of waiting to either play this, or you're just kind of dumping your hand to try to attack with this and get those card draw. And that all feels a little bit like too situational for me, so I'm not going to rate it quite as high, but I do like the card.
Fine, go ahead with reasonable balance. Like normal, rational person thinking that's fine, I guess. I mean,
oh, don't worry. Well, I always have some crazy takes. Like we'll get there. We'll get to some cards.
I'm excited for the overreaction. I want the Dragon Rider overreaction.
Let's go.
We get that later. She doesn't want to give it away too early, right?
That's right.
You gotta
yeah,
wait for that.
Exactly. You got to build up to
Reasonable.
it.
For sure.
All right. Now we have Crixus the Voracious, 4-mana 7/7, battle cry, discard your hand, death rattle, draw 3 cards. So yeah, very, very, very good synergy with the weapon that we just talked about. You can also pull it with the 3/3 that pulls a death rattle that costs like 4 or less. That would be insane because then you don't have the downside of the battle cry. I'm still unsure. I mean, it's a lot of stats, but if you don't have this weapon, discarding your hand is really bad. So I don't know. I think I'm going to give it a 3. I think it's good, but I don't think it's insane without a ton of support.
I do kind of agree with that. I also give that a 3 because it is the nuts curve when you have weapon in this. But if you don't, then discarding your whole hand is really rough.
I disagree. I think discarding your hand is obviously rough, but I think that between Bibliomite and which is the next card, and then Dispose of Evidence and the weapon, that's 6 cards that say, all right, this card comes down on 4 really cleanly. And it's not like those are legendaries; those are all 2 of. So
now cheating this card out though with the existing 3/3 death rattle, that summons something from your hand. That's super good. Nutty. So death rattle DH, maybe he's on the rise just because of this card.
Yeah, I specifically kind of for that reason just gave the card a 2, and when Death Rattle Demon Hunter was a deck, I played it a lot. And I said maybe DRDH exists, and I'm not sure if that's copium, but this card seems like the card that would make the deck kind of at least seem playable. So maybe. I don't know. I do agree that like there's a very specific type of conditions to make this card good, and maybe it's more consistent than I'm realizing. But yeah, I think this is kind of a fringy card.
Yep. Based gave it a 2 as well. Said maybe drawback is huge, cheating it's insane, typically not ideal. And yeah, I also rated it a 2. Kind of that same thing. It feels like maybe you can slot it into something like Death Rattle. Maybe it can go into an aggressive deck. But overall, I think the 4 mana, our days of 4 mana 7/7s are gone. Sadly. I just, it almost feels for the body itself like it's weird because you're, if it dies, you're still getting 3 draw, but it feels still a little too fair to me. And I think by the time that you get it out, a lot of decks are going to be able to answer it. And it doesn't feel like it's really doing enough still to make it nutty as this 4 mana 7/7, which again still feels so weird to say. I think 2 years ago, if we had this, we'd have been like, "Oh my god, like losing our minds."
Yeah,
I definitely want to try this in Death Rattle, though. I do think that it can fit well there, but I'm not sure.
Like on turn 4 or even earlier, like Rogue is playing 12/12 worth of stealths at this point, and this card's just a 4 mana 7/7. Like that's how I kind of look at it a little bit too. Obviously, it's different. There's a lot more cards that are involved with Boat Rogue summoning 12/12.
Yeah, but you have to deal with it too, though. It's a 7/7.
Yeah,
And then if you
you do
deal
have to deal with it too. You do have to deal with it. It's a lot more difficult. Sometimes it's more difficult to deal with a singular big body
it's not
versus
like it's just blank.
3.
Like it's not like it
full
blanks you.
bodies.
Like you play the 4 mana 7/7, and then they deal with it, and now you don't have 2 of your mana next turn. Like you draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
All right, next card. We have Bibliomite, 2 mana 4/4 battle cry. Choose a card in your hand to shuffle into your deck. Seems meh. Like you probably play it in this deck because it's 2 mana 4/4 and it has synergy with the weapon, but I don't know. Are 2 mana 4/4s that impressive anymore? Like we had Succubus for a while, and 4 is more than 3 health, but I don't know. Doesn't seem amazing.
Give me back
between
Mana
like a 2 or
Storm.
a 3. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think I'll give it a 2.
Like 2's fair on this card. It's not breaking any metas anytime soon. It's solid. It's strong as stats for the mana, but the drawback sucks. And yeah, I mean, we would way rather just run 2 copies of Dispose of Evidence, and I don't know, maybe we run Bibliomite so we can put it back in our deck with Dispose of Evidence. Like, no thanks. I'm good. I don't need it.
I think it's a good card. I think it's a 4. I give it a 4.
Ooh.
Because
Yeah,
that
she
just
likes
has 4
stats.
attack and 4 health.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
just making sure.
I gave it a 2 because it costs 2.
Oh, me too.
2
I also-
mana 4/4 is like a lot.
I
When
also
you're
really
already
like this
really
card.
aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 health is like, I know that 4 health is only 1 more than 3, but it's a lot more in terms of the early game. 3 health is like the early game break point, and 4 health is like,
You're saying we're dodging like Knowles and Tooth of Nefarian and all kinds of different, 3
you
attack
dodge,
weapons
like,
and so on. And
yeah.
3 attack rushers.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, it's fair.
It sounds like we're split. What did you give it, Fish?
4. I also really like this card. I mean, I might have been a little hyperbolic, but I mean, I like just looking at it. Like, I don't know. This seems like a 2 mana 4/4 that I can actually want to play. If it's like seems like one of the better 2-drops that has come out. Like, but maybe the drawback is too much, and we'll see. But I figure I like the fact that you can choose I like the fact that it's choose a card. So like you can be like, oh well, this card is a card I like. I didn't really want it. Like the ability to choose what cards you shuffle in is actually pretty nice.
Yeah. So
Like
it's
that way it's not just like, oh, my best card randomly got thrown in my deck because it says random card.
yeah, that does give it a little bit of a benefit. It's kind of interesting. It really sounds like we're split. Because looking at base, she also rated a 2, like some of you. I went with the 3. I really do like this card. I did try this out during the theory crafting stream. And it really, once we got to like the mid game or later, it started to feel a lot worse. It felt great early game though, right? Like being able to play this on turn 2, or even coin this out and get a 4/4 on turn 1 felt amazing. But the later the game got, it was like, okay, cool. I don't really care about this 4/4 quite as much. Like I wanted to be doing other things. I do also want to note the interaction with this is that the choosing a card from your hand, it gives you a discover option of cards from your hand. So if you have a larger hand size, you'll only get to pick 3. So there is a little bit of randomness to that.
Ooh, that's dramatically worse.
That is
that's
dramatically
yeah.
worse.
So
okay, that's a lot worse.
that's
Oh god.
yeah. So that's why I do like it earlier in the game, because also like I played it when I had this plus
like
3
earlier
other
in the
cards
game,
in my hand, and it's like, okay,
for
so
sure.
literally that's my whole hand for the discover option.
Oh man, this card's
But-
gonna make you feel so bad when you have 4 cards in hand and you whiff.
Yeah.
You whiff on the one you actually want to throw. Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
So I'm going with a 3 because I do think this can be used in some decks, and I think it will still be fine. But I'm not like as hyped about it as I was when I first saw it.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, that makes it different. I could have probably inferred that it was actually a discover, but I don't know. I didn't watch any of the theory crafting streams, and obviously Dragon Rudder, you took part in it.
Yes.
Honestly, I'd give it a 2 if it were completely random, but even the choose one effect is like, I still think it's a 4.
Yeah, I do as well.
All right.
Okay.
Good ratings. We got Relic of Extinction. The first relic, 2 mana, deal 1 damage to a random enemy minion twice. Improve your future relics. So the improve, I think that means it just ups like the 1, and then on the like every number on the card it'll up basically.
Yeah. Yeah, the actual numbered part of each of the relics. So some of the relics have like a number, but it's spelt out, so you have to consider that as a word. And these ones, like, so each of the actual numerical value is what will change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking through the relics right now, and I'm not digging it. So I don't know. It doesn't seem that impressive either for especially this card. So I think after looking through them, I'm gonna give it a 1.
I gave all the relics
a 1.
Go ahead.
Yep.
A 1 is
relics.
brutal.
Wow.
I'm giving this a 2. I don't think it's that bad, but it is a dramatically worse Fel Barrage in lots of ways. If that little minion part of the text didn't exist there, then I'd be pretty happy, and I might even get hyped about relics. Is like, whoa, you could charge us up and just go nuts with a Relic of Extinction to kill them, but to just keep clearing minions, that's super underwhelming.
If this had face, I would definitely like it more, but I don't care about clearing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Demon Hunter.
Just a resident hunter player here going like, I don't know, it doesn't say face, not a fan.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's 100%.
Doesn't say face, kind of cringe.
I'm sorry, does that say minion? Garbage next?
Yep.
But I'm sure it's fine-ish. Maybe there's a relic deck that's good. Obviously, any relic deck is going to want to run the relic cards, but I'm not impressed by many of them so far.
Yeah.
Definitely not this one.
I gave this one a 2.
Please tell me you like these, Itachi.
I gave all the relics a 3. I think it's a cool long game deck. The 8 mana dude is pretty neat, and the fact that they improve infinitely is also pretty cool. That being said, I think it'll be like a bad deck, but it'll be a deck.
Okay. They based also gave it a 2. This one I'm rating a 3, but I do like the relics. I think the relics are better than people give them credit for. But I do think out of the 3 relics, we'll talk about the next 2 here next, but I think this is probably the worst one for the same reasons that you guys listed as well. Like, it does help if you can start clearing some minions, but yeah, I would like this to also go face, or even just be able to split between minions and face, like Fel Barrage can, even if it's random, because this already says random anyways, so I would like the opportunity for that, but the fact that these do just continuously grow, I mean, I tried some of these out during third crafting, and I think at one point I was doing like 8 damage with these twice. So I wouldn't want those going face if I were facing against the relic.
Yeah.
Probably feel pretty bad to do that, so I understand why it like has to say minion, but I do think it makes it a little bit worse.
All right, let's move on to the next relic then. Relic of Dimensions. Draw 2 cards and reduce their cost by 1. Improve your future relics, and this costs 5 mana. Definitely seems like the best relic,
Yes.
but I'm concerned like the improvement doesn't seem that good on this. Like, how many cards are you running in your deck that are going to cost that much? Like, I think you're already reducing the cards by enough after like 2 improvements. So I don't know. 5 mana, draw 2, and if you've played a bunch of relic stuff, then reduce their cost, kind of like Skull. Yeah, I don't know. My problem with the relics is I don't really see a win condition. Like, you're dealing damage to minions, you're drawing some cards, and then you're summoning some vanilla dudes. If there was like something that went face, I'd be more interested in it. It's just improving the relics doesn't seem that useful to me. So I am going to give Relic of Dimensions a 2 because I think if Relic subplay, this card is really, really strong compared to the other ones, but I still am not a fan of the relics.
I wouldn't get so caught up in the relic aspect of this card. I know it's obviously the key for a relic deck, but I'd give this a 3 just for the mere fact that we have draw and reduction. And if we can run like a tiny relic package that improves, reducing cost by a lot is really good. I feel like if there's any relic card that sees play, it's this that could even potentially see play as sort of a standalone card. Like double Relic of Dimensions, maybe the location card along with it or something as like a tiny package. Probably still doesn't work, but best of the relics, all the relics are kind of not impressive. 3 at best is what I got.
So like this card alone is what makes me think the relics are good because like there's only 3 relics, and so the 8 mana dude you discover and cast a relic. So like you always discover the upgraded Relic of Dimensions. I mean, unless something would call for otherwise, but it just kind of seems like the nuts to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Based also put that this is the best of the relics, but that they are all 2s. So
Yes.
she's still rated a 2.
My exact sentiments. I gave every single relic card a 2 because I'm unsure, and I know that there will be a relic deck, and if it is good, then that is good, and if it's not amazing, then that's kind of my hunch.
Well, I think
I
I'm
don't
probably
think the deck's doing just relic stuff though. I think it's doing
Oh,
other stuff.
100%.
They just gotta
Oh,
figure out what the
100%.
other stuff is.
Oh yeah, this is such a small pack. It's like a package that goes in some deck. But yeah,
I'm hyped for these. I don't know, like, man.
I kind of I don't know. I think
I
I'm
need to know how they.
I think I'm struggling to like put this together with something that would be like a deep that like almost like kind of a we got like I think this one is the best relic because it reduces the cost of things. Like I agree with everyone else that has said that. But
Listen, we can put all kinds of bad cards in our 40 card decks. Let's go.
Hey, exactly.
No,
I
no,
guess.
no. This is a 4. This is a 4, okay? And the other
Oh,
one's
yes.
a 4. All right, this
Yes.
is that's,
Dragon Rider
Here's-
overreaction. We
let's
did it on
fucking
Demon Hunter. Let's
go.
go.
that's right. The relics are awesome. You play the relic package, although I'm gonna say I'm not thrilled on the legendary that we're gonna talk about. But you play these, and you're playing these to buff up the minions from the next relic. I don't care if they don't have any special things, because when you start putting out 2 7/7s, 8/8s, your opponent still has to deal with those. And then you just keep them going. It's like the Jade decks that we used to have, like the Jade Golems. And if your opponent lets you get to that point where you're putting out 6/6s, 7/7s, 8/8s, and you're maybe clearing their minions from the Relic of Extinction, they can't keep up with that. And I absolutely love these cards. I do agree, Neji, and then somebody in our live chat was talking about, like, this deck doesn't really have a win condition. And that was my concern going into that as well. When I tested it during the theory crafting, it actually did feel like it went a lot smoother than I was expecting, even though there wasn't like a really like hard set win condition in the deck. But I did like playing these, and especially with this Relic of Dimensions that we're talking about, getting just some cheap cards, especially if they're cheap spells, to then also play Lady Stheno and then just start spamming some spells felt fantastic. And like Lady Stheno and then play 2 more relics, get some more bodies on the board, and she hits face was pretty sweet. But yeah, unfortunately, they're not fel spells. Yeah, they don't have spell schools, which is sad. But I don't know. I think that these are actually pretty decent. The discounting starts to become irrelevant, honestly, after like 3, I would say, is what it felt like from the initial testing. Like, if you're discounting more than by 3, it's like, okay, well, it's pretty much all your cards are just free anyways at that point. And I think if you try to put this into a deck where you take advantage of the reduction in cost, I don't know if that's going to work out very well. So yeah, the reduction kind of feels weird, but I still think it feels pretty good. And just to be able to play it to improve the bodies that you get from the next one, I think is worth it.
Seems reasonable. I, however, am changing my 2 to a 1.
Wow.
Why?
I'm just not a relic believer.
Oh, gotcha.
And I
What
gotta
a
stick with my
savage.
guns. If I don't think the other relic's good, then I don't know. I don't think I can rate the other one a 2. I think they won't be played myself. But this one is like the payoff, kind of. Because you actually get some pressure. Here we go. We have Relic of Phantasms. Summon 2 1/1 spirits. Improve your future relics for 3 mana. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wish it had some like face damage on it or something like that, but definitely if you get these big enough and you double it with the location, it could get a bit spooky. So I can see it, but I'll let the others discuss it. I'm gonna give it a 1.
Quick question about the location. Does it also improve your future relics, like when it double casts?
Yes, it does. Yep, like literally the relic that you cast while you're using this. So like if you're using Relic of Phantasms with the location, then yeah, you'll get, like, let's say it's the first time you've played it, you'll get 2 1/1s and then 2 2/2s.
Okay, not terrible. For this one, I mean, it obviously just reminds so much of the Jade mechanic, like you mentioned. I summon an even larger man, so that'll be fun.
It's even green.
But
the Phantasm's green.
yeah,
It's like a Jade.
I think that
green
was an
men.
intentional choice for sure. But I don't know. It seems okay. I'm also gonna give this a 2. I'm kind of with Neji on this, that I'm not really a relic believer. But they're not bad. They're just not good.
So how can I convince you to to be a relic.
I don't know. Play it and win some games. Get legend with it. Well, you
Gotcha.
can get legend with basically anything.
High
you know.
legend.
I'll take $100.
Rank one
Take
legend. That's when I'll be
Someone's
convinced
gonna
that
do
relics
that
are real.
though.
Then I'll give them all 6s just for you.
Okay, like if I got rank
um,
1 legend regularly, then that'd be cool. But like I don't even get close. So
Yeah, I understand.
Well, okay. So what did you rate this one, Itachi?
I rated all the relic cards at 3 because I think that the relic package will go in like a tier 2 or 3 deck or something like that. So every card that was in the relic package, I just gave it a 3 because I figure you'll probably play them all. And then like if you get this thing to do all 3 things, that's kind of good. It's kind of like really good.
I gave it a
I
4.
I
like
Hell yeah.
it.
Go in, Dragon Rider.
That's right.
I don't know.
Wait,
I
you
also,
gave the relic?
Yeah, I gave the 5
Wow.
no wait, the damage to minions, I gave that a 3. And then the drawing and this one I gave 4s.
Okay, you kind of wilding, but you know, do your thing.
I
See, this is the good thing. We have very different
Yeah.
ratings. We
That's
can
right.
discuss it.
yeah, I'm with Ron. I think I gave. I don't know if Ron gave all of them 2s, but I gave every single one a 2. So this is also a 2. I like I said, I just
I gave Dimensions a 3.
You gave Dimensions a 3. That's right. You did. So I will. I'm more willing to believe that this can be that this can definitely be a decent archetype, or I should say a decent package in Demon Hunter. But I'm just unsure, and so I want to say, I think it's fringe. It's like a fringy support type of package for an for like in others. Probably you definitely need some other plan.
It's fine. We're all Renathal decks here. It'll be fine.
I was gonna say this. I was gonna say with Renathal, like probably makes this better.
I think in the opposite. I would rather play these without Renathal because I want to cycle these. I want to be digging through my deck and playing these as often as possible. I don't want to be shoving these in a Renathal deck myself.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I guess.
I think you want the consistency if you're playing these in a 30 card deck.
Yeah, I learned that with Fel DH. Like
I'm pretty much just memeing by calling it bad, so we put it in a Renathal deck. That's all I'm saying. Like if you're seriously playing relics, then you don't have enough relics to actually play Renathal and have reliable relics. That would be the wrong move. But we would play it in a Renathal deck if we're like, it's terrible, throw it in there. What else we got? But yeah, not being serious.
Gotcha.
All right, on to Artificer Zymox. 8 mana, 8/8. Battle Cry. Discover and cast a relic. Infuse 5. Cast all 3 instead. And infuse is the number is how many friendly minions you need to die for the effect to go off. So 5 in total, and then you will cast all 3 relics.
And to note that the card has to be in your hand when the minions die,
that is important as well.
Yeah, so it's not just like Corridor Creeper where they die, but all the infuses in your deck also it's just when they're in your hand.
This seems really slow to me, and again, not a big fan of the relics, but I think the relics themselves are better than this legendary, so also gonna give it a 1.
I almost gave this a 1, but I figured might as well just go with a 2 for relic package in general for most of them. But the other 8 mana cards that we could run in Demon Hunter basically say face on them, and this doesn't, and I don't like that. So not a fan.
Reasonable. I think I gave it a 3 as well. Gave them all a 3.
Yep, I also gave it a 2.
Dragon Rider, we're going hard. 5, 6.
6.
I'm gonna guess 3.
No.
I'm gonna guess 2.
You know what? I did have it as a 3, but honestly, after talking about the other, no, I actually think this one's a 2. I'm not really hyped on the legendary. I think this to me just feels like a bit of a win more type card, and The big problem that I have with this is you really want to get that payoff of the infuse, so you can't play it top decked. If you get to the point where you top deck this, you play it for 1 relic, which might be okay, but you really want to get that payoff. Like that feels like the reason you're running the card is to get all 3 instead. I don't know. I'm really not thrilled about this, and it does feel a little bit slow. Like, if I'm paying the 8 mana, honestly, I'd rather just be playing, like, I'd rather be paying the 8 for the Relic of Dimensions and Relic of Phantasms, and I'll get 2 big bodies, hopefully, and then draw some more cards.
All right. On to the final Demon Hunter card, Relic Vault. This is definitely important for the Relic decks. 3 mana, the next Relic you play this turn cast twice, and you can use the location twice. And I haven't played with them, but I remember them saying, I know Dragon Rise played with them, you can't use it like 2 turns in a row, right? It like closes for a turn.
Yeah, location cannot be used 2 turns in a row.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, my problem with this is Demon Hunter feels, or has always felt like an aggressive class, and paying 3 mana to try and set something up, and especially early in the game, even if you pay 3 mana, the next relic you play is still not going to be that good because it's the first relic. So obviously this can get better late game, but I'm not sure if Demon Hunter has the power to get to late game without like a burn strategy. So not a big fan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd give this a 2 as well. The fact that it double casts the relic is really cool, and might wind up making relics potentially like fairly good or underrated in some ways. But I don't really see this being all that impressive. Stays with the 2 with the rest of the relics. I kind of get the vibes from this set that Demon Hunter is going in a similar direction that Hunter has seen for like many expansions in the past, where like the face version gets a couple of cards of support and everything else is bad. So your only deck is the really aggressive one, and everything else that they're like, oh look, you can do all these cool things. No, they're terrible. You won't do them. You'll play the face version though, and you'll wreck some people.
Yeah, that's why I'm a bit sad about this the expansion for this for DH. Like I rated all of the aggro cards pretty good. I rated all the relic and kind of like, you know, the package that they're pushing. I rated them all 2s.
Happens.
And in Sinful Brand is a 1. Yeah.
I want to see Itachi's Sinful Brand deck though. Looking forward to that.
I mean, I won't be surprised if somebody finds something for the card, but
Pen Flinger.
Just exactly.
Bring back my boy Pen Flinger.
Yeah, but no.
Under.
Bring it back and
No.
under it. Yeah.
Definitely not.
Hey,
No.
loser.
As a wild player, I do
Wasn't
not
me.
want that. Like if they ban the card in wild and do that, fine. But if it's not banned in wild, then no, stay how you are. I don't need warlocks running wild again in wild. All right.
Is that all the Demon Hunter
That
cards?
is all
That's
all the
it,
DH
yeah.
cards.
On to Druid.
Druid.
On to Druid.
Druid it is. Who's got
Who's
Druid?
taking it?
I can take Druid. Okay. So, first card for Druid, we have his Death Blossom Womper. It is a 6 mana 7/6 battle cry. Draw a Death Rattle minion and gain its Death Rattle. I think this is it's an interesting effect. Oh, okay, cool. I think I rated it a 2, and I'm not quite sure if it's just supposed to be a 1. I think on I put for like what seems to be kind of a big druid type thing, I gave them all 2s, and I'm not sure if it's just copium, but there are some pretty good like big death rattle cards that exist. That there's only a few of them, so it's pretty. So you could be pretty concise with what you want with it. But I'm not completely convinced about it.
I give it a 1. I think it's terrible.
Okay,
Currently, I mean, I think later it could be better, but like right now,
gotcha. I can see that.
I'm giving it a 2. I want this card to be good. Like, I like the idea of Death Rattle Druid. I think it's super cool. We haven't had a Death Rattle Druid in a long time for Standard. But yeah, I was trying this out. I think Death Rattle Druid overall might still be okay, but this card itself just felt a little too slow, a little clunky. It doesn't have a tag, so there's not really a way to like discount it. There didn't feel like a whole ton of ways to try to cheat this out early or anything like that. So yeah, it just kind of feels weird right now. So I'm going for 2.
I got 2 questions for this card. Does alignment still exist in the format?
Yes.
yes.
And does this card have taunt?
No.
Nope.
Okay, we're giving it a 1.
Yeah, the not having taunt
this is pure
is
garbage.
huge.
Like, we have so much better things to do as Druid. Like, an absurd amount of better things to do as Druid. Maybe in future sets there's some Death Rattle support. But I'm perfectly happy to see this card not be good, because I would like to see a set where Druid is bad. So more bad Druid cards, the merrier. Let's go. Druid's been like the OP class since like 2014. All right, Druid's identity is being OP. Like, it's kind of gross.
Well, Druid has one of the most broken mechanics, like one of the most abusable mechanics in the game, as one of its core things. So yeah, that's why it's always that good. So
yeah, this card's garbage. Give it a 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see it. I can see this card just being terrible. Not the end of the world. But this next card.
Oh
wow! This next card. Widowbloom Seedsman. 4 mana, 3/2. Battlecry. Draw a nature spell and gain an empty mana crystal. See this gaining an empty mana crystal stuff is what makes Druid so broken. Like, just ramp. Guff exists, Blizzard. Guff exists. Stop printing cards like this, please.
Yeah, I couldn't believe this when I saw it.
I
I
looked at
literally
this,
thought
I
it
was
was like a custom card. I'm like, hello?
I was like, ramp and draw in a minion while Guff exists. Like,
I mean, even if Guff didn't exist, it would be broken.
Sure.
This card is upsetting. This is a 5.
I'm giving it a 6.
I gave it
borderline,
a 5.
Yeah, borderline 6 for this.
It's a borderline 6, but I don't know how you. But I don't like.
The one thing I will say is this card perfectly fits Druid's class identity.
It does.
The OP class.
Drawing a nature spell in itself, Druid has so many amazing nature spells. And then you also like, it would have been enough to just be like, draw a nature spell. Maybe this thing maybe it could cost a less mana if it drew a nature spell, like, obviously, but gaining a crystal, man, that's I gave it a 5.
This is just absurd in alignment Druid too.
Yeah, it gets you to that almighty alignment faster.
Yeah, and draws you the cards that are really good with it.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely a 5. I don't even think you care like what the size of this body is either.
No.
Like, you're like, it has a body. I don't even care. Like that's like, good enough.
The other time they printed a card that gave you a mana crystal on a body, it was a death rattle. And now this is just a battle cry. Which I think the card was called Sea Devil Sprite. Or Greedy Sprite or whatever.
Hey man, I gave it a 4. I think that there will be some very, very fast decks this expansion. And that alignment Druid might suffer as a result, and then getting hit in the face after you played your 3/2 on 4 is because like you're either floating a mana or you're coining this when you could have played Wild Growth on 3 and did the same thing without the 3/2. Like, and now you don't have the coin. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical because it's so small, and that one extra mana is quite a lot in my opinion. So yeah, just to put that out there into the world. That's what I'm thinking.
All right. We've got next card. It's already up on the screen. We've got Convoke the Spirits. 10 mana nature spell. Cast 8 random druid spells. Targets chosen randomly. I mean, it's kind of fun that they're printing like a box card, a box type card for druid.
No, it is not.
I wasn't like, I didn't necessarily want to overrate the card, like, because like there are some, like, I don't know, I guess we're getting into the 5-set expansion. There's maybe there's less bad. No, there's a lot of good spells. This is quite a good card, I'm pretty sure. I gave it a 3, but I'm pretty sure that others of you are going to rate this quite highly. And maybe I will change my rating.
Who's rating this highly? Because honestly, I'm giving this a 1. I don't like this card. Maybe it's gonna be better than I think, but I'm not a huge,
it's just random.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the random druid spells. Like, I feel like a lot of the druid spells are gonna be putting out a couple of small minions, or maybe like a slight buff. It doesn't feel like it really works with everything. Like, I don't know. It just feels weird being a druid to me.
I mean, I don't like that this card exists. I'll say that.
Okay.
But I'm gonna give it a 3-2 on this, just because there's a lot of really good scary druid cards. Among other things, this
Yeah.
could just cast alignment, and now it's a
Alignment. Now you're
funny
alignment
game
druid.
for the druid and a
Yeah.
not funny game for the druid opponent, because the druid can just gain some mana again and wreck
Right.
their opponent, and their opponent's game plan is
Mhm.
shot to hell because of that. So I don't know. It's really weird and it's hard to evaluate, but
For sure.
it seems like it's probably. I don't think you'd build a deck around it. I think you'd
No.
randomly discover it and do something crazy, and it's gonna have a decent payoff for you.
I think this
Yeah,
card
I'm
is
in the
funny
same
for
boat.
sure.
I don't think it's super powerful. Like, the druid spells just aren't that good. Compared to Rune of the Archmage.
Yeah.
They did nerf it like before, like it was shown in the video to cast 10 random druid spells, so they made it worse, which means maybe it was too good, or maybe it was just too much random. I don't know. I think druid can have a better direction and a better win condition than mage can, and they don't need this in their toolkit. So and it also costs 10. You already have a lot of expensive stuff in druid, and I don't think this is that enticing. I'm gonna give it a 2.
I gave it a 2. I don't know. You can't play it into like your opponent having a board and then expect the board to be cleared. So that just sucks.
Gotcha.
I think Scale of Nyxia is like the best that you get off of this, which is a pretty freaking good card, right? Like, if you get another Scale of Nyxia, you're probably pretty happy with that. But I don't know how I feel about just the randomness of it. And its targets chosen randomly too. So with the amount of buffs that Druid has with, buffing your wide boards, you could buff your opponent's stuff too, which also feels a little bad. And I think why we've seen some more success in other classes that have similar things.
Is it actually a thing? Like, if it casts Prize Fury, you can cast it on the opponent's stuff?
Unless it specifically says to buff your friendly things, yeah. Right?
I'm pretty sure we don't play this card for 10. If we are playing it for 10, we still have 10 mana left or something, but we're probably playing this card for 1 post alignment.
Yeah, it just says give your
Yeah.
minions. It doesn't say, it says give your minions. So I don't know if that implies that it can't do stuff for opponents.
I mean, Pride's Fury would only cast on your board, but stuff like
Yes.
Mark of the, I don't know what it's called.
Mark of Josharash?
Mark
Well,
of
that's a
wild
wild
card
card.
now.
Mark of the
That's
Wild.
Mark of the Wild, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Mark of the Wild, yeah, that can
If that
cast
doesn't
on-
say
that can-
friendly, like for example,
that can
cast
cast on an enemy,
enemy
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, you can cast
But yeah, I think we're in agreement that it's not great.
Yeah. It's funny though. I put box of lol.
I think
Comment.
Based actually rated it the highest. She gave it a 3. She says,
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agreed with Base
Okay.
with the 3
Yeah.
rating.
I
So
agreed too.
yeah. 3 or lower is what it sounds like we're all going with.
Yeah, it's not amazing, but it is a funny card. The picture is kind of. I like the picture too.
Yeah.
Great. Move on to our next card. We have Nightshade Bud, 8 mana nature spell. Choose one. Discover a minion from your deck to summon or a spell to cast. I actually didn't read the second part of the card. That would say summon a spell to cast, but I think even at 8 mana, like you can probably just play this, like with how Druid can draw, you probably don't even need to worry about this card. I guess like it's something you would play in a big Druid, but I'm not that convinced about it. This card costs a lot of mana. I know Druid is good at creating mana, but like I don't know. I'm not completely convinced by this card. I'll stick with my 2 rating because there's probably going to be instances where there's probably like this could be something we just throw in a ramp deck, but I'm not completely convinced.
Yeah, I don't think it's that good. I think we have a lot of smaller minions in our deck and like key minions with battle cries. The only one that's obviously very good is getting an Anaconda after alignment. If you don't have it, you can try and discover it for 1 mana. The spell as well, I don't know, it doesn't seem too great.
Mhm.
The spell definitely seems better than the minion because you can hit like Miracle Growth and scale and stuff. But
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I don't know. It costs 8 mana, and the thing that I don't like a lot is in alignment, we want Jerry Rig to pull Nourish 100% of the time and not discard. So
yeah, in most
think
cases
that's
you want that.
a big problem because we always keep Jerry in the mulligan, and if you hit this instead of Nourish, you just lose
You're just
against
sad.
tempo decks. So I don't think it's great. I'm gonna give it a 2 because I don't think it's awful, but yeah, not super special.
Yep. Based rated it a 2. I'm giving it a 2 as well. I think the concept is cool. I've always wanted choose one to be a thing. And unfortunately, I think that the Druid decks just haven't, like, there hasn't been enough payoff from just trying to play choose one stuff on its own. You really kind of have to use choose one cards as support for the other things, which kind of makes me sad. But like, I like the concept. I think this is cool. I think you might be able to play this in some sort of death rattle thing, like to summon a death rattle minion.
Yeah,
But
that's what I thought.
it's still pretty fringy, so I'm gonna give it a 2.
I almost rated this higher. Actually, I wound up on a 3 because maybe I'm crazy with this, but I feel like you might be able to find something that could break this card, and also it's like this weird middle ground thing where it's good because it's a choose one in some ways, and it's bad because it's a choose one because it disrupts the jerry rig for pulling nourish for your alignment deck. But in those games that you haven't found alignment, you'd really want to just play this in order to cast alignment from your deck. So I feel like that could be a add consistency type thing. Give me alignment so I can play it. So I felt like that had enough of application that I settled on a 3.
I think this card is abusable by virtue of it being a nature spell, and also the choose one is absurd in alignment druid because like if you play alignment, then you can just like Yeah, I don't think you play so many mains that Anaconda is crazy in terms of being able to discover it. I think it's pretty easy to
Yeah, for
discover it.
sure.
And you can also like play on 10 mana, you can play like Anaconda 2 coins or coin innervate this because it'll be 6. Or with Guff, then you can do your Anaconda thing on 12. Because no, like if you have to do Anaconda alignment, you have to do it on 14, but you can do it on 12 with this. So that's pretty good.
I think if this just said 8 mana, discover a spell to cast from your deck, I might actually rate this higher. Because it's just like the biggest downside is, oh crap, now my Jerry Rig might pull this instead of Nourish, and I want to play Nourish faster.
Yeah.
I've played a lot of alignment druid. If you don't pull Nourish, you are in a world of pain.
Yeah.
I think this card is like unplayable because Jerry Rig is so good in the mulligan and increase your mulligan win rate by a lot. And hitting this card instead is so sad.
Yeah, I don't think this goes in alignment, but I think it can go in a different druid deck that's not alignment. Like obviously Ramp Druid was a thing at the beginning of this expansion. I don't see why it couldn't. This card wouldn't fit, could it potentially fit in something like that? I agree. I think for Jerry Rig consistency and alignment you don't want this. But for other stuff, that's more where I was leaning.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting card though.
Yeah,
I
it's
think so.
interesting. All right. Next card is Plot of Sin, 3 mana nature spell. Summon 2/2/2 treants. Infuse 5, 2/5/5 ancients instead. I don't know about this. I mean, like aggro, like aggressive druid decks outside of Prester really haven't been great. And Prester's just I don't like the deck in general. It frustrates the hell out of me that it exists in the form it does. But yeah, I don't know. This card's not. I'm not too impressed with it. But might be crazy because I know summoning 2/5/5s for 3 mana is really good, but it just depends on when you're able to actually do it because of Infuse 5. Because you draw this card, top deck it without anything, it's just dead. Because you're not going to summon 2/2/2 treants generally.
Yeah, I don't really love Infuse as a mechanic that much, and especially on this card. This card's just really mediocre and like not really playable at 3 mana if you don't have the Infuse, and holding this in like an aggressive druid just to get 2/5/5s when that's a deck that already can like pump out stats doesn't seem very impressive. So I'm gonna give it a 1.
Yeah, I think I'm also gonna lean towards a 1. I had it as a 2, because I wasn't sure about, because like before when I rated it, I hadn't really known exactly how Infuse worked, but I think it's just not great. So
I'm sticking with a 2 on this one. I like it for Token Druid especially. I don't know if Token Druid will actually be worth playing. But you know, like the card itself seems reasonably solid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking too.
I give it a 1.
Or I'll just like 1s and 2s. We're not very excited about this card. Yeah,
the pessimist review.
What's the card called that you either get the 6 mana or whatever?
Flipper Friends.
Flipper
yes.
Friends.
Thank
Flipper
you. Y'all know what I was
Friends.
talking about. Yeah,
I mean,
that
Big Orca, Little Otter.
Big Orca, Little Otters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like that is great for this, right? So
Sure.
you're playing that sort of tokeny deck with that, but it just does feel weird.
But that's already turn 5 at that point when you're playing it, and like past that point, you really don't necessarily want to spend 3 mana to summon 2/5/5s that don't do anything on that first turn.
Yeah.
Like if they were rushers, then yeah, like that would be really good.
I'll just go back to playing Kazakus and getting some golems that could rush or do something else for his 5/5s.
Yeah. It just seems slow for a deck that wants to do tokens, potentially. I don't know. I might even be wrong with that assessment. But yeah. I mean, it's a I don't know, Infuse is something I'm not too sure about. So I think sometimes I'm either gonna way overshoot or maybe even undershoot. I'm not sure. But what I am sure about is this next card. If we're done talking about Plot of Sin.
Yep.
All right. Planted Evidence. 1 mana nature spell. Discover a spell. Cost 2 less this turn. Oh boy. It's God, we already had nature studies. I know it's like it can do any spell, so it can kind of miss, but like I don't know. I like nature studies, and it made.
What do you mean
spells
any
cost
spell?
less. Huh?
What do
Planted
you
Evidence
mean?
can discover any spell in Druid. It's not like for some reason I was like, it's like nature spells, but it just, yeah, it didn't cost 2. I think this card's really good. It's like, I don't know. I like nature studies effect. Obviously,
I got a 4. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's
I
less
said
than
4 as well.
than nature studies, but like, I mean, it's
like obviously nature studies was any spell costed 1 less.
I don't know. Actually, you know what? But the fact that they printed these terrible Druid spells alongside this card kind of it's kind of insane.
I'm not super impressed by this card. It seems like a really worse version of Nature Studies. Like the good thing about Nature Studies was you could bank the mana for next turn and it worked on any spell, but this is specifically only this spell gets the discount and you have to use it this turn. So if you're discovering something that you want to play later in the game and you played this early and you can't play it, and if you discover it later in the game and you don't want to play it that turn, then you're missing the discount. So I actually don't think it's too great.
Is it? I mean, is there really that many misses in Druid that this card wouldn't be that great?
I mean, I don't know what we're really trying to hit.
There's a lot of misses.
Yeah,
every
I think
card
Druid is pretty compact. Like the list.
Every card that leads up to this card in the listing of cards is a miss. All of them.
I think it's good enough for a 3, though. The discount is really good. Discover a spell can be really good. Obviously, there's a lot of whiffs, but there's also a lot of hits. And this could easily warrant an inclusion in multiple decks. It's not like super incredible, but it's solid.
Druid generally does nothing on turn 1 in the first place. So I don't know. It's like 1 mana card that seems playable.
I like that it makes that card cheaper instead of like the Nature Studies made your next spell cheaper. So like if you were looking for something that you were gonna have to coin out, then you had to coin first if you needed that mana to do it. So like this, if you're like you find a wild growth on 1 and then you're like, okay, well I'm just gonna coin growth now, then you can do that.
Yep. I gave this a 4. I like this one. It might not be quite as great. But I love the spell the fact that it's a cheap spell that you can use. It is a nature spell, so you could potentially get it off of what's that minion? The Seedsman. You could draw this off of that, it's another opportunity to try to find things like your ramp or
some 8 mana spell that is really good.
Yeah, I was gonna say a certain 7 mana spell where you're looking to
True Scale of Onyxia as well,
or the other scales, it's like either scales or ramp. I mean, there are some whiffs for sure, but I just like having that potential to draw, or find other things. And if you do draw this later in the game, that I think that discount helps a lot there. But we'll see.
Planted Evidence for the discover 4 damage lethal out easy.
Swipe when.
Bro, give me swipe.
I will say I do love the fact
Feral Rage and the other.
That's true.
4 damage thing.
That's true.
The seaweed thing or something.
Oh, seaweed strike. Yeah.
I do love the fact that they have the pipe here.
Copium.
Yeah. I'm sad that we didn't see more weapons that were related to like Clue and stuff, But here we have the pipe, so I'm happy with that. It's there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, it's the lead pipe. I love it.
Yeah.
That is true. That's cool. I like that flavor.
Do we think it's better that we don't get a nature spell? Like, would you rather say discover a nature spell or not? I think you'd rather say nature spell, right?
I'd
rather get a nature spell. Personally, I want a nature spell.
I
I want
You know what?
Viola. Like,
I'm
I'm
why
giving
not?
it a 1. I'm giving it a
Oh.
1.
Oh man.
All right, buddy. Cope
I'm not a
it up.
believer.
We have everything
Actually,
from 1 to 4.
That's actually the opposite of coping it up.
Yeah, true. I just don't think like Druid is so many good cards, and this just seems like mediocre. Like in almost any other class, this seems really good, but specifically Druid, like you want to just be playing your good cards, and like this is not a card I would keep in the mulligan. I want to hit all my other ramp cards, and if this misses ramp, then it's just bad. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 1.
It's my favorite description of like all cards that Druid has pretty much is like if this was something
Nope.
else that wasn't like an OP class, like yeah, we'd love it. But we actually have so many good things that we're like, we don't need this.
That is literally
cool.
the
Yeah.
problem.
Cool.
Like the card itself is good, but it says
Yeah.
Druid, so it's not good. Unlucky.
Too many whiffs. I want my guaranteed stuff. That's insane. Next.
All right. So now we go to the legendary cards. So we're gonna start with Cecily of the Fey Court. 8 mana, 8/8 taunt with Death Rattle. Draw a minion and reduce its cost by 8. No. I get the purpose of this card. I get that like it's supposed to encourage bigger minions in Druid archetype, but it just falls way short of other things that Druid can do.
These means do not get me to Kazakhstan. So
Exactly, yeah. It's like they don't give me to they're not playing in alignment, or they don't get me to Kazakhstan. Like
that does have taunt though. That's good. Like
definitely. I like that. I do like the fact that it's a taunt.
Yeah.
I just don't think it. I don't think it has a home.
This card is
And-
hilarious. I love this card. I love how bad it is for Druid. Give Druid
Yeah.
more bad cards. Yes, please.
Like-
One.
Like, I would love this
Mood.
card. I would love this card in I'd love this card in Hunter. I mean, we already have Big Beast. That'd be pretty good. You know, just draw me a 0 mana, a 1 mana Crusher, 0 mana Mountain Bear. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
slap
I
a
gave it
beast
two
tag on
because-
this. Make it a
Oh, okay.
Hunter card. I'm a fan.
Yeah, okay.
No,
I gave it a 2 because it can make good cards cost 0. So I can't count out something that can make a very good card cost 0. So I gave it a 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going for the optimistic 2 here as well. Yeah, it's I don't know. I do like that it says taunt. I think that helps the card a lot. I probably would lean actually more towards a 1 if it didn't have the taunt tag as well.
Oh yeah.
But maybe there's some sort of death rattle thing, but it's so hard, like you guys are saying, like it's so hard to compete with all of the ramp stuff and the other things that Druid has right now.
Yeah.
We might play this once the alignment rotates.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah,
that.
I
I can
mean-
see
Yeah.
that being a thing. Yeah.
But
Legitimately.
like until
they-
it does, this is trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm giving it I was getting 2, I'm giving it a 1.
Like, I don't know. Alignment is such a dumb polarizing card. I don't know. I'm tired of it. I'm sure.
I
most
love
people-
it.
I'm sure most people. I'm sure like if you either really like the card or you hate it. I think that's how
That is-
alignment is.
True, yeah.
Yeah, it's
So I think
polarizing. It's
this is
polarizing
like-
It's polarizing in matchups, and it's polarizing in opinion. I'm just
I think
tired of
this
it
is like this is cool, but like not right now.
for sure.
Okay, cool.
I think this card has potential later on, down the line. Yeah. So let's go to our next card. Is the other legendary is I'm gonna say it's Topiary the Shrubagazer. Okay, well yeah. I mean, I kind of get the reference for it.
It's a
Almost like
Trogdor reference.
It's definitely a Trogdor reference, but it's
So-
just like
It's probably
just,
like
so-
Topior the Shrubagazor.
yeah, Topier the Shrubagazer. Yeah, it's great. Art is fantastic. 7 mana, 5/5. It is a dragon tag. Battle Cry. For the rest of the game, after you cast a nature spell, summon a 3/3 whelp with rush. And the whelps are all dragons as well. I think this card is I like this card a lot. It's a cool card. I don't know if it has a home, and I'm like I want this card to have a home because like it works with it, like it I don't know, it gives some extra payoff for nature spells, which Druid has a ton of. But I don't know if you're gonna play like specifically. I guess this is a card that also works with Kazakhstan. So, you play this card kind of like earlier in the game. All your things help, all your spells give you rushers that can help with clearing, which is something that Druid doesn't necessarily have. Obviously when it doesn't work with scale, but I don't even know if scale is a nature spell. So
It's not.
yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I gave it a 2 just because I'm unsure, but I really like this card. Like the concept of it.
This card looks sweet. It's really cool looking. The major props to the artist, because that is just, it looks awesome. But the actual card itself, it's the problem that Neji has already brought up. We have too many good cards in Druid, and this doesn't really fit the rest of what we're already doing. That's so good that I don't think it realistically sees play. It is something that could be scary, and for future sets might be really good. But I'm giving it a 2 for
I
now.
don't know. It has a dragon tag. I gave it a 3. I think it's good enough to put in because you get a takes work. It's Kazakhstan.
I guess so. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like you could throw it in a Kaz deck, so good enough to maybe bump it up to a 3. But I feel like it's either 2 or 3. It's not a build around card.
No, it's not.
That's a good point. I was thinking like a 2, but with the dragon tag, it's actually very relevant. So I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I think 3 is reasonable given that it's a dragon, because you can just cut a bad dragon and put this good dragon in, or better dragon. That is.
I agree. It looks cool.
Yeah,
very cool.
What's
There's
reasonable
so much
is
detail.
rating this card correctly, and that is a 5. Okay.
Hell yeah! Give me those hot takes. Give me those hot takes.
This card
I want to see
is
your nature spell
nutty.
Druid deck.
Oh my god! I think
Don,
it was
it's a 5/5. That doesn't mean you have to.
Yeah. Oh, it's a 5. This card is so good. I think Fino was playing this. I ran into him playing this.
Oh, of course it's a Fino deck.
Yeah, but I hated it. I was like, I don't like being on the other side of the board from this because Druid is playing so many nature spells. And he just filled up the board and kept playing these stupid rushers, and I couldn't do anything. And I was like, I don't like this. It was not fun. And then he just kept playing nature spells. It was like, So he's getting minions at the same time as playing the nature spells as he already wants to be doing in the deck.
That's what like made me really optimistic. Is like,
yeah,
there's a lot of good nature spells that you just can run in a deck. Like obviously there's other things that the deck does, but like I really like the card for that purpose.
The fact that the whelps have rush, I think, is huge. Yeah, like it makes so much of an impact on the board, and I think people are underestimating this card a lot. Probably not a 5, but I'm saying it's a 5.
Nice. Does this whelp? Do these whelps, since they do say the word whelp in them, give Onyxia immune?
I don't know.
I believe so.
Oh wow, yeah, okay.
I think they do.
Messed up, man.
Yeah, they still count as whelps, right?
Bruh.
I think they do.
As real.
That is a bruh moment.
This is the best looking whelp I've ever seen in my life.
Nixie just ain't gonna die.
All right,
Yeah.
It's actually immune every turn.
Well argued by Dragon Rider here. Maybe we're
well argued
severely underrating this card.
That's right.
I kind of want to give it a 4 now.
I'm definitely gonna put this in a deck on like day 1.
Yo, I'm convinced. 6.
All right, I'm giving it I was literally at a 2 and now I'm giving it a 4. What happened? This is unbelievable.
Yes.
I've been told it's a dragon. I've been told it's insane. It works with Onyxia. Yeah, okay.
Do we
see cards on the
we have
Hearthstone
one more
website
Druid card, right?
Yes.
Is this one? I really want this as my golden legendary. I'm not gonna lie.
Can you look at golden cards on the Hearthstone website?
I don't know. Can I?
I don't think you can.
I don't think so.
That's
You know where we can.
Oh.
I'll go to the wiki.
This is another great point we do have in chat. That was the other big thing that was going on a lot during the theory crafting as well, is that all of these rushers feed Denathrius. They work with that infuse for Denathrius's endless 1 infuse. And then you have the Denathrius, Sire Denathrius, as a huge end game win condition. And even if it doesn't end the game,
I didn't look at that card.
Yeah, that was a huge thing. It's that Sire Denathrius works really well in Druid because there's just so many things that create those whelps and the minions that like this that just rush. And yeah, that's a fantastic point.
Honestly, before I saw a minion Kael'thas, I thought that Denathrius was just a Druid class card. So
it is.
Yeah,
It
pretty
is a
much.
Druid class card.
Yeah.
Interesting
it
that
is.
Contain.
Well, it's
There's a
interesting
1 mana
that
contain.
there exists a Denathrius combo for every deck that we'll get to see later.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, whether or not any other deck could actually, or any other class could actually make it good, is very debatable.
No, because any other class will have to pay 10 mana for it. Druid's only paying 1.
No, that's what I'm saying. Minion Kael'thas. We'll
Oh
get to
wow,
that.
they don't. I don't think they actually have the wiki. Doesn't have the golden arts. I'm kind of sad for Nathria. Very sad.
Well, that's not all the way till neutrals. But do you know what card I'm talking about?
Oh, the minion Kale? Yeah.
Minion
Yeah.
Kael'thas. You can play Minion Kael'thas plus
BDSM
Brand plus
Kael'thas,
Denathrius. Like that's a thing that anyone can do. Any class, all 10.
Oh yeah. That's crazy.
So you don't have to pay 10 for Denathrius in any class
it's
if you don't
kinda
want to.
crazy.
But we'll get to
pay
that
0.
like way later.
Oh yeah. For sure. We still have 2 more cards here. For
Right,
Druid.
next.
Yeah. Next card. Natural Causes. 2 mana Druid spell. Deal 2 damage. Summon a 2/2 Treant. Yeah, I don't know. For all the other really good stuff Druid has, I don't know if this card makes the cut. I think if like I think like maybe this sees play in like, maybe it sees play in like as a removal-y card for token, but play like Beast. But even then, Beast Druid just like plays enough good minions where you don't really need to play this card.
I mean, this is a good minion though. This is a 2 mana 2/2 deal 2 damage.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, Token's gonna run this. This
Okay,
card,
yeah.
man, this card is insane in not Druid. And in
Yes.
Druid, it's it's pretty good.
Yeah,
We're like,
that's a
all
good
right.
I have it as a 2, but I feel like it's something that could get bumped into a 3.
I'll
but
put
I
it
just
at 3.
don't- I
I think if Token Druid exists, this card is also a big
Yeah.
reason why.
Agreed.
Well, I think
We'll give it a
Also,
I think
three.
if aggro
who's
decks exist, you play this.
who's hyped for the play planted evidence and discover this for your exact lethal?
Yeah, I think this is a 3. Honestly, maybe even a 4. I love the fact that it can go face. We keep talking
Yes,
about
yes,
that,
yes.
cards
Yeah.
that can go face. So you can send a face. But yeah, something like planted evidence into this, even against an aggro deck, I think can just help Druid so much get to the rest of their like ramp or whatever it is that they're trying to do. Plus, it's another cheap nature spell that works with the Gazors, I'm just gonna call them. And
The dragon.
Nice.
yeah,
Well,
Gazors.
the Gazors.
Ship
To have like a bazillion of them.
heck yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I
Solid.
think if aggro exists, you play this card. If not, like in a slower druid. If not,
Yeah, but Token Druid's got like at least 3 solid support cards now with Planted Evidence, which I think would very much fit in Token Druid, and Natural Causes and Plot of Sin. Maybe Token Druid is the deck that runs Topior and runs like Denathrius as a late game finisher or something too. Like there's that seems weird, probably not the way to go, but like there's just multiple ways that you could take Token Druid in different directions. But I think there's some good enablers. So this card's a 3 to me.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. So we just had all these
this card will be
really...
quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this next card will be quick.
Yeah. Next card, we had all these amazing cards only for us to have the last card be Hedge Maze, which is the Druid location, 3 mana, 2 trigger. You can trigger it twice. Trigger a friendly minion's death rattle. 1.
I have nothing to say. It's so bad. 1.
Death rattles are not a druid thing. 1.
I'm sorry.
It's a
Are we playing this and then we're playing the 8 mana Death Rattle legendary card and then we're triggering that? Excuse me?
5 turns. Yep.
This card's a 1. Come on. Get out of
No,
here.
we play the 6 mana one that draws the 8
Get out of
mana
here,
one.
Blizzard. Death Rattle Druid. You're just gonna make Death Rattle an archetype for every class at some point or another. Come on.
All the death rattles.
The funny thing is that they might print this and that they might never give Druid more death rattle cards.
This
Like,
is
they
another card
They
that I
wanna
like.
They want to start this like archetype in Druid.
Yeah.
Like
Zero
Beast,
support
like,
ever.
like Beast Druid up until recently when they actually gave it, like, you know, when Frostsaber Matriarch became a card and all this stuff, like they tried a bunch of times and it never worked. Like, this is another thing. It's just like it might never work and they might never give this any more support. It's like Shadow Priest.
Can I say something real
Good
quick?
raises a good point here with Humongous Owl. Maybe we've got some owl and mind druids going on with the
maybe, but I don't
I don't
believe it.
think so though.
No.
You know that, just as a quick note about Beast Druid, just off topic, but like if Frostfire Matriarch was in any other class, like the kind of effect that it had, we would have nerfed that card a long time.
100%.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. Cards are nutty.
I'm going to give this an
Yeah, we can
optimistic
continue.
rating of 2.
Ooh.
Yeah, the
Nice.
spicy
Yeah.
shake there.
Another hot
It's real
take,
spicy.
Dragon Rider.
I know.
I
want it to be
sometimes
good. I want Death Rattle
sometimes
Druid to be good.
Like, sometimes I get conflicted with like rating a card, like obviously like the Druid legendary, like the other legendary, like I could say, oh well, in the future it could be something, so I'll give it a 2. Obviously, I think we're obviously just rating it on what we think it's going to do in the next 3 months while this is in the rotation, or 4 months. So yeah. That's Druid.
Next to it,
Hunter.
that's Ron.
Ron.
Yo, I would very much like to review Hunter, please.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna start with a bad card.
Yeah.
I don't honestly see this really seeing any play. No. I'll tell you when you see this card. When Trickster plays it on like turn 3 or turn 4 because they got it off of Jackpot and Rogue.
No.
But Hunters are not playing this card. I cannot see it. I'm giving this a 1. I think that little top left number, that is
Way too
hilariously
high.
too high. We don't want any part of that as Hunters. Get this out of here. It's kind of a cool, like, interesting effect. It's cool that the excess damage hits the enemy hero, so it can go face. As far as I understand it, though, if they don't have 3 minions, your 6 damage that would have hit a minion and then gone face just doesn't happen. Otherwise, I would be like, oh, maybe I'll play this. Right? Like, if they had 1 minion on the board and you played this for 8 and 12 instantly went face, and then the 6 hit the minion and the excess went face, now we're talking. But I don't think that's how this card works, so this card is bad.
I would hope that's not how this card works.
Yeah, no, I'm like, that'd be kind of broken, so they're
Yeah.
going to settle on the other option, which is it's terrible. So
Mhm.
you will hate that this card exists because rogues will do nasty things to you with it. Hunter will not play this.
Yeah. It is literally the only card I gave a 1 in Hunter.
It's going to be real funny when Tess replays this too in Rogue. Again, Hunter is
And
not playing this card,
instead.
so
Ron, you're
we'll,
killing me.
we'll give it a 1 for Hunter, and we will
Give it a 5. We'll give
we
it a
will
4 for
preemptively
Rogue.
get tilted about all the nasty things that are going to happen to us when other classes randomly generate it.
Yep, I'm already upset.
At least we won't have
Already
to worry about.
tilted.
At least we
All
won't
right,
have to
I'm
worry
out.
about. We won't have to worry about priest copying this. Don't
I'm
worry.
giving it a 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anybody
8
else
mana,
with anything
can't
better than a
W.
1? Dragon Rider, spicy hot take.
No, it's a 1.
Wait,
Yes.
wait.
Boring.
I have a hot take.
Yeah,
Where's
yeah.
the 6?
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 2.
Ooh.
Explain.
I'm giving it a 2. It's 8 mana for 12 mana worth of stuff, so I'm giving it a 2. Just because it's a very low. Normally, when they bundle cards together, you get like a 1 or 2 mana discount. This is like a 4 mana discount, and you're bundling 3 cards. So I'm gonna give it a 2, and like imagine the aggro mirror, and like your opponent plays obviously like smaller stuff in you board battle, and then you hit them for like 15 damage on turn 8 because they have 1 health things up. That's pretty cool. I don't think it happens very often.
I can't even handle the levels of self delusion with that.
I don't think it happens because I don't think you put this card in the deck. But I mean, I give it a 2.
It might be huffing copium,
just a little bit. All right, next card.
but I respect the 2.
Yeah,
Kind
solid.
of all ones. That would be boring.
Yeah, exactly. You got to see the potential.
Oh my god! All right, I'm gonna overreact on this.
Let's go. Overreactions.
I cannot help myself. It's probably not a 5 or better, but I'm giving this card a 5 because I am super hunter biased. This card is nuts. This card enables an entire archetype so much more than what I thought we had prior to the reveals. Other legendary, terrible. This legendary, great. All right, we are gonna wake up.
Copium?
That we're gonna wake up these wild seeds with one of our other cards that we'll talk about soon. It summons 3. It summons all of them. These dormant cards are kind of crazy. One of them's got taunt. One of them's a rusher. One of them gives us a weapon. That's pretty sweet. I like it. I like this card a lot.
This card literally gives us a whatever the 4 mana for the Marrower or whatever it was for Soul DH. It gives us like something like that.
Yeah, it's only slightly understated. I think it can go in as a package in a number of different types of hunter decks, except for pretty much Beast Hunter, which is kind of the strongest hunter deck.
It goes in Quest?
No, well you don't run this in Quest either.
Exactly.
But like those are pre-existing ones, and this is creating a new archetype.
This creates new
there's lots of aggressive style hunter decks that you could put this card in. It seems really cool. I'm a big fan of this card. It does so many crazy things. I guess we should mention the actual wild seeds themselves. Do we have a graphic of them or no? I can just run through what they are if we don't have a graphic.
No, we do. So if we look at related cards.
Oh, sweet. Hey, there we go. Yeah, so Fox Spirit, the 1 mana, dormant for 1 turn and rush. And that's probably like your low roll on most random like dormant summons, and that's still like not bad. And then the other ones like pretty ranging from like, the homunculus type card that Warlock used to have, or no, Priest used to have, the dormant one. All of them are beasts, which are potentially really good for us too, and as hunter. Dormant for 2 turns, taunt as a 2/5, really good. And then the last one seems extra insane. Just that when it wakes up, it gives you a weapon. Hunter very much likes to push face damage, and you are giving me a free 8 damage thing. Yes, please.
It's not free. You paid for a 5 mana 4/5.
Well, there are other things that summon the wild seeds. Like there's 2-drop that summons a wild seed too. I'm just saying, like,
that's true.
We've already paid for technically the stats of this minion, right? And then it gives us a free weapon. Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the wild seeds. I think they're cool. I'm excited for that mechanic. It's nice to see a new hunter archetype for the first time in a while. Looking forward to it.
I have nothing to add. I agree. I'm giving it a 5.
So I was super hyped about this card. It's one of my favorite in the entire expansion. I'm gonna immediately craft this gold. Like, I'm huge fan of this card. Yeah, all in on this.
I agree with you. I think it's very, very good. I don't have any other insight to add, but I will give it a 5. I think it's extremely strong.
I think Ron has spoken very well on this.
Yep.
And,
Ron's got it covered.
Just my most hype card of the expansion. No big deal.
And no, I'm not gonna give it a 5. I will give it a 4. But it is
Yeah,
still a
give it a
very
4.
cool card.
Yeah, Based gave it a 4.
Okay,
I'm giving it a 4 as well. It's just really strong. I think the only downside to all of this wild seed stuff, and I don't know why it bothers me, but this is my gripe. The stag, the 5/4 that gives you a weapon, says equip a 4/2 great bow. And then the weapon is called Stag Point Wild Bow. Why?
Oh, I'm
Just-
definitely triggered now.
Just name
Tilted.
it the same thing.
This
Just
whole-
make it a great bow.
So
Every-
tilted.
But like,
Are we joking, game?
but like every
Come
single
on.
one of these every single one of these arts are just so amazing. Like
Yeah, these
oh,
are
yeah.
cool.
the fox is the best. I love the fox the most, but they're all fantastic. The bow is amazing.
Yeah.
The stag and the bear are majestic, and the fox is very cute.
I think
They
the
do
other
look
biggest downside about the wild seeds in general is that if you are trying to play too many of these things at once, you will fill up your board and you're going to require more board space, which is kind of a downside. And the fact that they're, some of them are going to be dormant for a little bit longer, so it kind of clutters up your board, which does mean that you're not going to be able to actually be sending those minions to face consistently and like every turn like you really kind of want to as Hunter, but they still are very good. And it does mean that like every turn you will have stuff out on the board that your opponent is going to have to answer. Like it just creates a staggering threat, over time that you're just going to keep playing more of. So it does force a lot of answers out of your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, how about another one?
All right, let's talk less impressive Hunter cards than that one. But this one actually goes very much in tandem with Arelon. It's actually part of what makes Arelon so freaking good. And I am also going a little crazy and giving this a 5. Because, I mean, honestly, I don't even want Arelon as much if I don't have this card. This
agree.
card is nonsense good.
Wait,
Wake them
Ron,
up
I
faster.
think
What? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What?
No,
What?
you said you don't want Arelon unless you have this card.
Yeah, wild spirits.
No, I said I don't want
Does it-
Arelon as much unless I have this card. Because
Does
this
it
card,
like linger?
It makes the seeds awake a turn earlier.
Right. Does that linger like for the
oh
rest
no
of
no
the
no,
game, or is it just like
I
the
think
one?
that's a one-time effect. That's how I'm reading it. It's just
Gotcha.
a one-time
Okay.
effect.
Yeah, it just happens once. I'm pretty sure.
If that was a persistent effect, I think that would be ultra broken.
Yeah.
Like not okay.
It would need to
but
cost a lot.
What
more.
this does is it will instantly wake up the rusher. Like it summons 2 and there's only 3 that can possibly be summoned anyway. And the other one's waking up faster is just really good. If you played Arelon and then you play Wild Spirits right afterwards, or in the same turn, you're getting potentially like 2 rushers right away, or I mean, it varies a lot based on like what things you happen to summon. They are random effects, but all of the effects are really good. Worst, if there is a worst case scenario, it's like you're getting multiple of the stag, so that weapon overrides weapon, but like you don't really care too much about that. You got some 5/4s. Just a really strong card. Puts stats on the board by itself, so you're not upset to play this before you have Arelon. It's just good. I think it'll be really, really good on curve on turn 3, and or like on turn 2, you coin this out, and then later in the game, maybe you play it in tandem with Arelon. Maybe you just use it with a dormant thing that you really needed to wake up right now, but you still have to wait a turn. Well, you have Wild Spirits, so now it wakes up now.
Yeah.
Super strong. Big fan.
So, if you play this and you hit the fox, it wakes up.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, that's
turn
how
right
I'm
now?
reading it. Like if you summon the fox
It
off
summons
of this
and
card,
then
it will instantly wake up because
it summons
is
first.
dormant for a turn, and this takes away that turn waiting
Yeah.
period right away.
Yeah. It would
So,
be really
like,
dumb if it was the other way, where
There's a high chance that when you play this card, because it summons 2 different dormant wild seeds, and they are, of course, they can't be the same exact thing. There's a high chance that you're summoning a fox, so this card will almost always at least give you a 3/1 rusher immediately.
Yeah, I'm gonna move Erlon to a 4 and give this one a 5. This
Nice.
one seems broken. I could see this card getting nerfed if Hunter's too good, because this is broken.
I'm giving it a 4. I think Based gave it a 4 as well. Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah, I give it a 4.
Yeah,
I think the
I give it
wild
a
seed
4.
stuff is good. I hate waiting 3 turns for the stag, but like when you get the wild spirits card, it's really good.
Mhm.
Solid. All right, what's our next card? Next one, we got hold on. Am I reading this correctly? Deal 3 damage, not to a minion, just
No.
deal 3 damage.
This one
Is
goes
this a
face,
face
Ron.
card?
This
Hell
one
yeah,
goes
it's a face
face.
card. You know I'm running this card. Oh
This
my
goes
god,
in
this is amazing.
This goes in 2 decks, man. It goes in 2.
Just I really like it. I think I would just rate it a 3. It's not like it's super strong or anything, but like really solid. It obviously will go in every wild seed deck. It'd be absurd not to run this. And as Fish just mentioned, like if you're running a face hunter and you want more face damage, you probably want to just jam this card in there too. You get some payoffs as well. This might even be good in Quest Hunter. Just as like a standalone, this is 3 damage for 3 mana. I need more do damage spells, so you can run this and you get a little payoff. You don't even care about what the wild seed is because you care about the damage, but the payoff could be insane with either a weapon or a beefy taunt that protects you from dying or possibly protects an important minion out of the very few that you run. But yeah, solid card. Give it a 3.
5.
Yeah, Ron's got it covered. I'm on a 3. Oh, we got a 5? Okay, hold
Hell
on.
yeah.
Five.
I'm gonna shut up.
Hell yeah, Dragon Rider.
Hold on.
Well, I think it's a 5 because of all the things Ron just said. Like, if you're putting it in potentially 3 different decks, and it doesn't specify just 3 damage to a minion, you can send a face. Hell yeah, I'm playing this.
Quest Hunter.
Yeah.
I thought I was overreacting too much, so I tried to like manage myself a little bit more. But if you're authorizing me to say,
No.
yeah, like I agree. Yeah, I'm going 4 on
Yeah.
this card. Let's bump it up.
This is a 5.
Yeah.
This is a 5. I put 4s for the other ones that y'all were hyped about. This one's the 5 for me. Like, this goes everywhere. This goes in everything. Let's go.
I gave it a 4 for the same reason. 'Cause it's so. I think it's like the worst wild seed card, but I think it's like so versatile that you put it in a bunch of stuff.
I mean, compare relics to wild seeds. Oh my god, Demon Hunter in shambles.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Damn, Ron knows.
Oh. All right. Well, you can sit there and play with your little dormant beasts, and I'll beat the crap out of you with a bunch of 7/7s, 8/8s, and draw a bunch of cards that cost nothing.
Oh, it's
I'll
cute.
play
You think you're making
Celestial
it
Alignment.
to 7/7
But, like-
summons. Oh, you're dead. You're so
my
dead.
thing but my thing is that you have to make it there, yeah, which is kind of an issue.
Well, I mean, Hunter's gonna have a bunch of dormant stuff. I'll have time. It'll be fine.
No, they're waking up faster.
Okay.
Hey, cool 7/7 you just summoned that doesn't have taunt. Oh, is that your portrait exploding?
Yeah, I don't know. The more we've done Hunter, the higher my ratings have gone overall.
They're good
pleased.
cards.
I am pleased with this. I am pleased with what Hunter got this expansion overall.
To be fair, I am very much a extremely biased Hunter main, so you still have to take what I say with a grain of salt.
But Hunter's also
I overrated lots of Hunter cards in the previous reviews too.
but I also enjoy Hunter. I would say you probably enjoy it slightly more, but I also love Hunter. I have far and away way more Hunter wins than every other class in the game. But yeah, this is awesome. This is great stuff we're getting.
Nice. All right. Next card for Hunter.
Next card, new archetype.
We got Frenzied Fangs. Summon 2/1 bats, infuse 3, give them +1/+2. 2 mana card. Pretty solid all around.
Mhm.
I'm not really thrilled to play this in most things. We obviously can't play it on curve and get the payoff. 2/2/1s for 2 mana does not thrill me. You know, token type stuff, I don't know, it doesn't really fit with a lot of other things that we're doing with wild seed things.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe like a 2 mana summon 2/3/3s is pretty good. I'm just giving this a straight up 2. Like, I feel like we've got better stuff to do, but it's okay, and it might see play in a like aggressive, heavily minion focused deck that just is trying to pump out stats and has an easy way to infuse. But I'm not a huge believer in infuse as a mechanic overall, and this seems just
Yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm. Seems like Naga's Pride, but bad.
Yes, agreed.
So I'm gonna give it a
that's what I
1.
was saying in not in not as
Yeah.
succinct of a yep.
I'm
Good
gonna give
good
it a 1.
analysis.
Yeah.
I already gave my 1 to Hunter.
I already gave
A
my
Hunter
Hunter
card.
1.
I don't know if I could give Hunter another 1, but I was borderline on this one.
Yeah.
I gave it a 2. It might be used. Maybe it tries to slot into some other decks here. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Again, infuse is kind of tricky because you are relying on having minions and having this card in your hand. And I think the infuse cards that have even 3 or higher just become that much more difficult to make sure that you're actually getting those effects. So you really do have to build your deck in a way that you're going to give yourself the highest chance for that to happen. And they still just feel like it's not a high enough payoff for these bats. They're beasts, so that's something, I guess. But I'm not super thrilled on these. They kind of seemed cool until all of the wild seed stuff got revealed, and then it was like, bats? What bats? Like, just completely forgot about them.
Like, maybe we need to just think about this card more as a 2 mana summon 2/2/1s, which might just be good to try to flood the board early and beat people down. And that could be good enough, but I doubt it.
I'll give it a 2. I think it's okay.
Yeah.
2 mana 4/2 is like not the best, but I mean it's pretty aggressive when you think about stats in terms of going face. So,
Yeah.
And if they happen to be 3/3s for 2 mana, then great.
Yep. Okay card. All right, on to the next one. Spirit Poacher. Here's a nice, good card again that just fits our archetype again that I think we want to be playing. 2 mana 2/2, not terrible. You know, our premium stats for 2 drops are typically a 2/3, so it's just missing the 1 health, which sometimes can be pretty relevant, but the effect is just really good. The fact that we can play this on turn 2 and get a wild seed, and then on turn 3 play the Wake Up Wild Seeds faster card and summon some more. Like, we're curving out really nicely, and this fits that archetype incredibly well. Is borderline 4 on this. I'm not sure just the stats and the effect is good enough to give it a 4, so I'm going with 3.
I gave it a 5. I think it's really good.
Oh, nice.
I think it's a really aggressive card. It's a 1 mana 3/2.
What?
I'm confused.
That's a lot of
we're
mental
looking
math
at the
there
wrong
that I'm
card.
not getting.
Whoops! I'm looking at
Yeah,
the
wait.
wrong card. Whoops. Okay. Cool. Wait.
Yeah, no, Spirit Poacher. Okay, because I kind of agree with you on the other one that you're talking about. But we'll get to that one. This one, Spirit Poacher Battlecry, summon a random dormant wild seed, 2 mana 2/2.
Yeah, no, I give that one a 4. I thought just
Nice.
because of Wild Seed package, I gave it all a 4.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 4 as well. Seems strong. Seems fine on turn 2. Works with all your other synergies. I'm here for it.
Here I am trying to manage expectations, and you guys are just hyping me right back up.
That's all
We're
right.
changing that one to a 4 too. Let's do it.
No, that's okay. Based and I only gave this one a 3, so you know we'll bring that hype down a little. down.
Okay.
It's a
Let's see how it
pretty
is.
it's a pretty good one. It's just it's a solid card, but it's not flashy. Right? There's no extra benefit like the other one of discount or like, increasing the speed at which they wake up. It's not summoning multiple things. It's just solid. Right? You're just getting this body plus one more. I don't know.
Yep.
So it's like it's good. I think it's a 3.
I don't want to play this card after turn 2 in a lot of cases, but
Yeah.
sometimes I'm still pretty okay with it. I mean, just getting more wild seeds could be good for multiple reasons, but I really want to have this card on turn 2 and play it on 2.
How about
All
this
right,
one?
next card. This one's pretty
Yeah.
insane. Batty Guest. 1 mana, 1/1. Death Rattle summon a 2/1 bat. It gives me Kindly Grandmother vibes, except it is so much better because it was rough playing a 2 mana 1/1 for a Death Rattle payoff. This one, we love playing something on turn 1 just to immediately start contesting board. And there's a lot of stats that come out of this single card. Like Itachi was saying, this is a 1 mana 3/2 basically for stats. We like it. We like it a lot. I'm giving that a 5. Going in.
Sheesh.
I am back, and I think I've gone back and forth with this card the most, but I think you're right. I think this card is very good as a 1-drop. It is 1 mana 3/2 essentially. I gave it a 4, but just because I don't think it's gonna like be format defining. It might end up being like one of the best hunter cards that we have, but I don't know. I think it's just a 4.
Well, the reason let me go further on why
Okay,
I'm giving
sure.
it a 5. It's because we run Biscuit.
True.
Biscuit,
yeah, Biscuit
in Hunter is
nutty.
an insane turn 2 play when
I can
we
see
have
it.
something on the board, and this makes it so much harder for our opponent to
Yeah.
actually remove what we put on the board on turn 1. So we play this on turn
Gotcha.
1, we're holding Biscuit. If they don't kill it, we buff it. If they do kill it, we get a new thing that we buff.
And we buff it.
Then we keep pushing face. And
Yeah.
I'm a
Okay.
huge fan of that for Hunter. I think this enables like some hyper aggressive Hunter decks. It goes in Wild Seed decks just because it's something to play early on.
Yeah.
The only deck that probably wouldn't play this for Hunter is, well, the only 2 decks would be the top 2 in the meta right now, Quest and Beast Hunter.
Would. Beast
Hunter very much does not want to put a 2/1 bat in its
Oh,
reservoir
duh, the bat.
for the revive pet. We would very much not like that.
Agreed.
So for that reason, it wouldn't run it. And Quest Hunter's just like, yeah, this isn't a spell that says damage, so no thanks. But everything else, yeah, we really like that card. Big fan of this card.
Yeah.
Agree. I'm giving it a 4. Good aggro card. Really good aggro card. Not much else to it.
Yeah, I give it a 5. Same reason.
Wow. I feel bad for my 3 that I gave it. I didn't think through it as much. Okay, I need to go up to a 4. It's a 4. It's a 4. I agree.
Yeah. I really like the 1, 2, 3 punch him in the face game plan that you can enable with this card. Like this one plus Biscuit plus Ramming Mount, and then if you need to take a value trade with an immune hit, like, oh my god, your opponent's not having a good time if they can't deal with the stuff that you're doing there.
Yeah, but I'm having a wonderful time, and that's the best part.
All right, sweet card.
Yeah.
What's our next one?
Huntsman.
The other legendary.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. I am not gonna give it a 1 only because I love Hunter and the card looks cool, but let's be real, it's probably a 1. We're going with the 2. We're gonna be generous. We're going with the 2. Animal companions stuff. Basically, this is that 8 mana card from a while ago that summoned all 3 Call of the Wild.
which got nerfed.
It's like Call of the Wild with a body for less mana, except, oh wait, you need a ridiculous amount of setup for this, and this does not get infused if it's not in your hand when these things are dying. So it seems really bad, like really hard to activate the ability. A 7 mana 5/4 with a single companion's pretty terrible. Even for 2 of them, it's okay. Like, I don't think we're running this card. I think we got way better things to do. Maybe there's something that could be good with it. I strongly doubt it.
Yeah.
2, cause I'm being super generous. Everyone else, feel free to lay into this with a 1.
All right, Ron. I believe in you. You can do it. Give it a 1.
No, I already gave the 8 mana 1 a 1. All right.
Yeah, no, it's
I
okay,
can't do
Ron.
it.
I'm cheering for you.
can't do
I'm giving it a 1. This is
I was
garbage.
not strong enough, Ron. I gave it a 1.
Based also gave it a 1. I went with you, Ron. I gave it a 2. There's the slight hope, but
Yeah.
honestly, this feels tough. The companions are okay, but like, yeah, the infuse is just so high. You have to have it in your hand. You're really relying on getting all of these, which means you're waiting till much later in the game. I don't know. It feels so weird.
Yeah.
And honestly, this is a little harsh, but I feel like they had to print something like this because of Evolved Shaman. They had to have a bad stat in 7 mana minion.
There you go. There you go.
So
It's the preemptive evolve nerf.
That's what it's for.
Yeah. This is, I don't know. I mean, like, even if you had this in your mull, would you actually keep it?
No.
Like,
as a hunter,
like, that's the thing.
7 mana card,
like,
because you need
Joke's
to
on
keep
you.
it in
I
order to
wouldn't
get
have
the
it in my mull
payoff.
because it's not in my deck.
Here's, like,
Nice.
so
Exactly.
obviously we're not running. Obviously, I'm not running this in my deck. But if I am I like? I have to consider keeping this card in my mull, because how am I gonna get to 8 infuses fast enough to play this card where it's gonna be reasonable, and in my portrait hasn't exploded, or the rest of my deck hasn't killed them.
I think
That's
if
why
you
we're not playing it.
exactly, I think
Yeah,
if you are
exactly.
playing it, you probably do have to keep it in your mulligan. Like, that's the whole point
Is
of why you're
there-
running it, and that just feels so bad.
It's just
here's
you know what
the-
you can also keep in your mulligan? Tavish Stormpike in the quest.
yeah.
Yes.
Savage for sure. I think
You know?
I think it was Itachi who said that. Yeah,
You
I
can
was.
Alright, so
summon as many as you want.
Yeah.
Here's-
Just 3,
a good
I'll summon
reason.
6.
here's a good reason for this card to exist. Can we find a way to get a channel reward point redemption for Wicked Good to craft this in gold?
Oh,
That's just cruel and unusual punishment there. Like, even as someone who loves Hunter.
But yeah, for real, let's move on to the next card. This one's pretty
Yes.
bad.
Yeah.
Bad.
Fringe.
What?
Fringe, but really bad.
Bad.
Wicked Good says I would put that extremely high. Nice, fair. All right,
Fair,
so
fair,
next
fair.
card, we have a 4 mana 3/5 with Rush, Stonebound Gargan. It is a beast, has a beast tag. Infuse 3 also damages the minions next to whomever this attacks. That's a pretty cool, kind of strong effect. But I don't believe that Infuse is going to be all that strong. I want to run Wild Seeds. I don't want to run this card because it's not Wild Seed support. Like, maybe it could fit if I'm running out of other good things to put in the deck. Maybe there's a deck that really wants to use this card, but I don't think it's likely to happen, at least in this meta. The infused cleave, like 3 damage hits with Rush, sounds pretty sweet, especially if we could like buff that, or play, I don't know, like a biscuit on it to make it do more damage and kill a bigger board. But that's a lot of what ifs and maybes for something that's kind of a little bit more on the expensive side and isn't that aggressive of a card. 2 at best. I I don't think I could justify higher than a 2. It's okay.
I give it a 3. I think in if the meta devolves into board-based combat, like as primary, like if you and your opponent are both trying to like win the board, there's not a lot of ways for Hunter to get back on the board, but this is pretty cool in terms of like dealing 9 damage is pretty relevant. So I think it's good. I think it's good enough to sometimes be included in some decks. So I don't think it's like you just throw it in anything. You're definitely obviously not building around it. So
yeah. I mean, if there's an Infuse deck that's really good, if Infuse becomes really good, maybe this card sees some play.
I gave it a 3 as well. I kind of like this one. I like that it's rush. I think is the big thing. Like it impacts the board, even if you don't get the infuse. The infuse does feel pretty good. But I do agree with what Itachi said about it being a little bit more meta dependent. I did try this out during the Theorycraft. I think I actually played this in a deck that's running the location that I think we're talking about next.
Yeah.
And I might have played it in the same deck that I was trying some Wild Seed stuff, just because it's all beasts and giving this more attack if you've also gotten the infuse is pretty great. Like a 5 mana attacks adjacent stuff was great. But I was also seeing a lot of people playing imps in Warlock, and it was just pissing me off. So I was like, no more imps. No more. So this felt pretty decent against boards like that. But if they're going in on more like big minions, this kind of doesn't do a lot. This would feel really great as 3 mana. I'm not sure how much I'm gonna like it over the long run, though. We'll see. But I kind of just it's okay to me, so I gave it the 3.
Yeah, it's a bit pricey.
Yeah.
If I wanna play a 3/5 rusher in my deck, I usually want to play that card for 0 mana as a rogue.
Yeah. Not impressed. I'm giving it a 1.
Oh,
I'm actually kind of surprised that people are rating this high. I thought this was like definitely the worst Hunter card, maybe besides the legendary. It just seems like a 4 mana 3/5 that doesn't really do much. And I don't think the infuse happens that likely, and I don't know. It just doesn't seem very good.
Like, but when Lake Thresher had Rush, like we were like, okay, we're like the card when the tutor card gave Lake Thresher Rush, we were like, okay, well, we're definitely gonna play Lake Thresher. And then when we also had Broomstick, we were like, okay, Cleave is really, really good. And like that, I feel like that like helped me understand how good Cleave is when you're in a board based meta. And I feel like if the game is going to be board based, then a Cleave in which you're going to be trading and your opponent's going to be trading a Cleave on 4 with Infuse 3, I think is pretty likely, especially when you have a 1 mana Death Rattle, summon a 2/1 that's turn 1 Infuse 2. Like, I don't know, I like it.
But Itachi, what class were we playing when we had that terrible 5 mana 4/6? The broken one.
We played a 5 mana 4/6 in a class with 50 broken cards. So because it had Cleave. So
a 5 mana 4/6 that specifically got pulled by one of the
most broken cards
that we had that also pulled another minion.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah. I don't know if that's a good example to justify supporting Stonebound Gargan.
I think without the infuse, if it was just 4 mana 3/5 Cleave, it'd be pretty solid. I would consider it for sure. I gave it a 2. I feel like I'm a little bit weaker on this. Optimistic 2.
I'd put it in my deck if it costs 3, probably.
Yeah, if it costed 3 for sure.
That's about it.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, question.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many minions did that Druid deck play? Did it play a lot of minions?
No, it just played
like
the minions
5?
that you wanted from. It played the minions you wanted.
Yeah,
to
pretty few.
GA.
Oh.
Okay, so why did we play 1 mana give your minions rush?
In clown.
Because we had all the corrupt stuff for like 0 mana 6/6s with taunt and like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had 1 mana thing that
we played
just
5.
kinda makes
We played
everything
like
else
5
broken.
beasts and a couple of hop.
I don't know, man.
cards.
I think cleave is really good on turn 4. If 4 mana, if a 4 attack cleave was good on turn 8 or 7 or 6, then 3 attack cleave on turn 4 has got to be pretty good.
Yeah, but you're talking
Oh.
like the cleave is likely. The problem, this doesn't say rush also damages the minions next to whomever this attacks, because that'd be great. It says infuse 3, which might as well read rush, never activate this ability. This card is bad.
I
don't
think
know.
you're underestimating how
I'm a little
easily Infuse 3
pessimistic on this card.
activates.
I agree.
Infuse 3 is very low.
I will say as well, the fact that Infuse changes the card completely, it becomes a new card. If you infuse this and kill it off, you will res the already infused version with things like
cool.
Revive Pet. I did get to do that during the Theorycraft, so that did make the card
Nice.
feel a little better because it does actually transform. But yeah, it's just getting to that initial Infuse 3, but I like the fact that it has Rush on its own. Like, that just, you can at least get a 1, kill, or maybe 2. Doesn't always have to have the Infuse.
I mean, if we're running this card in our deck, we're definitely running the bats. So there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card.
Now I'm really sad.
Like, yeah, no, like that's the thing. Like that's the thing. I don't know. I can understand how that hunter as a class can probably do Infuse 3 better than like most other classes. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not super sold on it, but I don't know. I'll have to. I haven't seen any of this done in any form. I did not watch anybody during the theory craftings.
And did
Like,
we
I
have
had-
one?
Ron, you make a hunter deck
card?
without this. You make the hunter deck without this card. I'll make a hunter deck with this card, and we'll mirror match. And the loser has to craft this card in golden. 2 of them.
By mirror, mirror match, like what?
Mirror
We both
class.
are
Mirror as
required
in
to
a
have.
class.
Mirror class.
we both
Okay, I'm
get
gonna stomp you. I'm gonna run Wild
Bet.
Seeds and I'm gonna stomp you.
Alright, bet.
All right.
Bet.
All right. Next card.
Okay, final card for Hunter. We got Castle Kennels. 2 mana location. Give a friendly minion +2 attack. If it's a beast, give it rush. Also, I'm not sure on this. Are locations actually spells when they start off, like, or
No.
are they treated completely separately like hero cards are?
Not spells.
So
yeah,
like this
correct.
could
It's
not
not a
get
spell.
countered by like Okani or counter spell or
Oh,
something.
correct.
Never.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just an important consideration to note.
Yeah.
So this card, I kind of like it. I think a lot of people have underrated this a little bit. I think it could be pretty strong, especially because we are running lots of beasts in our hunter deck, especially with the new expansion and stuff. All of the wild seeds are also beasts, and only one of them
Yeah.
has rush when it wakes up.
Yeah.
The +2 attack could be relevant. Could be relevant just as a finisher, among other things. Like that +2 attack, if the minion already is on the board able to go face, is just more face damage. So you're telling me I have 3 charges of deal an extra 2 damage to my opponent just when I want to, if I have a minion survive the board.
I like it.
Like that alone, I think, is pretty good, and maybe people aren't considering it enough because they're just like, oh, I need this to be a rush beast with some attack. I'm giving it a 3. I think it's a strong card. I don't think it's like a meta breaking type card, but it goes pretty well as support in a number of things. Obviously, we wouldn't really be running this in like Quest Hunter or anything, but it also might be really good in Beast Hunter. I think Beast Hunter would be pretty happy to have this as an option.
My crush attacks for 10.
Easy.
Yeah, I thought this card was really bad. I gave it a 2.
I went along the same lines as Ron. I ended up with a 3.
Yeah, I'm at like a 2.5.
Mhm.
So
Yep. That's where I'm at too.
I guess I'll round it up or down, 50-50, flip a coin, we'll round it up.
Woo!
Hey.
Yeah.
All right.
It's okay.
Based and I each gave it a 2 as well. Like, I did try this one out. The fact that you can't use it every turn. Like, you do have to wait 2 turns after you use it before it's usable again. Made it feel a little bit worse to me, especially as Hunter, when, again, we keep talking about, typically the things Hunter wants to be doing is being able to push that damage consistently and as much as possible and every turn. If I could use this every turn that I had out on the board, that would be great. But it felt a little too slow for me playing with it, and maybe it was just the deck that I was trying it in, because I was also trying it in like a Beast Hunter where I was also running things like the Sabers and Rams. So like the rush felt super irrelevant because a lot of the things that I was playing already had rush anyways. So I was trying to just use it for the additional attack. So I think it needs to really find its spot, and I think that's why I'm giving it a 2 and not a 3.
I think that's a really good point. Actually, when I think about it more, the fact that you have to wait for the other time that you can
next
use
box.
that, like it it takes 5 total turns, right, to actually get the full
Yeah.
use
If
of
you-
all of this.
Yeah, if you use
And
it the
that is
first turn, it
real
comes down.
slow
Yeah.
for
It's
a
also
Hunter.
and then the initial ping too.
But
it's
to,
also-
well, I'm
All right, I'll give
counting
it a
that.
2.
Like you
Yeah.
play it for 2 mana, and you can instantly
it.
use
Yes.
the ability,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then you wait, and then you use it, and then you wait, and then you use it. So that's like 5 total
Yeah, for
turns,
sure.
right?
Yeah, for sure.
But that does significantly weaken the card. On the other hand, just saying that you're only spending 2 mana on this, and there's a chance that it finds a home in a number of different decks, and there's a chance you can use it for that extra damage face, and it might be
Yeah.
relevant. So I think it's strong enough, but maybe it's just too clunky. It also takes up a board space, which is potentially a real significant downside.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Right? That's how that works with locations. It does take up board space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That does it though for Hunter. Overall, pretty excited about a lot of the things. Wild Seeds especially look really, really cool.
All right.
Mage.
Who wants to do Mage?
Itachi,
think-
Mage Main.
Itachi wants to do
Wait,
Paladin.
So is Paladin next?
I mean,
Paladin
Yeah,
is after.
yeah, Paladin's
Okay,
next. So
I'll do
Dawn,
Mage.
it's on you.
All right.
I was thinking.
okay.
I was thinking Dragon Rider can read.
Yeah, perfect. I'll do Mage. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, our first one here, we have Chatty Bartender, a 4-mana 4/4. At the end of your turn, if you control a secret, deal 2 damage to all enemies. Gosh, I feel like
that's kind of good.
like I like the card on its own. I'm not super thrilled about the secret stuff. Like there's a whole kind of secret package that they put in for Mage, and I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'm kind of leaning towards all of the stuff just kind of being like a 2, but I think I want to give this one a 3. The fact that it deals damage and is decently statted, but it deals damage to the board and the opponent's face at the same time, so it's kind of like an explosive trap. We're just talking about Hunter, but it's like if you have a secret, you play this, and you have an automatic explosive trap that goes off. So I'm just gonna give it a 3. I really don't know how I feel about the whole secret package for Mage yet.
Yeah, I agree with that rating though. Like it's pretty decent. I give it a 3 too. You really like doing 2 damage to everything, especially face included in that is pretty nice. If there is a Mage secret deck that's really good, this would be insane in it, but I don't know if that exists. I don't know if we want to play that, but it seems decently strong. 3 seems fair.
I'm looking at the secret stuff again, and then I'm realizing that both Counterspell and Explosive runes are currently in the meta, and the new secret, which we haven't seen yet, and the fact that this deals damage to face is kind of putting me on to Secret Mage. I give it a 3, but like I don't know. I'm kind of looking at it like, hold up, Secret Mage might kind of be popping. Especially since there's a card that plays a secret for 0. They're like the Cabal Chemist or Cabal Alchemist kind of card, or Curator Mage, whatever you want to say.
Oh, I don't even know.
Yeah.
Well, it's a neutral in this set that
Oh, gotcha.
does it.
Gotcha.
I am not super up on Secret Mage. It seems like there's not that much support. There's like a few good secrets. I just don't like how this is at the end of your turn. If you control a secret, like when are you actually going to control a secret? Your opponent's probably going to trigger them. And I don't know. I feel like these, if you control a secret, do things or not, or haven't always been super great. Like Cloud Prince was good, but that was deal 6 damage to the opponent's face.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem quite as good. I'll give it a 2 because it's not terrible, but I don't think Secret Mage is going to be too good.
I'm sitting. I guess I'm sitting in the same boat on the last one. Like it's. I think it's like a 2 or a 3, and I'm just not 100% sure either way. I always tend to lean optimistic on that when I'm unsure. So I will give it a 3. Like it's decent. It's it's solid enough support. But I think Neji has a good point that it's not always often, and I think the one thing about it is that like if you, because obviously you know what deck you're going against, so you can kind of know like, oh, my opponent won't really be playing minions and attacking, so Ice Barrier here would definitely help my chatty bartender, which I guess at that point doesn't matter because they're not attacking you with minions. But
yeah, I mean,
I don't
then we
kind
don't
of
care about
useless,
our AoE effect.
or like this deck doesn't run a lot of spells, maybe like, or this deck like doesn't play a spell right away, so like C spell can last for a bit, type of thing. I don't, I'm just like generalizing for
it's okay. We don't need to talk more about chatty bartender. It is what it is.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we have a legendary Orion Mansion Manager, a 4-mana 3/5. After a friendly secret is revealed, cast a different mage secret and gain +2/+2. Again, I'm not really like super thrilled about the secret stuff. I'm giving this a 2 just because you don't want to play this in like any other mage deck unless you're running secrets, so it feels kind of fringe, like you really are only playing it kind of in that case. I think you can have secrets get revealed, but it kind of really just feels so situational. You're really relying on that. You're also getting another random mage secret, which can be fine. I don't know. I really don't know how I feel about all these secret stuff. I just don't think that the payoffs are good enough.
I gave this a 3, and the fact I gave it a 3 because Oasis Ally exists in standard.
Ally. Yeah,
That's really about it, because like this card kind of reminds me of Hanar, where like if you don't have the right stuff to deal with it, it gets really frustrating really quick. So like if you play a spell to deal with it and then it gets counterspelled and then it casts something else, and now you got to figure out what the hell else to play around, and it gains 2/2, now you're real annoyed. Like if you do that one time and now it's like a 5/7, it's very annoying to continue trying to play around stuff.
Yeah, it seems fair. This card could be really good. I'm kind of on the boat that Secret Mage probably isn't going to be all that great. I'm just kind of landing in the middle with a 3, because like the effect is pretty unique and strong, and when you have unique strong effects, sometimes they get busted, but I don't think there's enough support.
Doesn't seem super strong. I don't like the fact that your opponent can play around it. Like, you need the secret to be in play before you play this, right? Like, your opponent, let's say you play a secret, or like the guy who gives you a free secret on turn 2 or 3 or whatever, or just play a secret on 3. Your opponent can just trigger the secret, and then you play this and you have no secret up. Like, if your opponent's good, it's not hard to trigger these secrets. You just need to play like a spell or play a minion or attack with a minion. Like Oasis Ally is like the only one that really seems like if you don't have anything on board, well, they literally can't trigger it. and Oasis Ally is not that good of a card. So I don't know. It seems kind of easy to play around, and obviously, if it gets going, then it's hard to play around. But I don't know. It seems hard to get going. So I'm gonna give it I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is like even if it gets going, thanks to some Druid and maybe like freeze Shaman shenanigans, I'd also like to offer you our friend Starfish. And then you're just sad anyways. You're like, yeah, I got this going, and then just silence.
Then you're just SOL at that point, huh?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, okay. So, all right, let's move on to the next one. We have Suspicious Alchemist, a 1-mana 1/3. Battlecry, discover a spell. If your opponent guesses your choice, they get a copy. I will say there are a couple of cards throughout the set that have this kind of if your opponent guesses your choice thing. The way it works is you play your card, you finish your turn, and then at the very start of your opponent's turn, they will get a discover option. And if they pick the same thing as you, then they'll get that choice. So that's their guess. That's how they'll get that. I think this is an okay card. I think, let's see, what did I put for the rating? I'm giving it a 2. I think 1-mana 1/3 is fine for Mage, and you still get a spell. I think a lot of the Mage spells, like especially depending on what you pick, maybe your opponent doesn't even care if they get that, or it might not be as good for them. So it seems decent, but I don't know where it really fits right now.
Mm-hmm.
This card is super interesting in that effect, though. That's like it's a very unique type of effect that you can see, and maybe you could use it for multiple different like weird disruption stuff. Because your opponent's turn starts with that discover, so you could like deny them some time just by playing this at the very end of your turn. So they have to start their turn by picking something, and they're like, what? But I don't know. It's okay. Like it's a 1-mana 1/3s are good. And discover spell, good. It's gonna be hard to guess, maybe some of the time.
Yeah.
So it's fine. It's a 3, I think.
Man, I gave it a 5, and I only gave it a 5 because I'm gonna play it a lot because I like this card. I like that you can do different stuff with it. Like you can, like you said, the whole denying your opponent time thing is hilarious to me. And then like a 1-mana 1/3 discover a spell is pretty good. Like I think that's just a good card.
Yeah.
I agree with Itachi. I think it's really, really good. Like 1-mana 1/3 discover a spell in a deck like Big Spell Mage, where you literally are not allowed to play spells that don't say like ruin or summon dragons, is really nice. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the time, it doesn't really matter. If your opponent gets the spell, like if they're playing an aggro deck and you pick removal, they literally it's just a dead card. Or sometimes you can pick the card that's not like that good, and then your opponent's going to pick the good one. So it's like mind gamesy.
Yeah.
It's just 1-mana 1/3, good stats, discover a spell. It just seems really good. So I'm giving it a 4.
Mm-hmm. So I gave it a 4, but I want to read what base put because base gave it a 3. Find card, discover the second best discover, or wildfire. I'll play a 1/3 on one any day of the week. Like honestly, if you just choose wildfire, your opponent can't do anything with it, which is awesome. And I love wildfire as a card.
The hunter opponent can.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
That's kind
That'd
of
be
dumb. Yeah. Oh my god, my hunter opponent now now my opponent's an odd hunter. Okay. Well, don't pick it against hunter.
Yeah.
All right. Go to the next one. We have an epic frost spell, Solid Alibi. It's a 2-mana. Until your next turn, your hero can only take 1 damage at a time. Oh boy, this is it's not quite the same as saving yourself a turn like we've had in the past, but it's still pretty dang good. I'm giving this a 4. I think this is still very good. The carry-all effect that we have right now that increases, or makes you take half damage is nutty. And they can't. There's no way for your opponent to play around this unless they, somehow prevent your next spell and you don't play around that, and then this gets countered. But if you get this out, like it's a permanent effect. They can't just remove a weapon to remove that effect. It's gonna be there. It does only last one turn, so they kind of can try to plan and play around it a little bit. But this might create enough stall for you to be able to close out the game the following turn. So I think this is just a very powerful card.
I'm not convinced I'm going to put it in my deck because I don't think it's that powerful, but getting this off Rune is so annoying for the opponent. Like,
oh my god,
it makes me so annoyed that this exists.
This
already
is such
tilted.
a menace card. This is a
Already
menace
tilted.
of a random generation card.
Yeah.
Like in terms of being
Oh
randomly
my
generated,
God.
this card is horrible. Like in
Yeah.
Wild, I can only imagine. Like I don't play Wild much, but in Wild, just like the fact that people like get very cheap discovers on spells early, and then like you get ran over by pirates all the time. Now you just don't, and that's crazy.
No, God.
Yeah, I don't like that
Yeah.
it takes up a card slot and like we can't play it in big spell mage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm gonna give it. Honestly, I'm gonna give it a 1. I don't think it's very good as a card standalone, but I think it's just annoying that it exists.
Yeah, I had, and this might be a very, maybe not the best take, but I gave it a 2, and I look at the fact that we actually got a decent amount of frost spells, and we have some, and I mean, it's quite copium maybe, but maybe there's something with questline, and this card is something that maybe we'd run in that to slow down things down if we are starting to get run over as a questline mage.
You have to cope harder because
I'm thinking
questline is slow as.
The questline payoff just got nerfed into the dirt. It just doesn't do anything. Is the problem?
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not super sold on this card. I think it's probably solid. I'm giving this a 2. Like it could be solid in the future, but there's not a whole lot of decks that like really support this. Just a super irritating random discover card more than anything else.
Very.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Based kind of went right in the middle. She said 3 will be good at some point. Not sure what deck plays this now, which kind of sounds like some of your thoughts as well. Just a really interesting card. So we'll see what happens with that.
Mm-hmm.
Next, another frost spell. We have Frozen Touch. 2 mana. Deal 3 damage. Infuse 3. Add a Frozen Touch to your hand. All right, a couple of things about this. I did also try this card out during the theory crafting. You infuse 3 to add a Frozen Touch to your hand. You play the infused version, which gives you another Frozen Touch, which then you have to infuse all over again. So you can keep the chain going, but to like really, really keep the chain going, you have to do a lot of infused stuff, which does not feel super great. But the fact that it can go face is really nice. It doesn't say deal 3 damage to a minion. It can go face, and you can get additional ones. Plus, it's just another cheap frost spell. So it's a really interesting card. I'm not sure exactly how much this card will see play or really like be used a lot, but I think it's still solid enough. And the fact that it can go face, I'm giving it a 3.
Mm-hmm.
I gave it a 2. I think it's cool.
I don't even really know how to evaluate this card. It's damage, and maybe we get it some more and get some more damage. It could be a finisher. 3 again. Really, really confused about how to evaluate it. Seems okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think it's too good. I'm gonna give it a 2. Just seems kind of hard to get the condition off, and if you're not getting the condition off like multiple times, it's kind of meh. I don't know.
Yeah,
Just does not seem super powerful, but I do like that it goes face. I'll give it a 2.
Yeah. Same reason I give it a 2.
I think Based also gave it a 3. She said, fine, getting it back once goes hard. So, all right, next we have Cold Case, another frost spell. This one's 4 mana. Summon 2/2/2 volatile skeletons, gain 4 armor. And the skeletons are 2 mana 2/2s with a death rattle, deal 2 damage to a random enemy. So, random enemy does mean that those can hit minions as well. That damage can hit minions. But I really like this card. I think this card is one of the better ones. I'm actually giving it a 4. I think just putting out some things that can deal damage and gaining some armor, plus you're getting to play your frost spell, feels pretty sweet.
I think the skeletons are kind of broke.
I think I'm a fan of the skeletons. Yeah.
I think it's a kind of a cool, like, a new archetype that's pretty interesting. I gave the whole archetype a 3. All of the skeleton support cards are 3. I feel like I almost gave all of Mage a 3 for this set.
Yeah, I agree.
But,
I also think I almost gave it all the 3.
I don't know. It's kind of cool. It remains to be seen if it'll actually be good. But like the late game deck that wants to kill you with skeletons exploding definitely wants summon skeletons and gain armor. That seems very good for the deck, and I like the card.
Had you considered its Bomb Warrior?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah,
but like you can actually control it a little bit more, provided you got your legendary. You don't just have to wait for them to draw the bombs. You make them blow up.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm like kind of into it, but I agree it's like a 3. I don't think it's amazing. I think this could be a deck, but I don't think it's going to be super insane. Most of the package I'll also be giving a 3, including this card.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because they're not guaranteed to get that damage to your opponent's face. Which, like, they seem cool, but also if you're wanting to use it as like an OTK or tons of damage to their face, it's not guaranteed if they're playing minions.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. This is the type of mage deck. This is the type of mage deck that I like, though. It revolves, like, it has spells, but it also revolves around minions. It's, it's different from, I mean, granted, obviously the current mage decks we have are pretty also kind of in that realm, but I think this is neat. I gave it a 3. This card specifically, and most of the other ones too.
Well, let's look at another one here. The location for Mage, 3 mana with that 3. Are we still calling it durability? The 3 uses. Night Cloak Sanctum. Freeze a minion. Summon a 2/2 volatile skeleton. Oh boy. Okay, this one I also gave a 4. Like, the freezing a minion part was nutty in the theory crafting. Like, that just felt so good. And getting to summon a skeleton at the same time was great. If you're playing 2 of these, I did have a game where I actually got to basically use this location effect every turn because of being able to, like, play both locations onto the board and using them alternately. So I got to use that effect every turn and keep a minion frozen. Yeah, that was great.
Awesome.
So that might be like the top end, like,
kind of a high roll.
High roll, yeah, of the deck. But the fact that you can play 2 of these and still get those effects, and we're going to talk about a little bit more of the package, but if you can get like 2 of the locations on the board, those take up spaces, and then later when you play the legendary, you don't have a lot of space for skeletons, so then all of those skeletons just go off, and that felt pretty sweet. But I like this one, even just for the freeze a minion effect.
Yeah.
Makes sense. It's another skeleton card. I gave it a 3 because I don't know entirely how to evaluate it. It seems like it could be good and strong, and this one in particular maybe could be a 4, but I'm sticking with 3 for the archetype.
I'm in agreement. 3 for me.
Yeah, also a 3 from me. I'd say it's on the higher end of a 3, though.
We're all kind of around 3 and 4. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Got a high 3 from Fish.
Yeah. Well, Tachi said 4 too. So, all right. All right.
Nice.
We're in there. Well, let's look at another volatile skeleton card here with Deathborn. 6 mana frost spell. Deal 2 damage to all minions. Summon a 2/2 volatile skeleton for each killed. I gave this one a 3. I'm not as quite excited about this one as I am some of the other ones that we just looked at. The dealing 2 to stuff is great. And obviously, if you already have some skeletons on the board, like attack with them or whatever, and then play this, you kill them off, and then you just basically regenerate them, which is cool. It does feel a little bit slow at the 6. And if you're trying to get a board clear, sometimes 2 damage doesn't feel like enough. So that's why I'm kind of just going with the 3 instead of the 4 for this one.
Yeah, I maybe misspoke when I said I rated the whole archetype 3s, because this one's really expensive. Like, this is exactly the cost that we'd pay for Blizzard.
Yeah.
You know, but
doesn't freeze.
We're probably not killing a whole lot of stuff, which means we're probably not summoning any skeletons. That's kind of the whole point of the archetype. So I'm not going to down to a 2 instead of a 3, just because I mean, I don't know, maybe it just forces us to run like spell damage or Thalnos or something. But it seems pretty iffy. I mean, just a Thalnos with this, I guess, on like a rogue's boat boards is really nice, but you know, that's a lot of stuff happening all at once that's pretty conditional. So I don't know if it's better than a 2. I'm very on the fence.
Yeah, I also gave it a 2. I guess I also ended up misspeaking a little with that, but I thought I think it's also gonna be like I mean I feel like it's gonna be meta dependent, right? Like there's gonna be some times where you really want this card because your opponent's playing things with lower health, so you can get a decent amount of procs off of it. And then other times where you're just not gonna really want it because you're not really dealing. You don't really need to deal 2 damage to like the minions. So I think that's why I gave it a 2. It's gonna be. I think it could go in and out of decks.
This is just so expensive to deal 2
really
damage to all
is.
minions. Like I just don't understand why this costs 6 mana.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 2 because like maybe you have to run it, but this card is really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I think like this would be so much better if the skeletons just went face. Like that, you know, then you could really get the combos. But if you're relying on this dealing 2 damage to the board and killing off skeletons on your side, and you're hoping that all of the 2 damage from the skeletons does go to their face, or you're hoping that like the minions on the other side will die if they get hit from whatever skeletons you have, it feels like it's just relying on a little bit too much at the same time for the cost.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if this is great in the mirror, because you just blow up the skeletons on yourself and then they can just play more.
Yeah.
Like, sure, I don't know. That's
I
would give the whole archetype 3 except this card. It's just
Yeah. I guess it depends on the matchups. 3?
Yeah, I give it a 3. I think it's a necessary evil. I don't think it's a great card, but I think you gotta play it.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now here is the big payoff that you're going for with the skeletons with our legendary Kel'Thuzad the Inevitable. 8 mana, 6/8. Battlecry, resurrect your volatile skeletons. Any that can't fit on the battlefield instantly explode. So ideally you want to have a bunch of skeletons that have died off before you end up playing this. I think this is a pretty cool card. I'm not super sold on it. I'm giving it a 3, kind of, I guess, just in line with everything else. The one thing that I do like about it is that you can pretty much play this at any point. Hopefully you've gotten some skeletons, but I think even if you've gotten just, 3, 4, 5 skeletons killed, that's probably not enough to go in for some big combo. But it creates another big board. You can play it if you top deck it. Like, you're not relying on any infuse effects or other things. It just kind of fits with what the other cards are already wanting to do. So I like this one.
It seems cool. Strong, like, on its own card. Like, obviously supports the archetype. Like, it is the payoff for the archetype. I think it's a 3 for a card. Probably going to be, like, okay, but I bet you there's still going to be better things than just running this mage archetype. We'll see.
Yeah, I landed on this with a 4 because I think it's like kind of the big card with the deck. I think it's quite obviously, like, it's quite strong, and I don't really see it necessarily as like just a support because it's kind of the payoff. So I gave it the nod of a 4.
Yeah, I give it a 4. I agree with a lot of what y'all said.
Yeah,
I'm keeping it at a 3.
Okay.
Seems fine. It's like all the other skeleton cards. It does a bit more, but I don't think the deck's that good, so I'm going to keep it at a 3.
Okay. And our last mage card is a new secret, Vengeful Visage, 3 mana. Secret. After an enemy minion attacks your hero, summon a copy of it to attack the enemy hero. I hate this card. I gave it a 1. I think this
card is so weird.
It is. It's weird. Like, it can be so great or so bad. I don't know where it really fits yet. I'm not sure. I think one thing that's kind of feels weird to me with this is that you're hoping that you've gotten your opponent down to, a pretty low health and that they attack you with something big, copy it, or something valuable that has some sort of great, like, death rattle effect or something. And it's just, it feels too situational. And, like, maybe you're only running this in maybe that secret deck, but I think otherwise you probably don't want to actually be running it in the deck.
Agreed.
This card is so aggressive. Whatever they hit you with, they get hit with twice.
Yeah.
Because, like, it hits them from the secret, and then you hit them again. That's so aggressive. So, like, if they hit you with, like, a 4 attack minion, which is pretty average, then you hit them for just 8 instead 8. Or you can trade it. Like, if you're behind on board, then you can trade it off, and, like, you got the minion. So, I don't know. I think it's cool in the secret deck. I don't think you play it outside of the secret deck much, but it's also pretty okay off Discovers. So
it's pretty spicy. It might be good. It's definitely insane in certain like specific situations, but overall I doubt you're going to get the application from it as often as you're going to want to with the payoff. Give it just a 2.
Yeah, I'm on a 2. Seems fine-ish. I don't know. I'm not super impressed.
I gave it a 2 though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, there you go. I think it has, like, fringe cases of being used, and it's a secret, and sometimes you need density of secrets, so I'm not going to give it a 1, but I don't think it's amazing or anything.
Yeah, I'm torn on this card because I lean more towards this card is just going to give me, like, 1 attack minions or 2 attack minions most of the time. Like, and so I'm not really sure I want it because I feel like if I can kind of guess that card's going to be in the deck, I can think about my attack order to make sure I'm not sending the big minion in first, essentially.
I mean, it might be enough to, like, save you from taking damage because someone's going to play around it. Or, it's just good as, like, an option to force them to think about it or be like, oh no, they never have vengeful, and
Never
then
have
they smack
vengeful,
you in the
yeah.
face with like an 8/8, and then all of a sudden they
all of a
die to
sudden
16.
All of a sudden it's coming back at them. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that happening. I don't know if that's going to happen all the time, but it can definitely happen. Yeah, I think that's all the Mage cards.
That's it. I know. Before we even started, Itachi claimed Paladin, jumped on it. So, all right, you are up, sir.
It is time for the best
time.
class card, second best or second best class card of the release. These cards are absurd. Okay, so we'll start with the first one, which is a 3-mana rare spell, service spell. Discover a class card from your deck and draw all copies of it. I give this card a 3. I think it's a really good draw. It's almost always 3-mana draw 2, or 3-mana discover exactly what you want from your deck. So if you're looking for a certain legendary, it's a really good tutor. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a 3.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Same.
Seems like a 3. Strong card. Pretty good. All Paladins are probably running this.
Yeah. That's why I gave it a 4. It's because it's going to see play in every Paladin deck. But I think this is a really good card.
I think Neji left.
Neji said BRB, yeah. So
okay.
We're free to.
All right.
I guess did Dragon Rider give hers?
Yeah. I said 3. Yeah. Just
Gotcha.
the same.
Okay.
Cool. So we'll move on. Second card, 7-mana rare spell, Holy Tag, Divine Toll. Shoot 5 rays at random minions. They give friendly minions +2/+2 and deal 2 damage to enemy minions. I give this card a 2. I don't think it's great, but it does reduce the Guardian's Grace, which is pretty cool. The other 7-mana spell gave you a lot of taunt, though. But this does deal with the board in some situations, like if you're super behind, it'll deal with the board. But if you're super ahead, it buffs the board. And I kind of like that in the card, where like it doesn't matter where you are in the game state that you can play it. So it seems pretty good off like maybe a Discover. It doesn't seem like I want to put it in my deck because I'm playing all Paladin cards, so I can only play 30 because I cannot play Renethal. So I gave it a 2.
I actually really disagree on this card. I'm kind of afraid of this card. I think it's a 4. It looks really good. It looks crazy. I don't even know what's gonna happen with this one, but like on an empty board, Paladin is absolutely like demolishing you with this. If they're just like they're buffing stuff up, it's also useful as a clear for things like, I don't know. There's a lot of applications that I haven't really processed yet, but I think it's a pretty crazy card, and I'm very interested to see how it plays out. I think it's going to be key for Paladin decks.
I just think it's expensive. I think it's very expensive, which I mean it's a really good effect, but like when you consider that because of the next card that you're only playing 30 cards, then I think it's not one of the 30.
But is it one of the 40 though?
You can't play 40 because you have to play you can't play neutral cards.
Yeah.
No, you just always draw Renethal.
Yeah, it depends on what Paladin deck you're playing this in, if you're playing Renethal or not. If you're going in on just Paladin cards, then yeah, you can't go in on the 40. This card is like so hard to evaluate. I feel like the cost is so clunky. And there's not really a way to discount it. I guess if this is in your hand and you play the 4-mana Cariel, it is a holy spell, so you can discount it. But it does feel a little bit clunky, especially after we've just had so long of discounting cards in Paladin. But the effect is pretty good. I think the downside to it is that you don't guarantee where those 5 rays are going to go. So if you're hoping to like get a buff on your minions, then you're going to have to maneuver the turn in a way to clear off as much or all of the opponent's board. And then you can get some great buffs on your things, or vice versa. If you want to aim for the dealing 2 to enemy minions, you're going to have to kill off your board so that you don't get the buffs. You can kind of maneuver it. So like if you get the buffs, maybe you can make some trades, but it's just like a really kind of weird card.
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah.
But it's cool that there's no downside
Yes.
to you. Like
Yeah.
you still will get anytime you play this, it will be useful for what you're trying to do. And I don't know, let me ask it like a different way. How many times have you had control of the board where you have a minion on the board, at least one that can attack, and your opponent has no minions on the board? Because in that scenario, which happens a lot, this is like 10 damage, 7 mana for 10 damage. You go +10/+10 and go nuts. Like, I don't know, that scares me. That's why I'm giving it a 4.
I'm with Ron on this one. I also think it's insane because it costs 7, and that's very good with Garden's Grace as well. I don't know. It just seems
Oh
really
my god,
strong.
it's not even it's not just like +10/+10. It's
Yup.
+20/+20 with Divine Shield with like just a little bit of holy spells in advance and hold it. Obviously it's super conditional, but
Yeah.
what? You might just straight up die to like a 3-card hand from Paladin from 20.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 4
You'd be
as
like,
well.
wait, what? What just
I
happened?
mean, I gave it a 3. Like, I think it's fine. It's just, I wish we could discount this without like relying on having this in hand and playing the 4-mana Cariel.
I like the versatility of the card. I gave it a 3. We've said a lot about this card, so I will defer to what everyone else has said.
Okay, well, some split opinions, but we'll move forward. Next card is one of the Paladin legendaries, the Countess. 7 mana, 7/7 legendary minion battle cry. If your deck has no neutral cards, add 3 legendary invitations to your hand. Legendary invitations are spells, 3 mana spells that say discover a legendary minion from another class. It costs 0. It does not say it costs 0 this turn. It does not say
No,
it costs
it just
0
costs
after
0
it's
the rest of
dormant.
the
It just
game.
costs 0. This card is crazy. I know that like people were saying that like it's slow or whatever, but like 3 0-cost legendaries.
Paladin has a real
That's
nifty way
lot.
to make games go long.
I mean, they're not
Yeah,
0
so-
cost, right? They're 3 cost because you have to discover them for 3 mana.
sure.
Right. But like you get to play them how you want to. Like so there's
Mhm.
0 when you choose to play them. Is I
It's
guess
kind
where
of
I'm going with that.
like, yeah, it's kind of like the horn from Ashara.
Yeah, like
Yes.
if the Ashara horn said it costs 0, Ashara would be
Broken.
double as good as it is now. And it's not like
Yes.
a great card, but like it would be much better
Mhm.
if horn said the Colossal costs 0. And also this card often discovers a Colossal because they are.
And it's interesting because it kind of eliminates neutral. It eliminates like neutral legendaries, which makes
neutral
it like
legendaries
a
are
lot
often the
better.
bad ones.
Yeah, there's so many bad neutral legendaries.
It's a very strong card. It just obviously the only thing is the deck restriction. Can we build a deck that's good enough to support this card?
Sure.
And I'm not sure yet.
100%.
Really?
I think
so.
that there's enough good just Paladin cards, especially with the 5/5 taunt that discounts for every Paladin card you play. Garden's Grace. I mean, the cards that come in this set, there's like and especially the Dude Paladin cards. I don't know. I think it's really good.
I'll give it a 3.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good.
This is a 5. Let's go. This is a 5.
I gave it a 5. Let's go.
Yeah, it's totally a 5.
Nice.
Ron?
I'm going in the middle of that. I'm going 4. Like I'm
4? Right.
very, very interested in the madness that's going to come out of this card. I don't really
love
know what's
it.
happening, but it seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this is the payoff for playing all Paladin cards in your deck, right? This is
This
the
is a
huge
way
payoff.
better payoff than like URL.
Or
whatever.
It's not even the only payoff, though.
No, it's not.
Like it's not even the only payoff, which is great.
Yeah, but it's
Wait,
it's
it's
just
not?
like-
No, it's not.
What's the other one?
It's the last card of this Elitist Snob. It's also
Yeah.
a payoff. It's the last card that we'll get to.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, I'll put it a 4. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm joining the party. Like
Woo!
I feel like I'm one step out the door here. Like
That's
I need to
very
join
tasty.
with a legendary invitation to the party.
That's right.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, it's so
On
good.
to the next card. Muckborn Servant is a 3 mana 2/4 Paladin card. It is taunt. That's taunt. Battle cry. Discover a Paladin card. I gave this a 3 only because of the stats. I think you're gonna play it. I don't think it's just like the best card in the deck, but I
Agreed.
think that it's a good card. It's a 3-mana 2/4 taunt discoverer card, specifically a paladin card. So that's pretty good. There's a lot of good paladin cards. So um, I think this card is pretty solid. I give it a 3.
Agreed. I also gave it a 3.
I feel like it's like Stonehill Defender, which was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's got extra
Um,
attack.
Couple
I'll
more.
give it yeah, it's even better statted, so I'll give it I give it 3.
Yeah, I'm
Paladin
also
cards are
on
kind
a,
of popping.
also on a 3 on this one. Seems good.
Yeah, I gave it a 3 as well, though like I considered giving it a 4 just because I think you can play this in multiple paladin decks.
Oh yeah.
Like you don't
sure.
even have to play this in just like classy paladin. You know, in an all paladin deck. I think it's fine in some other ones. And pretty good. But I do like the fact that you just discover a paladin card in general. Just you're not getting, you know, some like random thing that you don't really want. You're gonna probably have a pretty good chance of getting something that you actually find useful, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
If I'm getting excited about Paladin, it must be good.
Yes.
Must be.
There you go.
Join us.
So we get the next card.
Yep.
All right. Next card is Promotion. It's a 1-mana epic paladin spell. It says give a silver hand recruit +3/+3. That card is crazy. 1-mana +3/+3 is insane. I gave it a 5.
There's a lot of stats for 1 mana.
But
And there's a lot of Silverhand synergy. Like the Silverhand package probably has to go into the Paladin deck, right? Because we have to play only Paladin cards.
For sure.
does
You're
it?
like, you're definitely playing Silverhand. 1-mana Blessing of Kings, we are playing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like the additional stats. +3/+3 is usually really strong, and the fact that that's, you know, also a 1-mana card seems very solid. I'm still not entirely sold
I'm not
because
sold on anything
like,
with the Paladin.
Silverhand recruits don't often stick around all that much, and if you're actually spending the 2 mana to play a 1/1, you're not super happy about it. But you know, this is a solid card. I give it a 3, I think.
Yeah, I'm on a 3 train
Conflicted.
too.
Unfortunate, Dawn.
I only gave it a 2.
Give it a 6.
No, I'm only giving this one a 2. I will say, I think in general this is a 2 because you're only playing it with Silverhand recruits. So that to me feels fringe. But in that deck, it is pretty good. But you're not playing like I don't think you're playing this outside of if you're.
I don't think you're playing this in the Counter stack.
Yeah, I think you're only playing this
No.
in a deck that you're playing Silverhand recruit stuff. Like I don't think you just
Like-
jam this into every paladin deck.
Like I'm pretty sure most holy Paladin decks were only running a few neutrals. Like
I mean,
in
Holy Paladin would
general.
definitely not run this card.
No, definitely. But I'm saying like
No.
like Holy Paladin itself is only a few cards away from being a full Paladin card deck, anyways. So
But like,
it's
it
like,
needs
wouldn't
some
you
of the
just
cards.
take-
Like Wild Pyromancer has to be in the Holy Paladin, right? It's like one of the best.
Yeah.
cards.
I guess.
Yeah,
Like, you don't play
you
Wild
don't want
Pyro.
to
Even
if
cut
it's just a
smite
few.
and lose your finisher either.
Yeah, even if it's just a few, they're very important cards.
Yeah.
I think the other cards serve the same purpose. Like City Tax is fine.
Mhm.
That's just me though. And then this next card that we're going to review, which is Great Hall, which is the Paladin location. 2-mana location, 3 durability on it. Set of minions, attack and health to 3. It's essentially the Keeper of Oldemon effect that you get to use 3
Yeah.
times. That is crazy. I give that card a 4. Doesn't have to be your opponent's attack and defense. Like you can just set your own thing to 3, which is really good.
Yeah, it's flexible. I like it.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3. And the fact that it costs 2, it's not that much of an investment. And if you have something on board, you could use it immediately, or you could just like nerf their dude on board. It's kind of cool.
Mhm.
And it's a Paladin card. We need Paladin cards.
Like, how do you play the game knowing like that your opponent has this location up? How do you play the game if your deck wants to summon a large thing? Like, if you want to make a large thing, you can't. You just have to not play the game the same way. I don't know, or you just gotta take the nerf.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems pretty insane. Like, oh my god, nutty card. The fact that you could do it multiple times. Oh my god. I'm going with a 5 on this one.
Yeah, 3 times for 2
Log.
mana is very
Ooh.
cheap.
Yeah, base gave it a 4. I'm going with the 3 as well. I think it's pretty solid. Again, the fact that like these locations, you can play 2 of them in the deck, and you're gonna get that effect over, you know, multiple uses, makes it a lot better than just like a one-time effect with a battle cry minion. You're not getting a body with it, but you can get the effect multiple times. And yeah, unless your opponent is playing, I think we'll get to it later, there's a neutral card that destroys a location. But like, okay.
Nobody's gonna play that.
No, exactly. So like, all right, you can put 2 of these in your deck, and yeah.
Only the biggest of trolls are gonna play the destroy location card.
Wait, I have a question about locations. I don't know if we answered this. Can you have 2 locations at once?
Yes.
Yeah, Don was talking about that. She
Okay, I
did it
stepped
with
out.
the Mage
Dragon Rider
deck.
did it with Mage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's when I stepped out, I think. But
Yeah, I think
that's
I was able to do it with both Mage and Hunter.
Sheesh.
So
you could have it like one after the other.
Yes. Now again, because of that
alternating
effect of like not being able to use it, you know, in consecutive turns, you do have to, like, if you have both, you could alternate them and only use one effect each turn, and then you could use it every turn consecutively that way. But yeah, pretty
Or
flexible.
double up weight, up weight. Yeah, either way.
All right, I've been convinced. I moved up to a 4.
Let's go.
Seems nutty.
Yeah.
Why is Paladin the most exciting thing?
Paladin's going crazy. All right, next card. Are we good for next card?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, next card is Buffet Biggin. It's a 4-mana 2/4 Paladin card. Battlecry, summon 2 Silverhand recruits, infuse 3, give them +2 attack, and Divine Shield. So summon 2 Silver Moon Guard. What was it called? The 3/1 Divine Shield, whatever it's called, the old card. Summon 2 of those things after you infuse 3, and it's 4 mana, so infuse 3 is not too difficult, I don't believe, especially in a Paladin deck where you're gonna play like your Knight of Atonement or a Knight of Anointment, whichever it's called. And then you're going to play your Sinful Sous Chef. You're going to play your 3 mana, 2/1 draw, a minion and buff your hand, +1/+1. So, like, infuse 3 by turn 4 is not bad. And so, you know, 4 mana for a 2/4 that summons 2 3/1 Divine Shields is pretty dang good. I give this card 5.
Oh, wow.
I'm thinking more like a 3 for myself on this one. Seems fine, but the infuse 3 is a bit tough for me. I still don't like the infuse mechanic that much, so I don't know. It's pretty good. Meh. You know,
I don't know what decks
might
y'all are
actually
playing
give it
that are
2.
not killing minions. I have no idea what decks y'all are playing where you're like, I'm not going to have 3 things die.
My problem is that like you need to have this in your hand, and if you draw it, you need to start killing things off, and it's not very good. Like I don't like waiting and holding my cards in hand. If I have this on my opening hand and I have a good curve, it's insane, but I just don't think that's that reasonable.
I'm with Neji on the infuse hate that I don't believe in it yet as a mechanic, but I think the minion on its own is pretty strong. This one I'm giving a 3 too as well. Just like the stats aren't bad, and we get 2 of the recruits, and there's a decent chance we can buff them up. But even if we don't, like, it's not bad just to get 4/6 in stats for 4 mana and start flooding the board.
Also, synergy with itself. Like if you have 2 of these, because you summon 3 minions.
Oh yeah, it's nice.
Yep.
Hearthstone.
I'm not completely sold on things. I don't know. Like, I don't think that this is necessarily a Dude Paladin card because you know it just works with any Paladin deck technically. But so I guess I think I'd land this on a 3. But so yeah, and then Dragon Rider's not is muted at the moment.
Okay. Dragon Rider, just for notation purposes, gave this card a 3. So somewhere around where you guys are thinking, somewhere in the middle. So next card is going to be the other Paladin legendary, Steward the Steward. It's a 3-mana 3/3 legendary minion, Death Rattle. Give the next Silverhand recruit you summon +3/+3 and this Death Rattle. So an endless +3/+3 for all the Silverhand recruit you summon. I mean, obviously until it gets silenced, but 3/3 is pretty good, especially when that Death Rattle is endlessly moving. So I gave this card a 5 as well. I think it's really good.
Yeah,
I'm going 3 on this one too. But I think maybe I could be talked into a 4 for this. It could be pretty insane. I remember the dragon card that did this a while back, and it was pretty terrible. But this effect is way better. I still have to press the button to summon a minion, but the button will summon a 4/4 that death rattles. My next summon is also a 4/4 like that. Seems pretty reasonably strong. It's borderline 4, but for now I'm calling it a 3.
I would give it a 3, but I think I'm going to give it a 4 because like you never run out of Silverhand recruits. You're always going to have Silverhand recruits. Well, unless you play Carrier Hero, but then you played Carrier Hero, so you won anyway. So I don't promise. Like you're not really sad about that one. So yeah.
Oh no, my recruits. Anyway,
now I just give the minions in my hand +4.
No, I
+4.
just give my minions +4/+4. Yeah,
it just seems pretty good. Like I don't know. You're definitely playing this in this like pure Paladin deck. It just seems like really solid and a synergy with like the other cards you're already playing. Yeah, it seems good. I'll give it a 4.
Okay, solid 4. Dawn gave this card a... No, she gave it a 2. I'll give it a 2. Not a believer. So I'll move on. Omega said. Next card is a Paladin 1-mana minion, 1-mana 2/1, Sinful Sous Chef. Death Rattle, add 2 Silverhand recruits to your hand. I gave this card a 5 as well because like 1-mana 2/1, add 2 Silverhand recruits is crazy. A lot of value.
I don't like
aggressively
how much
statted.
Silverhand recruits are they gonna like? They cost 2 mana to play, right?
They cost 1.
They cost 1.
Yeah, they cost 1.
Okay. Yeah, this card's quite good. It's an aggressively statted 1-cost card. That has a pretty good death rattle. I give it a 4.
It also insta infuses the 4-mana card. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I am going 4 on this one as well. It really helps support all the other Silverhand recruit stuff. But even if you're not necessarily running that specific deck, you still have a lot of Silverhand recruit payoff stuff that seems actually good for like almost the first time ever. So I'm down.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm gonna give it a 3. I think it's pretty good, but not quite as good as some of the other cards.
Gotcha.
Oof, that's crazy. Ooh, we're gonna be snapping with this Paladin deck. Anyway, next card. Don gave it a 2, by the way. Next card, the final card is the other pure Paladin payoff card. It's a 5-mana 3/4 epic. Elitist Snob. Battle cry for each Paladin card in your hand. Randomly gain Divine Shield, Lifesteal, Rush, or Taunt. So with 4 Paladin cards, you get all 4, obviously, and it just becomes a 3/4 Zodiacs without Magnetic.
Yeah. To quote Based Ink, unity, precision, perfection. Yeah,
this is really good synergy with the Sous Chef that just like adds 2 Paladin cards to your hand.
Yes. I gave this card a 5. I was very stingy with 5s, and this class got 2 of them. And I haven't even ranked like the neutrals. There might be some really good neutrals in there.
I gave it a 5 as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a good card.
Ziliax looking kind of different, but Ziliax has been good
Ziliax-
forever.
Ziliax-
He's gonna
Ziliax-
stay good. That's a
Ziliax-
5.
Ziliax a little bit thicker now.
Ziliax
Hey.
looking a little bit more Nosferatu.
I only gave this a 4, but I do really freaking love this card.
Yeah,
and
Bezos only gave it a 4.
yeah, the best part about this card is that you only have to have 4 Paladin cards in your hand, right?
Yes.
So, because you can't get double Divine Shield, you can't get double Lifesteal, you can't get double Rush, you can't get double Taunt. So you just need 4 Paladin cards in your hand, and you'll get the 4 effects.
And Sinful Sous Chef buffs this card too, like with the things, because the Silverhand recruits count as Paladin cards in your hand, which just like all of it plays together really nicely. Like it's just really cool.
There's so much synergy among Paladin. I think that all the cards that they released, even though they are like the pure Paladin thing and then like the Dude Paladin thing, could be seen as 2 separate packages, but they really all synergize together pretty well, especially with the cards that are already active in Paladin and Standard. So I think that's definitely a deck to watch out for.
Yeah.
Agree.
Like
Paladin
I thought,
looks good.
like my initial thought was this card is just like it's just like Corpse Taker, but better.
I feel like it's been actual years since I've been excited to play Paladin, but this kind of has me excited to play Paladin.
You weren't excited to wake up and play Librams? Come on, Ron. Unbelievable.
Hey, when
Get out of
was
bed,
alive,
play them books.
I will say Mech Paladin served me well this season. Like this expansion, Mech Paladin served me well. But that was about all my excitement for Paladin.
Yo, before
since
Librams
Librams
was what's happening.
That's true. Actually,
We're glad that they're gone. Yes. Yes.
I've
bad.
played it. I've played Librams since, but it wasn't in a. I played Librams since, but it wasn't in like a ladder format. Actually, I did play it on ladder, but it was for Born to Be Wild. All right.
That is
all
it.
the Paladin cards.
Who's doing Priest?
Yeah.
It's
always me.
I was gonna say.
I think I've read Priest for like 10 expansions.
I was gonna say. I think Ron wants to read Priest real bad, but he already.
Ron's
said
gonna
no.
leave if we read if we make him read Priest.
All right. Yeah.
Ones across the board.
All right. Partner in Crime. 4 mana 2/5. Battle Cry. Summon a copy of this minion at the end of your turn. It's good with the location. Really good with the location. But otherwise, this is like really clunky and doesn't actually do that much. Meh. Seems kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give it a 1, honestly. I think it's just bad.
I gave it 4. I think this card's good. And it's a 4 mana 4/10. With a lot of stats.
I just don't know what deck we're playing it in. Like Wig Priest just Nagas, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it was a Naga, you'd be freaking out right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's not broken the game.
Yeah, it's not. So I mean, it's fine. Maybe it could be okay. I'm settling on a 2 for this because like that's a lot of stats, and maybe that's just good. But
I mean, if you location into this, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's not.
Okay, I'll give it a 2. The location of this curve is too good.
Yeah. I thought that this is kind of better than like a decent chunk of the 4-drops that we're running in Quest Priest. Like I feel like this could be better than some of the 4-drops we're running. So I said a 2. Said it could be decent for Quest Priest.
Yeah, I gave it a 3. I'm kind of in the middle. I think there are some buffs that you can use, and the location definitely is one of them. It did feel a little clunky. I was trying out like a buff tempo style priest during the theory crafting with some of the cards like the location and Pelagos that we'll talk about, but this did feel a little bit slow. But I think if you're able to combine it with some buffs, then this feels a lot better. So we'll see. Feels okay at best.
Okay. Next is Mysterious Visitor. 2 mana, 2/3. Battle Cry. Reduce the cost of cards copied from your opponent by 2. What cards you copied from your opponent? 1. There's just like no synergy for this. I don't understand. They printed like one card that copies cards from your opponent, I think. And there weren't that many already. I think Thought Steal is in standard, but like
Identity
like-
Theft, another card that does it.
yeah, that's the one that got printed.
Yeah.
There's just like no synergy. This deck just seems terrible. I'm giving it a 1.
Yeah, I give it a 1.
Just based on the stats, I kind of want to give it a 2 because it's a 2 mana 2/3. But I mean, I don't know how many actual cards do we have that are stealing the effect. Looks like it'd be good if we had the support. It's probably going to be
Yeah.
good later, but for now,
Mhm.
I don't know if I can actually justify it too. We're going 1.
Mm-hmm. I said
Looks
1
like
for
a Conjurer.
yeah, 1 for now.
Yep, I'm pretty much going the same thing. I just don't. I think people are going to try it for sure. I just don't know if there's enough support right now.
Yeah.
Maybe in a future expansion or like after rotation next year, then maybe there will be some stuff, but I don't think it's there right now. I think the other priest things that are going on right now are just a lot better and have the support.
Mm-hmm.
Agree.
Next, we got Identity Theft. 3 mana shadow spell. Discover a copy of a card from your opponent's hand and deck. So you get 2 cards. No. I mean, meh. Maybe.
Oh my god, they printed another shadow spell for
It's Dirty
Uh,
Rat.
for priest.
It's,
No, it's
wait,
a card.
it's Dirty Rat. Except
If you stole it.
Could you imagine
Um,
playing against an alignment druid as Quest Priest, and then they have an alignment in hand, and then one in deck, and you take both, and you're like, I'm never losing this game.
Well, this doesn't actually take it, right?
No,
this is
this
just
makes a
it's
copy.
you just get a copy.
Oh,
Just makes
that's
a
never
copy.
mind. It's much more lame now. Never mind.
Yeah, it's
If you
bad.
took it, I'd be like, ayo. But yeah, now I'm just like, a no.
Yeah,
Give it a 1.
I gave it a 1, even if it was another thing. I'm just
Yeah,
giving it a 1.
I agree. 1 on this one.
Yep, 1 here. Looks like Based gave all these 1s as well.
Mm-hmm.
Not surprised. All right, the light. It burns. Deal damage to a minion equal to its attack. 1 mana holy spell.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not playing this in my deck, right?
No.
Like the only control-y deck we are playing is Quest Priest, and this costs 1. We don't want 1
This
cost
doesn't want to
spells.
be. Yeah, I mean you run some 1 cost spells, but they have to be like good.
This is like sometimes you kill the minion that you want to kill, and sometimes it does literally nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
It's
giving it a
targeted
1.
light bomb. I mean, it's not the worst card in the world to get off of like a discover effect, but like
Yeah. It's
I'm
decent.
not putting targeted light bomb in my deck.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's strong enough. I'd give it a 3.
You would?
Okay.
Like I don't play priest pretty much ever, but like if I was
no
gonna
wonder.
play priest, I'd probably consider putting this in the deck.
I think it's pretty good too. I gave it a 3, and it looks like Based gave it a 3 as well. We're kind of evenly split on
Yes.
this one.
Okay.
Interesting.
Like I don't know, there's a lot of minions that have the same attack as it does health, or like more attack than health, that are really scary for you to face, and you can spend 1 and you can kill it. That seems good.
Kill this Caligos. Oh wait, it only dealt 4.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know.
Are
There's
you super concerned about Caligos? Is Caligos your biggest priority when you're playing priest? You're like, oh god,
I mean,
how am I
have
gonna
you
deal with this
seen what Mage
Caligos?
does? Have you seen what Mage does?
Is that what
Yes, you
influences
gotta
your
deal with
priest deck
Caligos.
building decisions? Yes, but how does it answer Caligos?
I mean,
Yes.
to be fair,
Why don't you just run Whirlpool?
Priest can't answer.
Then he can't play any Caligeese
Priest
ever.
cannot answer Caligan.
Joke's on you. I'll just discover more. Unlucky.
Oh no, my Whirlpool.
All right.
All right. Next card. Clean the Scene. 5 mana, holy spell. Destroy all minions with 3 or less attack. Infuse 3, 6 or less. Okay, my problem with this card is you need to infuse 3, and you're playing a control deck, and none of your minions are going to die until like.
Yeah,
Okay, if you have this in your opening hand, maybe, but like, how are you consistently getting 3 of your minions to die in a control deck?
oh yeah. I mean, you're right.
I think
This-
the strength in this
no.
card is
I
that you don't always need the infuse. I think
Yes, yeah,
there's
you
going to be a
don't
lot
need
of
the infuse,
cases
right?
where you can still use this for early
Yes.
removal.
I agree. I don't think it's awful. I'm just saying the infuse part itself seems very hard to get off unless you like had this in your hand early.
Yeah, but it's a 5 mana, like, do a thing that does something like a 5 mana interact with the board, which like Priest, the Quest Priest deck has like not a lot of 5 drops. It has like 2.5.
Yeah, you literally run
Mhm.
like you run spammy and you run Spirit Guide.
I mean, I
That's
think
literally-
it's fine. I'm gonna give it a 3. I think it's like you play
Yeah,
a
I
Quest
think
Priest, but I don't
it's
think it's anything special.
I said 3. It's Quest Priest card.
Same.
It's similar. It's similar to Shadow Word Horror, and then if you manage to infuse it, it can turn into a better ruin.
I'm
I
giving it a
agree, it's
4.
fine. I gave a 3 also. 4,
Actually,
nice.
it's not even.
Yeah.
It's not even as good as Ruin, but yeah, whatever. Ruin kills everything that's 4 or more, or more than
5 or
5.
more.
Based,
5 or more,
Based
yeah.
also gave it a 4. She put, I think Priest will find a way to infuse this because, well, this is an insane AoE.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a really good AoE if it has the second effect.
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it destroys all minions, which is a bit tough if you're like playing minions to infuse it. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
we agree it's pretty solid.
For sure.
We got the Harvester of Envy. After you play a card copied from the opponent, you steal the original. 3 mana, 4/3.
Okay, this is
It's
the
like-
yoink. Okay, this is the yoinker card.
It's cool. I like the effect. It just doesn't
Terrible.
seem very practical.
You have to play it. That's
Yeah.
Oh my god. It'd be one thing if it was like if you after you steal a copy of the I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is garbage.
This is the auction master Jackson of this set, and I will 100% get a golden one because that's how my luck is.
Oh yeah.
100%.
I don't know. I'm not sold on.
I'll give it a
spoiler.
1.
Spoiler. I'm not sold on either Priest Legendary. But
There's
Oh,
some
I am.
crazy applications that make it like ridiculous and game winning, but most of the time it's god awful. That's a 1.
mhm. I give it a 1.
Yep, same here. Like the effect is cool, and I guess for anybody that didn't see or hear, that it was clarified that yes, if you copied a like minion and then your opponent has that minion on the board, then you play the copied minion, you will steal the original off the board. But like, okay, that's still that's like
That's
Jumping
cool.
through a
I
lot
will
of
say
hoops
that
here.
that's
yes.
cool. Oh no, I played the alignment in my Quest Priest deck. No, they don't have one, but our cards have one.
Yup. Okay. Next, we have Boon of the Ascended. 4 mana holy spell. Give a minion +2 health. Summon a Kyrian with its stats and taunt. Kyrian has no text. It's just a dude with taunt. Meh. I'm just playing Wigs. This costs 4 mana. Why would I play this? Basically, is my thought.
Yeah, the fact that it doesn't work with the card that's literally on the art is
Yep.
wild.
Yeah.
It's so
Whatever.
sad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so
So
sad.
that's a next level troll move right there.
Very
I dig it.
troll.
I saw some people mauling on Twitter about this.
I mean, Twitter is from holding.
True.
Would I give this card a 1? Yeah, I give it a 1 because I'm mad that it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
giving it
go
a 1.
2. I mean, the stats are pretty good for like a big thing to give you some survivability, but I don't know if it's actually worth playing at all. So I feel like it's enough stuff happening that I don't want to give it a 1, but it's not impressive.
I'm giving it a 2. I think there's a place for this, but I don't know if it's right now. I'm hopeful. I like the style of this card. And I think even against aggressive, like small token style boards, even
it's just so good against that.
yeah, like you're creating a minion and then you're getting a taunt minion. Yes, if you use this on Pelagos, because I did try it during the theory crafting because I was hyped for it, the Pelagos is going to be a 1. I think it's a 1/9, or
1/9.
well, depending on
That's
if you've
1/8.
buffed it or anything. Yeah, so like
gotcha.
1/8, 1/9, somewhere around there, and then you get a 1/8, 1/9, whatever taunt.
Yeah,
So, like,
it's gonna be an 8/8, and then it just doesn't trigger mid resolution.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So yep. So the taunt creates first, and then the Pelagos effect itself will then trigger. So it's a little sad that way, but sometimes you're not going to argue with having a big butt taunt. So it might be okay. There's potential here. It's a holy spell. You can discover it, kind of make it cheaper. There might be a case for it. I'm just not exactly sure where it's fitting in quite yet.
Yeah.
Dig it.
All right. Next we have Pelagos, 3 mana, 1/6. After you cast a spell on a friendly minion, set its attack and health to the higher of the 2. What the hell? This card is broken. If you play this in Wig Priest and you play a Wig on it, you get an 8/8. Am I reading this right?
Yeah.
That's
Like
correct.
what? If this card
Totally
sticks on
nuts.
the board and you have like a Wig turn, you insta win the game. Like all your minions are just massive minions. This is completely absurd, right?
Yeah.
Am I crazy? Like I feel like I'm not reading this right because it seems so ridiculous.
No,
Yeah.
it is what it is. Like it's a really good card. I gave it a 3 because you have to have like a turn with it. You need a turn with it. You can't just play it and like if it sticks, then obviously
it's
you gotta
like
stick
if
it.
it sticks and I think as soon as you play it, like it's not something I guess like the perspective is it's not a card you play on 3, but at that point I want to just be playing Nagas and Wigs. Like I suppose, and then I guess you can slam, and then I guess you slam this on a turn when you just want to win. I guess is like part of it.
I mean, you could literally just slam this right on turn 3. It's very hard to remove. This seems nutty.
It is
That's a 5. That's a 5 for me.
I'm between a 5 and a 6 right now.
I'm almost at a 6 for this.
I might just 6 it just because I want to.
I don't know if I have any card in the set that I was giving a 6. So let's do it, Neji. 6.
Yeah.
6 for this one.
6 it.
I'm going pessimistic, I guess, with a 4.
Okay, we're good with that.
Yeah, no, I love
maybe
this
we're
card.
Getting overboard.
Yeah, the 6 health, absolutely. I think even other cards that we've seen in the past that had 5 health sometimes were just really awkward to deal with. And if you have something to be able to work with this, I love the fact that this says friendly minion. Because it means that you can use spells on this card itself or your other friendly minions. Whereas some other effects we've had, you kind of have to like choose. Like even in Paladin, I think is where we've seen that a lot, right? Where you're like, if you play a spell on another friendly minion or only on that specific card, you get an effect. But this is like, you can choose if you want to play a spell. And it doesn't even have to be a buff. There's also spells that you can play to, if you want, like you could deal some damage to it. I don't really know why you would do that, but if you have a death rattle or something, maybe you want to hit, you could play a spell there.
You can play Gift of Zanara.
Yeah, you can like heal stuff up as long as you're targeting the minion.
Oh, it's targeted.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, because you have to cast it on the minion. So as long as it's a targeted, but you could send a heal there, and okay, cool. Then you're getting more stuff. It's just that it works with the location. I don't know. It feels so well rounded. I'm not sure if I'm happy saying like it's a 6. I don't know if I'm gonna go that high, but I'm still a little scared because Starfish is in the meta, so that's a big boo.
Yeah,
but it's a good card.
But that I guess like that's like means that decks that don't necessarily want to run Starfish are gonna try and run it, and that makes that deck worse. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't know, like I just don't. I have to see it to.
All right,
to believe how
I'm
nutty it
convinced.
is.
I'll move up to a 4. I'm convinced it's a good card, and especially in Wig Priest, which is going to be around. I think that like Wig Priest gets a lot more aggressive too, and so like putting an 8/8 on 4 is really really quick.
I don't know.
And then even if you like do something like if you like coin this and then Volish and then play your Wig, that's like really early. And then they're not going to do it with an 8/8 on 3, and then you're going to have an entire turn just like doing whatever you want.
Yeah, I can see it. Like, part of me thinks that this card's either it's just like boom or bust.
So like the ideal opening hand is Serpent Wig, this Volish on coin. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a very niche scenario, but if it happens, that's crazy.
I mean, it's really good with a lot of things. Like there's the 1/5 taunt. You play that on 3, and then turn 4 you play this plus the Wig. You make an 8/8 or a 7/7 that attacks immediately.
Yeah,
and then you get your Wig back, and then you have a 7/7 taunt, and there's a 1/6 on the board. If they don't kill the 1/6, then they win next turn.
It's an 8/8, and then it's an 8/8, and like,
yeah.
This card is,
like, is this something that like people were playing and was like destroying people in theory?
Okay. Here's what's happening. I'm scared that this will be the Guff Rune Totem. You remember when we thought Guff Rune Totem was going to be the
Guff was supposed to be nutty, and that's my fear too. That's exactly my fear, Itachi.
We were like, it's so much stats,
like,
but this is like,
because like
this is already happening.
Rick Priest is pretty efficient as is. Like,
yeah, this is already happening. So
yeah. And Bless is, and like, I mean, the deck still runs Bless, which kind of does the same thing. Obviously, it doesn't. Obviously, this card would do it to many things, but like most of the time, you're trying to focus your Wigs on like only one minion. But I guess this allows you to spread them out. I don't know.
Yeah, you can spread your Wigs. Like you don't have to just Wig one thing over and over.
Yeah. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's definitely it's a potential scary card.
Next card.
Yeah.
We got Cathedral of Atonement. Location. It is 3 mana with 3 charges. Give a minion +2/+1 and draw a card. That is pretty good.
Good. Buff and draw for Priest.
I give it
a very good. 6. It is very powerful.
Are you giving this a 6?
I give it a 6. It is
the
6. The only 6 I gave.
Spicy.
I do not believe this card will make it past the first balance patch.
Pretty good. I think I'm going to give it a 4. I think it's quite strong.
I landed on a 4.
Just that I can't use it every turn. If I could just have like 3 turns in a row, I'd give it a 6. But the fact that I have to wait a turn, I think I'm going to give it a 4. But very strong. Yeah,
this is a really good card.
I think I'm just going to land on a 3.
Fair enough.
Like, I like it. You're going to want to buff your minions and draw the cards. I don't know, though. I feel like I don't know if this gets run in every single priest deck, which maybe it does, but the fact that this is not a spell itself, I think is kind of like sad, because some of the decks, like, you really want to be drawing or discovering your spells and getting to kind of go through those in cycle. This still draws you a card. I think Priest definitely likes to play it. I'm just not sure if it goes into all of the decks at the moment.
Fair. I'll give this a 4. I think it's just really powerful and frightening as a card. Just the fact that, Priest that often lately has struggled for card draw gets like free card draw effects after spending a little bit of mana that they can keep doing, and they buff things. Like it's pretty strong.
Based only gave it a 2. She gave it a 2. Said the first use is expensive, but it could be kind of insane because it does draw 3 over 5 turns. And I think as long as you do have a minion, but I think a lot of the priest decks right now are still running enough minions that you could at least just hold this use until you have the minion and be able to do it.
All right. We got Suspicious Usher. 1 mana, 1/3. Battlecry. Discover a legendary minion. If your opponent guesses your choice, they get a copy. Kind of like the Mage one, or almost exactly like the Mage one. I think legendary minions are less useful than like Mage spells, like for example. So I'm not convinced we want to play this one. I think like a lot of the time you're gonna get 2 crappy legendaries and like 1 good one, and
You're
you're gonna need to
take
pick
that
the
one.
good one, and your opponent's gonna get it. Yeah, or you're gonna pick a crappy legendary just to deny your opponent, and then why are you playing this in the first place? Kind of. So, I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I agree on it too. I don't know. Priest is one of the
Mhm.
few classes that doesn't actually get excited about a 1 mana 1/3.
Their best 1 mana 1/3 is already in core. So
True.
Yeah, I gave it a 1. I think it's bad.
yeah,
I could see a 1.
I think I lean 1. It's 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'm saying 2.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give a 1 mana
Kinda-
1/3 a 1 though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those stats are great.
The thing I kind of like about it is you could maybe play it in Quest Priest, and then if you're missing like a tick, you could maybe try and discover something. Or
Yeah,
like, there's not that
discover it.
many 7-cost ones. You could hit like Behemoth or Mutinous or something,
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind
But
of
the
So
useful.
death rattle
discover a
is better.
legendary is you can discover any legendary or just priest and
No, I
Just
think it's
priest and
I think
neutral.
it's priest and neutral. Yeah.
Priest and
yeah,
neutral.
it's pretty bad.
So yeah, not great. It's like a fringe to probably a 1, but
Yeah.
that's Priest. Pretty fast. Got through that. Priest sucks. Cool.
Yeah.
Same for the next class, baby.
Rogue.
Right. Fish, you taking Rogue?
Yeah. I want rogue.
Let's
Alright.
go.
Let's go. First card. Double Cross. 2 mana. It's a secret. So it's 2 mana. It is a common. When your opponent spends all their mana, draw 2 cards. So I think this is a very interesting card. I can tell that some people here are not going to be secret believers. But I think I gave almost every. I think I gave a lot of this. I think I gave the secrets like pretty good grades. I gave this one a 3 because I think that specifically the fact that you draw 2 cards, I like for something that most players do every turn, like because it's the most efficient thing to do is to spend all your mana. Like otherwise, if your opponent really wants to hang a mana crystal every turn, like sure, be my guest. Drawing cards in Rogue is always good.
Yeah, that would be a brutally awful thing to have to try to play around every turn. Oh, let me just float a mana constantly. Like, I like this a lot. I'm giving this a 4. I think this is really strong. I think lots of rogues want to play this.
Yeah.
Even non-secret rogues are just like,
I can see
go
that.
ahead, play around this card.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, let me draw some cards. I like it.
2 mana. If your opponent plays well, draw
Draw
2
cards.
cards.
If your opponent plays Hearthstone on the next turn, draw 2 cards.
Mhm.
I agree with
Yes,
Fish.
please.
I think it's a 3.
Yeah, give it a 3 too. I mean, I think it's just a 2 mana draw too. Like you're going to draw 2 cards. It is
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
Your opponent can't play around it forever. It's definitely much
Exactly.
worse late game
Yeah.
because
Yes,
you
I
can
agree.
play around it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
That's
But-
what I was going to say. Like, it's so much better earlier in the game, but,
Mhm.
even later in the game, a lot of decks still have, like, on-curve plays that they're still going to want to make even later.
For sure.
So, or at that point,
Yeah.
maybe, hopefully you don't need the 2 cards. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you just have to run all the secrets if you're playing Secret Rogue.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's just no choice.
Next card. No?
Oh, sorry. My bad. Next card is the other secret. It's Kidnap. It is an epic card. After your opponent plays a minion, stuff it in a 0/4 sack. Kidnapper sack is a 1 mana 0/4 death rattle. Return your opponent's kidnap minion to their hand. So
Yoink.
so not only does this like not only does this take your opponent's minion away from them and force them to have to kill the 0/4 minion, it then acts like a sap. It's kind of gross. I gave this card a 3. I think both the rogue secrets are actually pretty good. Obviously, like it could suck if you're not playing against a board deck. But most decks play minions, so yeah.
I don't know how much this meta is gonna change, like the how good Okani is. But if we're playing Okani in every deck with how the meta is right now, obviously it's more flexible. But there are definitely turns where you're like, I'm 100% jamming Okani on this turn, and I'm countering a minion. Like that's what this does too. You could also play Okani counter spell and play this. Say good luck playing any of your cards to like right away to not get countered.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this doesn't
solid.
counter the minion though, so I'm pretty sure that they still get the battle cry and stuff.
They do.
Yeah.
So which
like,
is big.
Ooh, true.
Yeah.
That is
Like if
a
your
little
opponent plays a
rough.
jerry rig into it, they draw their nourish,
Oh
then it goes
my
into the
God.
sack, then you kill the sack, and then you draw your other nourish.
Yeah,
So it's not always good.
I feel like, but obviously the fact that you can time it, so like say like it's like early game, like I'm totally gonna play this into a druid that is gonna play jerry rig and have everything still go off. Like I don't like obviously
like
play around that.
I think that was like worst case scenario.
Of course,
not that that's actually happened.
Yeah.
But overall, I give this a 3 because I think it has decent application.
Give it a 3. I'm excited about the secrets.
If the spell one did more, like, and it was a worse scenario to play around, then like how Okani's like, it's gonna straight up counter it.
Yeah.
Like if Sticky Situation was a better spell counter card, then it would be like, oh crap, which one do I play? It would be an Okani situation, but like you're giving him a 3/4 with stealth, which I guess we'll talk about in a second. But it's like the other card makes this card work.
But as an example, not to say that Fel DH will be a thing next meta, but like if you're heading into your opponent's turn 8 and you just play Kidnap to stop the Jace, Jace, like they don't care that that's 7/5 just went into a sack, like they just killed you anyway.
Like, God,
they would literally play the Jace, it would trigger,
kidnapping a Steno would be.
It'd be so funny.
Kidnapping Steno would feel so good.
That would be good.
Yeah. For sure. Or Zilog, that'd be fun too. Actually,
if it countered the battle cry, I would give it
actually no, they would still get the 1/4s. The 1/2s. With from Zilog. I'm pretty sure that would trigger.
But I'm gonna give it a 3.
Yeah. For sure.
Yep, same.
All right. We have one more secret to go over, which is Situation. It's obviously 2 mana like the other 2. Common. After your opponent casts a spell, summon a 3/4 spider with stealth. I think I think this is pretty good. Because obviously
it's just like cat trick, right?
Yeah, it's cat trick. It's cat trick, but you get a defensively statted minion instead of an offensively statted minion.
I find it weird that Hunter got like no secrets.
Hunter hasn't gotten secrets.
Got a bunch of secrets.
Rogue got
and Rogue got a Hunter secret, basically, just like slightly different. I'm like, wait, what?
And it costs. Well, no, it costs the same. Sorry. Yeah, cat trick also too.
So yeah, it's kind of weird, but solid card. Like I give this a 3. Like we definitely want to play this card.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just like definition of a 3 for me.
Yeah, definitely 3 for me as well.
It's a 1 for me.
Sag.
What?
I'm gonna blow you up with secrets.
Big time.
Dragon Rider.
I don't know how I feel on this one. I did try some secret rogue during the theory crafting, and it just it felt so sad.
Oh yeah, I mean, I
it
feel
was
like
so bad. Like
you just throw the package into stuff, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You have your other conditions, and they just like kind of help those along, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's enough like decks playing spells and stuff that you're pretty often going to have this effect. And the stealth is not bad. I think I'm giving it a 3, but I kind of want to give it a 2. So I'm just going to give it the benefit of the doubt right now and go with the 3.
Mm-hmm.
The draw secret's definitely the best one. I think this
Yeah,
is
the draw secret 100%
second
is the best
best,
one.
and then the
is-
kidnap one is the worst.
I can see that, yeah. It's like double cross is like a 3.9, sticky situations like 3.3, and then like kidnap is 3.0. But all right, so next card we have is Private Eye. It is a 4-mana 3/4 battle cry. Cast a secret from your deck. Combo cast 2 instead. I just like this card. The giving a 4-mana card combo. Like I think even just getting one secret can be fine. Getting the combo, like we learned with the 4-mana scabs, that it's pretty awkward to combo a 4-mana card. And I guess it does have a pretty good effect. I guess like I'm leaning more towards like a 2 or a 3. I'm leaning almost down more towards a 2.
I feel like this is the only reason we're playing secrets.
I guess
there is no other
like
secret payoff, right?
this cheats out.
I like
cheats
this
out
card
the secret.
personally. I gave this a 4. Like I think it's like really good.
I have a
We
have a
run a
question.
lot of cheap
Yeah, what's up?
cards.
question. Would y'all play
Yeah, go
a
ahead.
2-mana? Would y'all play a 2-mana 3/4?
Man,
A
Uh,
2-mana 3/4?
Maybe
Just
Yeah.
like vanilla?
That's
Vanilla.
Totem Golem though. We've kind of passed the time of Totem Golem. But
So,
like,
like-
yeah, that's the cat trick secret now. The spider secret from Rogue. It's a 2-mana 3/4, which is pretty good. But like,
So
I don't
this
know.
is like a 2-mana 3/4 with the mage spell that like draw. You know the draw secret or King Study or I can't remember what it's called. It's like draw a secret, make it cost 0.
Ancient
Oh,
Mysteries?
Ancient Mysteries. Yeah. Draw a secret, make it cost 0. This is like the same thing. And then like if you combo it, it's 2. But you're like you're essentially playing a 2-mana 3/4 because the secrets are 2 mana.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. And then comboing this is very awkward. I think I gave this a 1. I think this is like crappy secret support. Like for
it's
secrets,
really
like
good.
there's only 3 secrets.
It's really good with Bone Spike. You can just play Bone Spike into this.
Yeah.
Bone Spike is nutty. We'll talk about it, but
Yeah.
if we're not playing Private Eye, we're not playing secrets. Like it's the only good thing we're doing is like cheating out secrets with like a body. Otherwise, the
You
secrets
could play
just suck.
double cross. You could play double cross like standalone. It's just like a 2
Oh,
mana
sure,
if you
yeah.
want. But like
Meh.
If you're playing
Maybe.
multiple secrets, I think.
But,
Like, we're not playing double cross in like any other rogue deck, are we? Like, I wouldn't play this in
probably
Jackpot or
not.
Thief
Like
Rogue. So
no. I just mean like if you were looking to like if there was a rogue that wanted to just like draw through the deck to do whatever, like to do the graveyard stuff, like where you got to play a bunch of cards during the
Mhm.
turn.
Yeah,
Then like
sure.
you obviously want a full hand, but other
Yeah.
than that, like, I don't think we're playing secret rogue. There's 3 total secrets, so like
I gave this
I don't
card.
know.
I gave it a 3.
And the payoff is like very finite. The payoff for the secrets is super finite
Yeah.
and low value.
I give it a 4.
Yeah, I'm sticking with 4. I like it.
I'm only going
We'll see
for a
how it
2.
goes.
I'm not hyped on this one. Like, again, I tried it out. I don't like the secret stuff overall. And I don't know. I feel like you only play this. I'm giving it a 2 for Fringe just because like you only play this in the secret deck. Like you're not playing it if you don't have secrets. But it's the combo just felt so clunky.
Mm-hmm. Next card, we have Halkias, the first legendary card for Rogue. 4 mana 5/4. It's an elemental tag. Death Rattle. If you control a secret, store Halkias' soul inside of it. It resummons Halkias when triggered. It's so weird. Like, I don't know.
Pretty weird
I
card.
gave it a 1.
I
Yeah,
think it's
I'm
awful.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 1.
I also gave it a 1.
it's kind of
It's just useless. Like,
yeah.
you can't spend 4 mana on this. You're trolling.
I
Yeah.
gave it a 2. I think
Mhm.
like if there's a chance that Secret Rogue is pretty decent. You can have secrets that stay up, and then like this is kind of annoying for your opponent, but it's likely not to be very good.
But it really only triggers on like double cross though, like because double cross triggers at the end of their turn. Like every other secret, like play a minion or cast a spell, they just get to do that stuff and then kill this. I don't know. It feels bad. And then it's so I don't know how the death rattle works with a secret that says after something happens. So I don't know if you like if I play a spell to kill Hawkius and sticky situation triggers, what order do the death rattle and the trigger secret go in? So I don't know if it triggers first and then stores itself and
Oh
then comes
yeah,
back
I
out,
don't
or
know.
It's a good point.
anyway, it's bad.
I
I
have
agree
no
with
idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm probably not running this card.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not sure it matters because it's bad.
I mean, it would. I mean, I feel like that would.
We're-
kind of,
yeah,
it
it,
could
like,
matter.
if you're playing
Obviously,
it, but
we're
yeah.
obviously putting this in Secret Rogue if we're ever playing it, but I'm not even
Yes.
sure that we play it in
No.
Secret Rogue. So that's if that tells you anything about the power level of the card,
Yeah,
it's not high.
for sure. Yeah. Let's go to the next card. Next card we have is Serrated Bone Spike. 2 mana, deal 3 to a minion. If it dies, your next card this turn costs 2 less. Yeah, I wish it didn't say deal 3 to a minion. I wish it also had the option to go face, but obviously like the point of the card is you kill a minion with it. I like that it's not honorable kill, because then it'd be really terrible if it was honorable kill, to do this, but yeah, I think that this is a pretty good card.
Yes, card's sweet.
I gave it a 4.
This is like backstab with more steps for 1 more
Yeah.
damage. I don't like it. I think it's terrible. I give it a 1.
I think it's completely broken. I'm giving it a 5.
Nice. I gave it a 4. We're all over the
I
I gave
place.
it a 3.
This is
Gave it a 4.
chaos.
Gave
Oh
it
my
a 4,
God.
better than Serrated Tooth.
That's amazing.
Wait, why is this card good? You have
Are
to
you
explain.
ready for this? Ready for this? Actually, it could even be turn 3. All right, ready? Turn 3, coin, prep out bone spike, crab, bam. You could literally play crab on 3. Like, you can cheat so much mana with this with prep, and prep is always in your deck.
The
Like, this
fact that this
is
card
absurd with prep.
makes your
Is-
next card cost less, like exactly you can coin, prep, bone spike, scabs, like way earlier than you
Yeah.
ever realistically should do, and
On
that is
5?
game winning. Like I almost gave this a 5, but I was like, nah, it's a 4.
5
I
it
don't know.
wrong.
I think
Come
it's- I
on,
think
you
it's
can do
crazy.
it.
Nah, I'm sticking with
I'll
4.
get around.
I think it's a 1. I think this shit is terrible.
This card is broken. It's good with like so many cards in the set too. Like Necrolord, insane synergy. Really good with the location. It's good with Door of Shadows. I don't know if we're playing those cards. I haven't really looked at them too hard, but I mean, this is just you're throwing this into like Boat Rogue instantly for sure. Like this is absurd with prep. You cheat out so much mana.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 2. I still don't
Yes.
think it's good though.
We did.
Hey, we got him.
We got a 2.
Yes. I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
I don't know, like anytime I see a card that enables you to cheat mana, I want to rate it highly. Like cheating in Hearthstone is like the most powerful thing to me.
I love
It just
cheating.
sucks because it's like only good with prep. Otherwise, it's just like worse backstab. I just feel like it's only good with prep.
I think it's still
And
good.
you
Like
have
it's
to
good with
kill it.
like combo cards.
And you have to kill the thing too, so like that also could be problematic.
I mean, we're not playing if we're not killing something.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So like, if that's knowledge that we have, like, I don't know. Seems situational.
Very divisive card. It's intriguing. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
We have all the ratings. We're just missing
like
a
it.
6. Come on.
Yeah, let's see what base. I didn't see what base said. Base says 3. Cheap thing that can kill. Cheap kill thing that can turn prep discounts into early Krakatoa.
If
She
your
knows.
opponent controls a minion with less than 3 health, and you have prep in this card and another card that you want to play this turn in your hand, then you cheat 2 mana. Nah. I'm going back to 1. Fuck that.
Unbelievable.
We almost had him.
This
We
shit is
were so close.
I don't know. I see this cost less in Rogue, and I'm like, bro, please, no.
All right.
This is Ghastly Gravedigger. 3 mana, 4/3 Battlecry. If you control a secret, choose a card in your opponent's hand to shuffle into their deck. Whew, that's pretty nifty little thing that you can do. I like it. Obviously, it's going to be a discover effect, but it gives you hand information on your opponent, which is quite good. And you can it's obviously good on 3 if you go secret on 2 into this on 3. Can help quite a bit potentially. I think this is a pretty solid card. I gave it a 3.
Guess what I gave it?
A 1.
A 1.
Oh, 1.
That was an easy guess. You gotta give me a harder one than that.
True. Easy guess.
It's
I give this a
Selena
3.
2.0. Star Student Selena 2.0.
At first,
No,
I thought
Selena
this card
was way worse.
See, at first I thought this card was insane because it says choose a card in your opponent's hand, not discover a card, choose a card. So it's like, oh my god, I get to see their whole hand and then pick one.
Nope.
Because that would, honestly, that's what the text
I-
truly reads.
Yeah.
But obviously
still-
it's
But
not that.
it's still at least hand info.
So it's
right?
kind of sad. But I mean, it's good enough. It goes along with secret stuff. I gave most of the secret stuff 3. I think it might be, decently playable. We'll see.
Yep. 3. Don't have much to add. It's just meh.
Gave it a 2. I don't think it's great. I don't think you're playing it outside of Secret Rogue, and like, I'm not thrilled with it.
Reasonable.
Next card.
Next card, we have Necro Lord Draka, the second legendary card. 4 mana, 3/4 Battlecry. Equip a 1/3 dagger +1 attack for each other card you played this turn.
Sheesh.
This is a pretty interesting card. Obviously, you're going to be playing this generally in the late game, or you can try and cheat. You can cheat it out kind of early, and you're going to have a pretty good dagger. So it's a 3 durability dagger, and I mean it feels pretty versatile to play when you need it. You can play it with only a few cards being played in. Oh man, I got a 4/3 weapon in the middle of the game. That I didn't have to run pirates in my deck to play. Or you need it at the end. You can kind of pop off with a turn with lower cost things. Drop this. Oh look, I got a pretty big size thing that's going to smack you in the face and end the game. I think this is a pretty solid card. I don't know exactly where to rate it. My initial rating is 3, but I'm kind of thinking it's better than that.
I'm going in on this one. I'm giving this a
Yes.
5.
Yes.
This card is
Yeah.
nuts. Like,
Card's
what have you done, Blizzard? What is this? What is this nonsense? This is crazy.
Mhm.
This is an OTK in a single card, if you're fast enough. But
I haven't
also,
seen anything done with it, so like.
also on top of that, it's just like Rogue likes to run a lot of cheap things. It's a 4 mana 3/4, which isn't even that terrible just on its own. I mean, that's pretty bad, but it does a lot of stuff along with it. And you play this with your multiple 0 mana things, and it can be easily a finisher. The durability on the dagger is insane for like what you're getting.
Yeah.
This is nuts. This is super
Yeah.
crazy. I think it's going to be extremely strong.
Yeah, I think it's absurd. I'm giving it a 5. Close to a 6, honestly. It's insane with shadow steps and preps and the coin, bone spike. After you play Scab's Hero, it's absurd. You can just like dump all your cards and like play a bunch of stuff, make a massive weapon. It's kind of like Edwin Smite combo with Scabs. Like Edwin Smite was you draw a bunch of cards and then you get a bunch of damage. And this is like you play all your cards that you already had and get a bunch of damage. So now you have like 2 ways to do a bunch of damage. And also, yeah, there's like potentially combo decks that just play a ton of cards. I don't know. It just seems like it fits perfectly. You could play like, I don't know, a Knoll, step the Knoll, play this on one turn or something. I don't know. It just seems completely absurd. I'm gonna give it. I want to give it a 6, but I've given them like 3 6s already, and they'll nerf it 6. Why not?
This card will not see a nerf. This shit is a 1. It's a 1. Now you might see a nerf in a future
Excuse
expansion.
me?
Oh, 1.
I can't
Rogue
believe it.
hater.
Whoa.
Absolute madman.
I gave this
Best
card
card reviewer in America.
Best
This
card
is
reviewer in North
blasphemy.
America.
I gave this
That-
card
In
a-
the current in
I give this
standard
card a
right now, this card's a 1. This card is a 1.
All right.
Quote him. Quote him.
All
Somebody
right,
write it down.
we're gonna go back to this video and we're gonna find multiple cases of cards that you rated and we're gonna take that title away from you.
Please, please. This is a 1. This card is a 1. What do you do? It's A. It's 4 mana. B.
So is
You
Edwin.
have to wait long enough to have enough cards to do the things. Like you have to have not played all the cards that you want to play to do stuff like backstabs and preps and stuff like that. You play all that stuff to get to this point as a rogue. You play all those cards to gain advantage through the course of the game, and at the end of the game, you're not dead because you've done all that. But now you're saying that you're going to save it until after Scab's Hero or when you've got all these cards amassed in your hand. You're dead.
I don't think
are-
you need to play this as a finisher. That's what I like about this card. I can play this in the middle of the game and just drop a 4/3 weapon and just start smacking. So just smacking opponents in the face. Like
Did you know
that's
Did you know that you could play the Swordfish card and it's just
but I have to run pirates to play Swordfish.
the
We
pirates
don't
are-
have to, but I mean it's kind of garbage.
You don't
without
have
it,
to,
yeah.
but like to get the 4 attack you do, and I mean that's only
Yeah.
played in it's
This only
that
gives you a
card-
3/4.
this card is not good right now. It might be good later, but it ain't good now.
6.
I
I
went
don't
with
think- I don't
We have
think
a
three.
1 and a 6 on the
I don't-
same
I don't-
card. This is
I don't-
insane.
I don't think they're gonna nerf it, but
I love
I
it.
think it's pretty strong. I like the versatility.
I almost gave it a 6. I'm sticking with the 5.
Right. I think
Insane
Base gave
card.
it a 5 too.
I feel like this deck might warrant like its own build.
Oh, she
around
gave it
type
a
of thing.
4.
4, yeah.
Yeah. She said, I want to play cheap cards and kill people. Draka also likes that.
Yeah.
Me too.
So, okay. Let's go on to the next one.
All right, next card. We've got the location for Rogue. It is Sinstone Graveyard. 2 mana, 2 durability. Summon a 1/1 stealth ghost. Has +1/+1 for each other card you played this turn. Yeah, I like as much as I love Draka for the fact that it does stuff for each card you play this turn. I'm not as sold on this card, honestly.
Me neither. This card sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I said like this card probably is okay in something like a 40 card rogue deck. But rogue, I think even if there's a deck that's like built for Draka, I think that's going to be a pretty concentrated deck. So I think that like most rogue decks are pretty down pat at this point. So I don't think this card would find much of a home. But I said a 2 in case like maybe somebody's like, oh, we can put more cards in the deck.
I'm gonna give it a
I don't
1.
know. It doesn't cost anything to play the to like use the charge on the location after you've already played the location. So
Yeah.
like I feel like this warrants at least a 2
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah,
Like if you're playing a Draka deck, why wouldn't you maybe just play this also, even just as a one
I
of,
suppose.
and then you
Yeah.
just played it like before you play Draka,
Mhm.
and then on your Draka turn you also summon a gigantic thing. Now they have two
Mhm.
things to worry about. Seems fine.
Okay, I'll go with 2. Fine. I've been convinced. But I'm not going higher.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I was like I got so confused because it sounded like we had to pay the mana, that we had to like pay mana to use the charges. I was very confused, and that makes obviously I kind of realized that that's not the case, but yeah.
I'm going 2 as well. Although I will say that Draka and these graveyards were very, very popular in theory crafting.
Yeah.
During the theory crafting, there was a deck going around that a lot of people were trying. It seemed like that was often creating like 14-14 and 17-17 type stats. And yeah, that was pretty gross. The 17-17 stealth minion is really obnoxious.
Really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave it a 1. I think this just looks super.
Hey, there's the Itachi we know and
Yeah.
love.
Okay, we got one more card left in Rogue. It is Door of Shadows. It is a 1-mana shadow spell. Draw a spell, infuse 2, add a temporary copy of it to your hand. Yeah, this is pretty good considering the fact that Rogue likes to summon a lot of minions throughout the game. Drawing some of your spells obviously are quite good, especially if you're running boats, because hey, get to play 1 mana. Oh, I can draw my boat. Or I have a chance to draw like one of my very good spells in the deck. And obviously if you wait until minions die, then you get 2 copies of it. I don't know that if the infuse matters as much, but I think drawing a spell is always good.
This is a super cheap infuse effect too.
It really
Like
is, yeah.
I mean, infuse 2 is so small, and I'm kind of fine with playing this without infuse as well. Like tutor draw effect for cheap. I like the fact that we can play this and charge up Draka and other things. Like I'm pretty on board with it. I give it a 3.
Yeah. I also went 3.
I can't tell if I like this or hate this. You know what it's good with? Bone Spike. I'm leaning towards bad. I feel like we don't play many minions until like mid game. Like besides like Null, like what actually comes down early? And do I really want to wait till late game, draw a spell out of temporary copy? I mean, if you hit like boat, then it's just useless because you can't play 2 boats in 1 turn usually.
Yeah, but that's
I don't
why
know.
I think. But that's why I think it's fine to just play it straight up and not even need the infuse.
Then it's kind of like bad gone fishing because we don't get to pick.
I suppose. But I mean,
Kind of want to give it a 1.
I guess you can run.
Oh, are you doing this because Itachi was on mute? He's back. You don't have to give it a 1. He can.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh no.
Itachi? I need to know your rating before I can rate this card.
Door of Shadows.
I gave it a 2.
All right,
Wait, what?
One.
Off-brand.
I gave it a 2.
Off-brand.
I'm giving it a 1. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, y'all are so underestimating this card.
No, this card's
I
good.
It's good.
Like late in the
good,
game,
Riff.
copying. If you copy like a 6 damage Wicked Stab or something like that, like I mean, if you hit the right cards, then this can be like a lot of
Fine.
damage.
Okay, we'll give it a 2.
I think
I gave it a 2.
Boring.
But like overall, this card kind of sucks. Though. Like low key, this card kind of sucks too. I mean, if you copy a prep, that's cool. But then it's temporary, so it's only that turn. So like your hand's got to be.
Yeah, but then you just play the temporary prep instead of the one.
Yeah, you just play the
keep in your hand.
temporary one that turn.
To prep what though? Like you. So you have to
prep
infuse
that you
it,
drew.
and then you have.
So that
And
you
then
can
you have
prep
to
the
do-
coin and then you can concede. It's sick.
So you have to draw.
Yeah,
Prep,
You have to
prep,
have
coin,
this card.
concede. Hell yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
fine. I'll give it a 3.
These situations coming from you guys who were coming up with some crazy thing earlier with like druids and hunters, and you're like, we're gonna get all these amazing things, and you don't see it with this one. No.
Hey, I gave it a 3.
No,
I think it's good.
Yeah, I gave it a 3. I think it's
I
good.
gave it a 3. I just-
As you went from 1 to 3.
I don't see what the problem is. I'm sitting in a 3 right now.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
she's
about
dropping,
to go up
is she
to a
dropping the
6.
5 on us? Are you dropping the 5 on us?
Fine, I'll give it a
It's
4.
It's a 4. It's a 4.
Okay. I was bouncing between 3 and 4 a little bit. I landed a little lower, but I don't know. I think this is a fun card for sure. I think Rogue got like based on how I rated it, Rogue got a pretty good set. Besides Halkias, everything else.
This is terrible. Oh my god.
I think this is the best rogue card to me. I think this one's good. The rest not so good.
I don't know. I think Rogue's gonna be staying in a very good position.
On to Shaman.
Shaman.
Who wants to take Shaman?
I'll do Shaman because I might have to go after Shaman, and then someone can do Warlock.
Okay.
Go for it.
Lucky souls.
We could
But
just
if I'm not here for
flip the
Warlock,
order and do
somebody's
Warlock
gotta
right
read.
now for Itachi.
We can do that. We can just skip to
We
Warlock.
can do Warlock. Yeah.
Why not?
Then we'll come back around to Shaman. All right.
Mhm.
Go for it, Itachi.
All right, so we'll start with Suffocating Shadows, 3 mana, rare spell. When you play this or discard this, destroy a random enemy minion. This is a 1. This card is terrible. There's not like a lot of discard synergy, so I don't think it's good. It's like I can't remember. It's Deadly Shot, I guess, but
Mhm.
for Warlock, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
it
think
seems
the Warlock
awful.
necessarily needs it.
Yeah, seems bad.
1.
A lot of good Warlock cards. This isn't one of them. 1.
Yeah.
Don, hot takes? You good?
Now this is bad.
Okay, all right. Next card, Lady Darkbane, 5 mana, 3/6 legendary. Summon 2/2/1 shades. Each gains a death rattle to cast your last shadow spell. I gave this card a 1 because I don't think I want to randomly cast shadow spells because a lot of them do like stuff that I
Damage.
don't want done to me.
Yeah.
So I give it a 1.
I don't know. Maybe there's some payoff. It seems kind of cool. It seems kind of bad, but I don't know. Maybe it's French too.
It's
Maybe the
Vectus.
play is you just don't play shadow spells, and it's a 5 mana 3/6 summon 2/2/1.
No, you play this. This is a 4. You play this with curses. Curses are shadow spells. So there's the couple of curses that are, or the
my
couple of
God.
spells that give curses.
That's fair.
But like you have to make sure that
It's your last shadow spell.
that it was the last one.
I don't
Obviously,
think
you can
that's
do
very
that.
difficult to do, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that's
Is it
super
like
difficult.
static? Is it static or is it like which like? Does the death rattle just say like play your last shadow? Actually, I think I can look.
Each gains a death rattle to cast your last shadow spell. So
Yeah,
technically,
I think
it's
it'll
more
say
difficult.
the actual spell.
Oh, okay.
So it's the last spell you cast before you play this card, or is it
Yeah.
like the last spell you cast before they die?
No, when
It's
it's a
static.
battle cry, so when they come out, they will gain the death rattle of the last shadow spell. So whatever the last shadow spell is, they will have the death rattle cast X name of card.
That makes
Oh,
sense.
then that's a little
yeah,
bit better.
but like if it casts Drag Blow, if they just both cast Drag Blow on my Dark Vein and it dies, I'm gonna be sad. Obviously, it gives curses to your opponent, but like I don't know.
I don't
you
think
don't
you're
care
that
about
sad
the-
in a curse deck if
Yeah.
your 3/6 dies and your opponent gets 2 curses. Like that's really
You're
powerful.
right. You're not sad. You're not gonna be that sad. Yeah.
No, maybe.
I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I'm still on 1. I haven't bumped it.
I'm with. I can get with it. I like curse lock, and I think this is an interesting card. So I'll dig it.
I think there's some shadow spells that are related to imps and stuff too, so I think it might be
Yeah,
able to go in
probably.
like an imp deck
Like,
as well.
even if it's impending catastrophe is a pretty good card to put with it. Like, you just draw.
We'll talk about it when we get there. So next card is Shadowborn, 3 mana, 3/3 common beast tag. Death Rattle, reduce the cost of the highest cost shadow spell in your hand by 3. It's okay, but if you're like trying to do things with expensive shadow spells, I don't think you're just playing a 3 mana 3/3 to reduce it by 3. You paid the 3 mana already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I give it a 1. I don't see anything with this card.
Yeah, I don't like
gave
that.
it
Like, it's a Death Rattle without taunt in Warlock. It's kind of weird, but I don't know. It might be.
Yeah,
okay.
we're gonna get to the good Warlock cards real soon, but for now, this is kind of medium.
I gave this card a 2.
Yeah, I agree with it too.
Yeah, I'm going for a 2 as well. Also, I will note, Based gave it a 2. She gave the last one a 2 as well, but that's the highest rating she gave any Warlock card.
Oh damn!
Whoa.
She is not an imp
No.
believer.
No cap.
That's definitely a very base. It feels like a base take. I can see that. Like, yeah.
We'll move to the next card. It is Shadow Waltz, 5 mana shadow spell. It says summon a 3/5 shadow with taunt. If a minion died this turn, summon another. I give this a 1 as well. I think it's too clunky. It's a little slow. But just like 16 in taunt.
I agree.
Same.
Those good Warlock cards, they are coming. they're coming, I swear.
We're getting there.
Yep.
Oh no, it's a 2. That's fine.
Yep, 2.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2. Next.
Next. Tome Tampering is a 3 mana epic spell. Shuffle 1 cost copies of cards in your hand into your deck. Then discard your hand. I gave it a 1 as well. I don't like it.
They're coming. The good ones, they're coming, I swear.
I really didn't know what to think about this card. I have it as a 2. I'm very willing to give it a 1.
Yeah, I want 1 with this.
1.
All right, that sounds good to me.
I don't want to lose my
Give it
hand.
a 6, Dragon Rider. Come on.
No.
Like, I don't like the fact that you discard your whole hand. Like, obviously you get 1 cost copies of it, but like they just go in your deck randomly.
When I first saw this, like, I wanted to be optimistic with a 2, but I can't.
Mm-hmm.
I have to give it a 1. It's just I don't know. There might be a case for it. I just don't see it, and I don't think we have the cards for it right now. Maybe there's a way to like cycle really hard through your deck that you can get those, but the payoff's gonna have to be really good for this to actually be something that people want to play.
Next card is Impending Catastrophe, 2 mana shadow spell. To draw a card and then repeat for each imp you control. I love the fact that it draws a card without having an imp, and then it just repeats it for each one you control. So you can draw a lot of cards. I gave it a 5. I think it's a really good card.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this card. This is a 4. This is good. I like it. I like the imp deck is gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, this seems kind of absurd. I'll give it a 5. Why does this cost 2? Like, we're drawing a lot with this. There's some really good imp synergies. Like, they put Imp Gang Boss in standard. Like, that's summons imps. That's really good. There's also Flame Imp. Flame Imp's an imp, right? That counts.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Fiendish Circle.
Yep.
It's gonna be insane. Bloodbound Imp, the 2 mana 2/5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wicked Shipment.
With all the good
Wicked Shipment too.
With all the good imps though, are we really running Bloodbound?
That one might be debatable. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, it sticks on the board, which is cool. So I like it. I don't know. We'll think about it.
Yeah.
Next card is.
I gave that one a 4. I don't know.
Yeah, I went 4.
Based only gave it a 2. She said it's composting in a deck that doesn't have the same board flood tools and tied to a specific minion type.
Yeah, but there's so many.
Yeah.
You obviously don't want to draw 7. Like, you don't want to draw 8 cards with it. You just want to draw a couple. Like, it's pretty good. You can control when you do it, especially like You know, even if you draw like 2 mana, draw 2 on turn 2 is pretty good. Play Flame Imp this on 2. Wow, I got 2 extra cards in hand, and I didn't have to take 2 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a good card. All right.
Next card is Flustered Library, which is a 1-mana 1/3. Has +1 attack for each imp you control. This card is absurd. I gave it a 5.
It's Tunnel Trog.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I gave it a 4.
Yeah, I agree on a 4. I like this card. Just goes really well in the imp deck that Warlock's going to be running.
Definitely
Left 4 to beat him up.
giving it a 4 as well.
I gave it a 3.
I'm giving it a 4 as well. After seeing so many dang imp warlocks played during theory crafting, this card was the huge payoff. Like, this card scales so fast. Oh yeah.
Oh,
They played this, and then you play something that just like puts 3 imps on the board, and all of a sudden you have like 4 or 5 attack thing, and you're like, it's turn 2. I can't do anything.
You know what? You sold me. It's a 5.
Yeah, it's
Oh wow, you went from 3 to 5.
Sheesh.
Come on over to the inside.
Nah,
it's good.
If this thing can ramp that fast as a 1-mana card,
Love it.
It could be a problem.
Yeah, I was not thrilled on it when it was first revealed, but after seeing it played in the theory crafting, I was like, oh, that card is
that was
really
my
good.
thing. I was like on face value, it's kind of like, okay. Like, but hearing you say, okay, no, this card was like a pay. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes it. I can take it from your experience. All right.
Anybody else on this card, or are we moving?
I think we moving.
We moving. All right. The Warlock location, Vile Library, 2-mana rare location with 2 durability. Vile Library is give a friendly minion +1/+1. Repeat for each imp you control. This card is crazy. That's a lot of stats. Like, a lot. I give it a 5. Because you can just play it, and then you can play your Fiendish Circle, and then you're given something for 4 or 5/5, like, immediately. So that's just crazy.
Yeah, I think imps are going to be good. I give this one a 4.
4.
Me too. It is very strong.
That's a 6. This thing needs freaking nerfed. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe this is biased, but I hated playing against the friggin' imps. And this card was a huge reason why. Like, during the theory crafting, because it costs 2. They can only use it 2 times, but you can run 2 of these. And it comes out super early. They get a wide board. And then on like turn 3, 4, they have like a 7/7. Like, what? No. I hate it. I hate it.
All right. I didn't have a 6. And you sold me. This is my 6. I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna believe you on this. Like, for sure.
I guess Base is not sold. She gave it a 1. She's not sold on the imps.
What's the sell fiche on a 6 for a card that's actually a 1 at some point later in this?
No, because I already had library as a 4. So, like,
this needs nerfed.
All right, I don't like, my issue is sometimes I can't see how you nerf a card. I guess you could just make it cost more.
With this one, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Or you just give it attack and not attack and health.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. If you just give it attack, that's so garbage.
He's still getting to attack with a, big high thing, but
yeah, I guess you just go tall instead of tall and wide. Yeah. Makes sense.
Anything else on Vile Library? The card's crazy.
Nope. Good card.
All right. Next one's Mischievous Imp. It's a 4-mana demon, a rare 3/3. Battle card. Summon a copy of this. Infuse 3. Summon 2 copies instead. It's super easy to infuse 3 with imps. I think you're getting 9/9 on 4 every time.
Yes, yeah, nutty.
Very good.
Nutty.
I'm worried about imps in general. I kind of just went 4 on like all the imp cards because they scare me. but I don't know if they're like format defining crazy good. But yeah, 4 on this one too.
Yeah, also a 4 from me.
Yep, 4 from me as well. And the whopping 2 from Based, and she said, "Yeah, this is kind of neat." I love it.
Yep, 4.
Love that take.
All right. Imp King Reform is the final card in Warlock. It is a 6 mana 6/6 legendary. Reform is back. Battle Cry. Resurrect 4 friendly imps. Infuse 5. Give your imps +2/+2. This is one of the infused cards that has a higher infused tag that I feel like you can actually keep in the mulligan a lot of times because it's a 6 drop instead of like being something like crazy. Like an 8 or 9 or 7 or something like that. Like 6 is reasonable to keep in the mulligan. So like giving 4 from like you're at minimum you're summoning 4 3/3s with a 6/6 on 6 or coining on 5. So it's like a lot of stats really really early. And if you hit stuff like flame imps or mischievous imps or if you play the bloodborne imp, bloodbound imp. It's a lot of stats. It's a ton of stats really quick. And Imp Gang Boss getting it back with +2/+2 is crazy. So
yeah.
Why did I think this cost 8? Because it's
It
Reform,
cost 6.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. This cost 6, not 8. That's a lot better than 8.
Yeah, 6 super significant.
Yeah. I think I'll give it a 4 as well.
Yeah.
Powerful.
I went 5
4.
on this one.
Me too.
Yep. I'm worried. I'm very worried about the imps and the flood. Like, I feel like you don't actually like. Obviously, it'd be amazing to infuse it, but you don't actually care that much about the infuse. Just like slam down the 6/6 and summon a bunch more things, and now you have more things on the board to beat them up with, and you probably have the location. So that's a bunch of things that then you can buff with the location too. So like, oh my god, there's so many imps. Oh my god.
All right, well, we got to read Based's huge, impactful statement here. She gave it a 2. She said, "Zoo is dead. Give up the ghost. Other decks just do it better with cheap spells in hand. Last time Zoo was good, Magic Carpet gave it Rush to complete."
I don't know about that. Like Zoo's back.
Yeah, if there's enough
Zoo
things
also
in the...
didn't.
Huh?
Zoo also didn't have a 2 mana +10/+10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 2 mana draw like 4 cards or 5 cards.
Yeah. No, this is different.
This does have really good support cards.
Yeah, they went all in on it, and I mean they might have overtuned it, but this is good for Warlock.
It's cool that it's like a brand new archetype and it's making
I
cards like
agree.
Fiendish Circle a playable, really good card.
Yeah.
Like they knew what they were doing when they made the core set. Like this was all done. They're like, okay, we're putting Imp Gang Boss in, we're putting Fiendish Circle in. These will be played in the second expansion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Really well done.
Love it.
Yeah, for sure.
Sick.
All right. That is Warlock.
Only 2 classes left.
Yeah. Got shenanigans.
Right.
All right. Who's up on Shaman?
I can do Shaman.
All right, sounds good, Ron.
Ship it.
All right, what do we got first? That's a big boy. All right, we got
It is a big boy.
a 10 mana 8/8. Cost 1 less for each totem you've summoned this game. It is Gigantotem. Yeah, totems are never good. Literally never good. I don't think so. That's a 1. No, it's not gonna be good.
Literally crying inside.
I'm sorry.
They never make good totems. They
This
never
card,
make good totem synergies.
like the art looks cool. It's a fun concept, and
like
you can have some fun playing it in casual, maybe if you're not concerned about or play it on ranked and lose over and over. Whatever.
So like this is something that probably finds a better home in Wild because there's better totem cards in Wild. But even then, I don't think that this is going to be even powerful enough in Wild to like crack to like be much more than maybe a tier 4 in Wild. I don't know. This card is a 1 in Standard for sure.
Isn't there a card that summons a random totem and not like a basic totem? Or did they errata it to say basic totem?
They all say basic.
It says basic.
There used to be a card that could summon like
Primal,
totem golem and stuff.
I mean, there's going to be a card that will come up in this review very shortly that will summon a random basic totem.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying I was looking for something that summoned a non-basic totem.
It used to, but they changed the card. That was Tuskar Totemic.
Oh yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, they had to change it because like people were, you summon you just summon totem golems and your opponents are malting.
Yeah, I mean, I want to huff the copium for this one, but like, what am I just gonna do? Wake up in hero power and shaman? No, there's like no synergy. They printed like 2 totem summoning cards, and it's just like no.
Yeah,
totems suck. Why would I play you? There's no synergy.
This is one of those. This is like just another one of those examples that Blizzard is that has happened over the years where like they print these cards and maybe they'll get support, but maybe not, and then we just have a wasted totem. Then we just have a wasted giant.
Surely they'll print a broken totem card in the mini set. Surely
clueless.
1 mana summon all basic totems.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's move on to the next card. I'm not buying it. All right, next one. 4 mana 1/1. Crud Caretaker. With a battle cry, summon a 3/5 elemental with taunt. It's okay. It's really there for like evolving, right? Like just right off the bat, that's an awful amount of stats for a high cost. So, when you just transform this into a random 5-drop, all of a sudden you're pretty happy. And the stats on the minion itself are pretty good. I assume the 3/5, the token is like a 4 mana, right?
Yeah, I would guess.
It is a 4 mana token.
Okay, yeah. So like when you get to evolve it, that would also be a 5. Like that seems good. This seems pretty decent. 3 for the card.
I gave that a 4. I think it's good evolve stats.
Yeah.
Double it up with brand.
So interesting. I'm giving it a 2, but I think it goes and evolve, and that's it. That's why I'm giving it a 2 for Fringe.
I'll give it a 2.
Evolve kind of scary though.
Yeah,
Evolve looks kind of good.
Yes, I think overall it's good.
God, Evolve is besides like the first time when it was just the card Evolve, like and they waited a while to like print something that really worked with it. Like Evolve has been so scary every time.
Yep. It's gonna be a little crazy, but this card, it's an Evolve support card, and it's also just like not bad on its own.
Agreed.
I don't know that we're necessarily fitting this in any non-evolve deck, but maybe it's kind of defensive. It's okay.
Okay.
Next one, we have 8 mana. Criminal Lineup. Choose a friendly minion, summon 3 copies of it, overload 2. I mean, that is really expensive. It could be insane. It's such a weird card. This might break the game, but at the same time, it does not look good enough because it's so pricey. I'm going to give it a 2 because there's probably some kind of concept that enables it in a way that makes it actually pretty nasty. But overall, I don't think it's good enough to be competitive to call it strong or anything else like that.
Yeah, I give it a 1. And maybe I'm too 3-head to know what it's supposed to do, but it don't look like it.
Come on, I'm
Yeah.
3-head with you. Let's give it a 1.
Yep, I gave it a 1 as well.
It's
Like
just a very slow. It's like
3 heads
just
unite.
slow. It's slow and it overloads for 2.
There's 3 heads and 3 copies. It's insane.
It's nice.
Yeah.
I don't know
It'll-
what's the thing that we're copying. What's like the mega
Yeah.
broken payoff thing? Like I don't know
We're-
yet.
We are copying the crush. We're copying the crush that we evolved into.
You know why this card is not good?
Calm
Because
down.
the art. The
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
art.
still
okay,
giving it
okay.
a 1.
The flavor.
I know. On turn 10, we play Gigantotem, and then with all of our mana.
Yes,
then
I
on
was gonna say we
turn
just copied
11,
Gigantotem.
we overload by 2 and play Criminal Lineup and get 3 more Gigantotems. Also, this is a fantasy world that we're not like dead 5 turns ago.
I no lie, I almost made that exact same sarcastic analogy.
Like, yeah, I don't know about Criminal Lineup, but it's kind of cool and might be might be one of the most broken cards at
Down the
some
line,
point.
yeah,
Like
right?
if you can make it free or something.
Yeah.
The worst thing that you're gonna see with Criminal Lineup
Oh,
is the same
no, it's gonna be
as
Jackpot.
what you're gonna see from the
No.
Hunter card too. It's Jackpot got a lot of support in this set,
yeah.
and rogues are really gonna piss you off with some trickster stuff. But this card as an actual shaman card, nah.
This is the same
Ron,
thing
you're
as the
ruining
Hunter
it.
card. Yeah, Ron, you're really like
We mute Ron.
You're ruining my good mood.
Server
Get-
mute.
Get tilted now.
Yeah, tell me now before I have to.
The jackpot
Do
is just
something later.
absolutely disgusting.
Yeah,
I
but
already hated it enough.
I don't know. I got enough like Chaos Nova plus some other crappy card for me to be like, oh, why am I playing Jackpot Rogue?
All right. Great comment in chat here. I know you're mentioning Wild, but
Yeah.
finally, Boar Shaman has got the priest that it or the support that
Oh
it
my
deserves.
God, Boar Shaman, you're so
Let's go, Boar
right.
Shaman.
Let's go, Boar Shaman. Let's
All right,
go.
but enough memeing. Let's get to the next card.
All right, yeah, next card. All right, Ron, aren't
Next
you reading
card,
the-
we have 2 mana weapon, Carving Chisel. After your hero attacks, summon a random basic totem. You kidding me? You really think I'm gonna put this in my deck and try to go in on totems? What, so I can have a cheaper garbage card that doesn't even have taunt? No, it's a 1. Get out of here. I don't know, like you could maybe put this in like a tokeny type deck, and like it's a
No.
little bit better. You have Bloodlust, like you could
Alright.
summon more things. Maybe. I don't buy it as a 1.
Yeah. I'm just gonna play Freezy Dude with Bird and like not this.
Yeah, one.
You know why this is bad? Because I don't want to keep it in the mulligan. Because the only card I want to keep in mulligan is Wildpaw Cavern. Hee hee.
Woohoo! Wow, Paul Cavern.
Easy.
I'm giving it the 2 because I want to play this in totems. That's it. Not that I think totems are going to be great, but
Mhm.
you played in there.
Right on.
Gotcha.
All right.
Cool.
All 1s except for Dragon Ride with 2.
Mm-hmm.
Itachi had to go, right?
Tachi left already. Yeah.
All right. On to the next.
More totems.
Oh boy. Well, gotta love those totems. I don't know. I guess Shaman had enough good cards, so they didn't actually need good cards this set, or they're just gonna do like some evolve cards and the rest are terrible. Because this one is terrible.
Yep.
I'm just going in on 1s for all totem Shaman cards. I don't buy it
too.
at
Yeah,
all.
me too.
That's a 1. I don't want to play this. I don't want to pay 3 for this. I don't want to infuse this and get 2 random basic totem. No, God, stop
Mhm.
it.
3
No,
mana,
this is
0
terrible.
attack, summon
What are
a
you
0
doing? This is
attack
Stop.
minion.
Stop it! It's already
Almost
dead.
like we can't attack.
Absolutely terrible.
The Simpsons meme. Stop it! It's already dead.
Stop.
Rip.
Yeah. It's something I mean, Totem Shaman is something that I love, but this is just not it, fam.
Yep. Next.
No,
Alright, one more.
hold on.
Anyone
hold
else?
on.
Anyone else with a better than a 1? Okay. Go
Yes,
ahead.
this is a 3. I'm giving it a 3.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
Because here's the thing is that yes, it says totem and yes, it gives you totems, but we have Bloodlust and Evolve, and I think a potentially one card
We're an
putting out
evolved
3.
totem deck. Okay.
Well,
I'm in.
I don't think you
I'm
run
not.
all of the totem stuff in Evolve, but I think this card specifically out of everything, I don't like. In Evolved, you're not running like Carving Chisel. I don't think you're not learning
No.
all of the stuff, but I think you can put this in as just a minion that puts multiple bodies on the board for you to evolve or have a board for Bloodlust. Well, I actually think there's uses for this, and I kind of like it. And it will evolve into a 4-cost minion, so it's not bad.
The only thing I like about this minion is that it summons more minions and then we can transform it into something that doesn't suck. So
Yeah.
I mean, sure. I'm
Perfect logic.
I'm kind of on board. I don't think I'm gonna change it from a 1, but I'm kind of on board with your explanation.
Yeah, I appreciate the creativity. I think that it could be better than a 1 and probably be more like a 2.
That was like the
right, now
nicest
we
way
have
of
to move on.
saying. I love that
No.
speech.
Like, I don't know.
creativity.
It's like I just have to see it.
Yeah. Well, some of these cards are hard to evaluate, and I think we've talked about that
Definitely,
before with
yeah.
the infuse. And
Yeah, like
when we're not
all
sure
these
on
crap
this, it's like,
like all these takes we have, like, you know, generally, like, I mean, a large chunk of them end up being correct, but like, you know, it's like, I mean, like neutral. I should say neutral. A lot of the neutral cards that were just like, this is shit. Like, you know, they end up being coming true, but you know, these ones are sometimes just difficult. All right, next card.
All right. Next, we have a 4-mana 5/4, the Stone Right. Battle Cry. For the rest of the game, your totems have +2 attack. All right. Just the fact that the text says for the rest of the game, your blank has +2 attack or plus anything attack. Like, come on. I've seen that text very similarly before. And it was on a broken card that got nuked from orbit with a nerf. Like, it's hilarious to me that it has so
What?
close to the same text of a
How
card
am
that
I
is
How am I blanking on this?
that has been absolutely murdered. The 3-mana 2/3 for Warrior from like I don't know years and years ago.
No, that was only when that was on
gave
board.
things charge.
Yeah, War Song. Yeah, but
Yeah.
But it was only when
anyway,
it's on board. This is regardless if it's on board. But it's so bad.
Doesn't matter. It's garbage. It's the 1. Like it's a totem synergy card in that's just awful. Like I'm not playing that.
Like this could actually be something in Wild, but in
No way,
Standard,
Blizzard. You're not tricking me. I'm not playing any totem cards. No, thank you.
I had to double take. I thought she was holding shake weights.
Nice.
that would be great.
No, she's holding. Yeah, she's
Oh.
holding.
David would love it.
True.
It's a 2.
I'm giving it a 1. Sag.
Sag.
Totem lull.
I'm so crying. I hate how they just do it dirty. All right. Anyways, next card.
All right. So, moving on again.
Ugh.
And finally, this
cards.
is something that is not totem related. Therefore, it will not get a 1. So, Convincing Disguise. Transform a friendly minion into one that costs 2 more. Excuse me. Infuse 4. Transform all friendly minions as excuse me. That's a 5. That's insane. That really. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. Evolve Shaman frequently breaks the game, and this freaks me out. It is way too cheap.
It's way
I
too
don't know.
cheap to do what it does.
It's very troubling. Like you don't need the infuse effect. You can just make this crazy. We're gonna be in trouble facing this card.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you combine it with another card that will be talked
How
about.
easy is it to infuse this?
Yeah, it's.
I mean, if you have totems, well, I don't know. Do they even kill your
Ron.
totems?
Well, so I was trying some Evolve Shaman in the theory crafting stream, and man, this card was one of those where if I had it early enough in my hand, it was pretty easy to get the infuse. The big downside is that right now there's not like it was difficult to find a lot of minions to play that gave you multiple other bodies at the same time. And then one issue that I felt like I ran into was that by the time I was playing this fully infused, it was like I was all in. So like my board, I finally got out on the board. I finally got the infused 4 pulled off, and then it was like kind of just relying on this getting the job done on whatever board that I had left. And it's like, I don't know. It was a small sample size because I didn't get to play like a ton of games. So I definitely want to test this more and see how it goes over like the long term. But yeah, the Infuse 4 was a little bit clunky.
Fair.
I'm not convinced that this one is that good.
I don't know. I feel like I'd play 1 mana, make something into a random thing that costs 2 more.
I
Like
mean,
I feel like
that's
I'd
what
play
Muck
that,
Pools does,
and
kind
then
of.
the upside is kind of crazy. Well, like when you have Evolve, you want Evolve redundancy.
Yeah. I think Muck Pools is much better than this card.
I mean, I'm just giving it a 3. Like, I think
Well,
right now it's
yeah,
like it's
fair.
fine, and you play it in Evolve, and it has that upside. But
Maybe I overrated it, but Evolve stuff scares me.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
base gave it a
Reasonable.
4 as well. Like you just
It's because, yeah, and I think Base said help. I think this is what she said.
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
she said I'm scared. Yeah,
She said I'm scared.
Yeah, I think I'll give it a 3.
let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Tachi gave it a 5.
But
I think.
Ron attached with the 5s.
Yeah, I think the whole thing with the older versions of Evolve is that there was minions that like there was Desert Hare before
Yeah.
that like
Mhm.
you got three like 3 mana cards and you just instantly turn them into like 4 attackers like or 4 mana cards like back when Bogspine Knuckles was a thing, and like Bogspine Knuckles was pretty easy to do, and that was even with a 5 mana card that evolved the board. I don't know. This is I mean I gave it a 4.
It just
I
seems hard
think-
to get the infuse off to me.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
And without the infuse, I think it's kind of bad. Like you're spending a card to evolve a minion, whereas like Muck Pools is spending a card to evolve like 3 times.
Well, for what it's
Obviously-
worth, I'm also giving Muck Pool a 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems about right. Yeah, I'll give it
Yeah.
a 3. I'm not convinced we can build an Evolve Shaman that it's that good.
Mm-hmm.
Keep mentioning it. Let's talk about Muck Pools.
Yeah, Muck Pools.
All right, nutty card. Why does this cost 1? All the locations are varying levels of expensive. Why does this cost 1? Come on, man, that's insane. All right, Muck Pools, 1 mana, transform a friendly minion into one that costs 1 more, and you can do it 3 times whenever you want to. Unless you've done it the turn before, and then you can rotate it. And you can run 2 of these, so you can play it again, and you can have another Muck Pools on the board. Oh my god. I think we're all in trouble. I think Evolve Shaman is going to be a thing, and it's going to be format defining. I'm worried about it. Giving this a 5. We'll see what happens. Maybe it gets nerfed.
Yeah, Muck Pools seems pretty scary. It's just so good. You don't have to pay any mana the turn you want to evolve, which is key. Like you can play the Caretaker on 4 and evolve the 1/1. You can play the Baroness that we're about to talk about and get a free 5-drop for 0 mana. Like that's just a lot of tempo.
You can immediately play Party Favor Totem and then transform it.
I mean, you do get to transform it into a 4-drop. You don't get the additional totems though. Because the
Oh
totem,
no!
yeah, because it's not a battle cry. The totems get summoned at the end of the turn.
Oh no! Whatever shall we do without our basic totem?
I will say though, this onto the oh gosh, what was the name of it? We talked about it earlier. Oh, the Crud Caretaker.
Yeah.
You get you play it as a 4-mana 1/1. You get the 3/5 taunt. Use Muck Pools to transform that 1/1 4 cost into a 5. Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds good.
So you still get 2 bodies, but yeah, Muck Pool seems really strong. So I like the fact you can have 2 of them in the deck. I know I keep bringing that up when we talk about locations, but being able to have 2 of them makes it a little bit more consistent. They're going to be able to have these uses, and the multiple uses is, I think, the most impactful part of this card.
I can agree.
Right, so we play Muck Pools, we play the Caretaker, we transform the Caretaker, and it gives us a Crixus the Voracious. A 7/7 Death Rattle, draw 3. Easy. We always get the 4-mana 7/7 in Shaman.
Surely. Let's just code it in.
Hard-coded.
Oh yeah, I'll give Muck Pools a 4.
Yeah. I think based she gave it a 4, and it looked like Itachi gave it a 5.
Solid.
Yep.
All right, so next card. We've got the Baroness Vaj. Is that right? Vaj?
Yeah.
Vaj.
Vosh. Yeah.
I don't know. That's a hard one. Anyway, this one, a legendary 4-mana 3/6. If this would transform into a minion, summon that minion instead. Among other things, you could get that one from the Caretaker too, with Muck Pools and such. But I don't know how to evaluate this one, if it's a 4 or a 5 for me. But it oh my god, just Evolved Shaman looks so terrifying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the 5 because it goes with an Evolved Shaman. I feel like Evolved Shaman's gonna be format defining. I feel like we're gonna see it everywhere, and it's gonna be kind of nutty. This card looks super nutty. 5.
I think I'll give it a 3. I think it's pretty powerful, but it's situational. Like, you need your evolve cards for it to be any good, and you kind of want to hold it for your evolve cards. And I don't know. Are we all...
Well,
it's so hard for me to evaluate these evolve
I'm sorry,
cards.
is it that difficult to just play like on turn 5, slam Vaj, and then play the
convincing
1-mana card, and instead of transforming Vaj, you just get a random
6-drop?
5-drop from it?
6-drop.
Or no, it's actually 6-drop because the thing does 2 more. And then you also could have already had a location, then you just proc the location 2 on Vaj as well. So like your turn 5 play is summon a 4-mana 3/6 and a random 5-drop and a random 6-drop.
I mean, yeah, that obviously seems insane, but that's like, if you have all 3 of these cards, I don't know. It just, my problem is that this card is so good with evolve that like you need to hold it in hand for a while, and then there's not that many redundancy with evolve effects.
It's got 6 health. I feel like you could just slam it on the board and say, all right, see if you can clear it. You coin it out on 3. They might not have it. It's like a good thing to force
then it's
them.
not that useful.
Yeah, but it's like a minion with soft taunt. So like, because your opponent panics when you play it. So a 6 health thing that makes your opponent panic is often like really good on its own. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just a 3. I personally am very afraid of this card. And if my opponent plays this, like if they actually just like coined it on 3 or played it on 4 and didn't do anything else, I would be selling out to kill it. I'd be like, kill it now, kill it with fire.
Kill it with fire. Yeah.
It probably warrants a 4. It's pretty powerful. I'm so used to having like Bog Spine Knuckles, and we have like Cage Mash to tutor our evolve effects, and like if we don't have our evolve effects, our deck is playing a bunch of crappy minions.
Yeah, and that's, I think, like we have to, like that was like probably, I don't know if that was the most busted version of evolve, but it was pretty damn close to it. Like I wasn't playing during Doom in the Tomb, when apparently Evolved Shaman was also busted back then.
It was so busted.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 4.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 4. I'm really not sure how to evaluate this one. Like, I don't think you play this outside of Evolved Shaman. So that's why it's also hard to evaluate. 'Cause, like, the effect can be really strong. So I think it helps make Evolved Shaman better, but I don't, like, you're not playing in just any Shaman deck. So it's kind of just a weird minion. But if this goes off and you can use it with, like, the muck pools or some other effects, great. I'm not sure. I think it's strong, but I don't know how I feel about it yet.
That's fair.
Also, if your opponent tries to hex this minion, you just get to summon a frog and this doesn't get transformed.
That is true.
Oh, true.
Or like Mass Poly.
Pretty hilarious.
Or Lily Pad Lurker.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Wait.
Wait.
He caught
What
himself.
the heck? No. What? I didn't know that this last card said evolve on it.
Oh.
I thought we only had 2 evolve cards.
No.
Hold on. I'm reevaluating the situation.
Wait. Yeah.
For some reason, I
you
thought
didn't realize that- you
Primordial
didn't
Wave
realize
was
what the
like
last card is?
landslide. I thought it was like an AoE.
So,
No, Primordial
about
Wave is
that-
Ron.
about that evolve shaman that I've
Devolve
been
and
talking
Evolve in the
about.
same card, my guy.
This
I was
is
like, there's like no evolve cards, and there's just another one.
this is
Yeah.
another one that I'm putting at a 5 because I'm very worried about evolve shaman.
Oh my god! I just searched
And-
evolve in the tech or in the thing,
Yeah.
and it came up. I'm like, why is this coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a whole lot more
no.
to say about this one other than it does more of the stuff that seems pretty scary, and also at the same time though,
It's devolve.
can mess with your opponent, and that could be extra bad.
You want to read it
Devolve
real
and
quick?
Devolve.
Oh yeah. Sorry. 3 mana primordial wave, transform enemy minions into ones that cost 1 less, and friendly minions into ones that cost 1 more. Probably not relevant for what it's worth. It is a nature spell school.
Multicaster.
Dungeoneer.
I was going to say it might be relevant, depending on how you build the deck.
Dungeoneer.
Yeah, I like Dungeoneer
Yeah,
with
that's
this.
true. Oh yeah, Dungeoneer can pull our evolve spells.
Yeah.
All right, fine, Ron. I give these cards a 5.
I gave it a 4. Like,
I'll
I
give
don't
the
know.
disguise a 4. I'll give muck pools a 5. I'll give this card a 5.
I'm sticking with
I'll give-
4s.
Baroness Vosh, I'll keep it at 4.
yeah.
I did not know we had another evolve card. This
Base-
changes everything.
Base for Baroness Vosh said 3. Please don't be good. Please don't be good.
Solid.
I echo those sentiments, but I gave it a 5 because I'm scared.
Then she
I
gave
said,
this
"Hey."
wave a 2 and just said K.
Yeah. Yeah, for Vosh I said I'm in danger. Anyways, that's the end of Shaman.
Yep, that's Shaman.
Yeah.
Shaman basically has some garbage and evolve. So let's roll the dice.
Mm-hmm.
See if it's good.
All right. Time to go to Warrior. We're almost to the neutrals.
That's right. Let's see. I think I haven't read in a while.
Oh,
I don't know if
Go ahead.
Itachi is back.
either one of you want to, or anybody else want to read these, and then I can do neutrals, or I don't know how anybody feels.
I'll read Warrior.
Go for it.
All right. First card, 2 mana epic spell, Riot. It's 2 mana. Your minions cannot be reduced below 1 health this turn. They each attack a random enemy minion. I don't know. I don't have a rating for this card. I just wrote "No, this is Blizzard" for the comment because that is what the flavor text says, and I thought it's hilarious.
I like it.
Oh no, no Blizzard. Okay, whatever. I was confusing that with Patrick, apparently. But yeah, it's an interesting card. It's Like we've had a card like this before in the past that your minions couldn't go below 1 health. Forcing the minions to attack a random enemy minion is kind of weird. I don't think I like this card that much.
Yeah, me neither.
It's not impressive. One for this. I just don't think it's all that useful.
Same.
Yeah.
1.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Man, I'm so torn. Like, I want to give it a 2, but at the same time, I also could see this being like a 4 because just them being able to attack. The problem is if this counts as their attack for the turn.
I don't think it would.
I don't think it would either, which means you could attack again. Because we have cards like that in Hunter that get used, right? And
Yeah.
I think it turns out pretty well. And if they can't be reduced, you can get a ton of value from this card. And so I kind of want to rate it higher. I think this might be a card that you could even just use just to get that like board clears essentially with your minions. And I don't think you're caring about like your minions being damaged. I don't know. We're going to talk about these like damage cards. I'm not thrilled on those, but
I just think it's awkward. Like I know it's supposed to probably go with the whole theme of warrior for this expansion, but like I just can't imagine. Like I don't know. I
think it's better than that. I think it goes beyond just the stuff that they have here.
Oh yeah, I was just kind of imagining like what type of deck wants to run. I guess like what pirates run this. Like I don't know about that. Like
I mean, I just am looking at it as additional removal. There's already a lot of removal in warrior,
Sure.
but
yeah, I guess like control warrior never ran a lot of minions like until later in the game. I guess you could just hold it till later in the game as a resource. I gave it. I bumped it to a 2. I can maybe there's some fringe case.
I'm gonna go for 3.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I guess are we gonna go to the next card, friends?
Let's do it.
All right. Next card is Crazed Wretch. 2 mana minion. It is a common card. It is 1/4. Has +2 attack and charge while damaged.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like it works with another card that we'll see later. It's pretty solid. If that's what we're using it for. I don't have a good feel for warrior. So I'd like to hear what other people think.
I don't believe in this card as something that is all that good, but it does have 4 health. So 2 mana, 4 health, and it can get buffed. It's probably good enough to say a 2, but I was pretty close to a 1 on this.
Yeah, I don't know this like tempo warrior deck we're trying to build. It's kind of weird. They're trying to push it, but the cards don't seem that great, and like we didn't have much support before. This is really good if you have the location on 1 and then you play this, but
yeah,
otherwise it's like the charge doesn't matter at all because it's not going to attack on the turn you play it, and then it's just like 2 mana 1/4 that has +2 attack while damaged.
Makes sense.
So I'll give it a 2.
I'm gonna just go for 1. I wanted to give it a 2, but maybe like a Rokara buff deck kind of works. But I don't know. Not sold.
Yeah.
Next card, Fish.
Next card, Conqueror's Banner. 2 mana spell. It is a rare. Reveal a card from each player's deck 3 times. Draw any of yours that cost more. This does not say minion, just card. Why? I'm not sure. That's the question asked in the notes. I don't know. I think that this card is like, I don't know, just like seems kind of bad. Like, I guess it's card draw, but like you're not guaranteed card draw. You're guaranteed to joust. This is like you're jousting 3 times. Like, and joust mechanic was garbage back in the day. So I think this is probably I like on face value I give this a 1, but I'll wait to see if anyone else has a better reason that this wouldn't be a 1.
Nope. 1 seems terrible.
Yeah, I agree. Card seems kind of bad. 1.
Yep, it's a 1.
Darn. All right. Next, man, we're going through this pretty fast. Next card is Anima Extractor. It's 2 mana, 1/4. It is a common card. Whenever a friendly minion takes damage, give a random minion in your hand +1/+1. I don't like this card either, personally. Hand buff and Warrior was good for 1 expansion. And there's a lot of good cards. I mean, maybe like I think they're trying really hard to bring back something like Rush Warrior from Barons, but it's been a long time since that was a deck. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna. I think it's probably a 1. And again, I'll wait to see if anybody disagrees.
I like at least a 2 for this. Like anything that's 4 health, 2 mana. I don't know. There's some upside for it. It seems okay.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, not great by any means.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm leaning in on the 2 as well. Like, it might find a spot. I'm really not sure how I feel about the hand buff and this, like, enraged stuff. I don't know. I guess
Not
Based
convinced. I'll give it a 2 as well.
I think Based gave it the highest score with a 3. She said, we trade and set up our axe and then just win because big stats.
Copium.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sold on that.
Yep. Well, here's the axe. We can talk about that.
Sure, yeah. Imbued Axe, 3 mana weapon, 2 attack, 3 durability, common card. After your hero attacks, give your damage minions +1/+1. Infuse 3 +2/+2 instead. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sold on it, unfortunately. Like, I don't know. Like, it's a weapon in a warrior, but like, I don't believe in like damaged minions. I don't really believe in like damaged minion stuff for warriors. It's never been generally that amazing. But besides like Armor Smith and Risky Skipper, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll give it I guess I can give it like a 2. Maybe I'm not seeing something. Like, it is a weapon that's pretty good, but like Outrider's Axe is also a good weapon that warrior runs. Like, it's probably good in the deck that you want to play it in, but other than that, I think you just don't want to run it.
Yeah, I'm not convinced this is very good. I'm going to give it a 2.
Yeah.
Not seeing it.
Yeah.
This enraged deck just looks kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, surely we can be doing better things.
I give this a 3 because like the stats are pretty good, but
Sure.
I'm still not really sold. Maybe you could find a way to make it playable.
Yeah, I'm going for a 2 as well, but I do want to read Baste's. She gave this a 4 and said, this is fine uninfused and scary infused. It's seeming like she's a little bit higher up on the infused stuff.
She likes this stuff. She likes this like the stuff
like
more.
The enraged and the infused.
Yeah,
you know, goes with it. Yeah.
Yeah, she gave Anima a 3. She gave Crazy Wretch a 2. Like, obviously we haven't gotten to the location yet. That's the final card that kind of rounds out the whole thing. But all right, we'll go to the next card. We have Suspicious Pirate, a 3-mana 3/4 battle cry. Discover a weapon. If your opponent guesses your choice, they get a copy. And I believe I don't remember seeing this note on any of the other ones, but maybe I just missed it. It says discover is at the start of opponent's turn, which is how every single one of the cards that does this works. Yeah, I mean, it's a pirate, so that's something.
Yeah, do we care?
I don't really care about getting a weapon off of it, but at least it's a pirate. Like, I don't know. I think this is probably not even playing Pirate Warrior.
Give me a 1. This seems awful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agree. Warrior's not looking so hot.
Warrior
Yeah.
Yeah.
Warrior
Agreed.
is coping hard.
That's so sad.
I mean,
Like,
Warrior got kind of
like,
nerfed to Oblivion, and then they got a bad set too. So so far, anyway. I mean, we haven't seen all the cards yet, but
no, it doesn't get better, sir.
It doesn't get much
sorry to
better.
tell you. There's
Yeah.
one card that might be pretty good, and I'm not. But yeah. All right. So next card we have it's called Burden of Pride. 4-mana epic spell. Summon 3/1/3 jailers with taunt. If you have 20 or less health, give them +1/+1. So you're either summoning 3/1/3s or you're summoning 3/2/4s. And I'm not sure I like it either way. So
Well, this warrior set kind of blows.
yeah.
Give this one a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
Not impressed by this card at all.
Yeah, yikes.
What is its
Yikes.
condition?
Maybe there's something I'm not seeing, but 1.
Yeah.
Yep. Same.
Right. I hate going through this so fast, but the set just isn't impressive for Warrior so far. But this is our first legendary. Ramornia Living Blade is a 7-mana legendary card. 4 attack, 10 health. And it has Rush. After this attacks, equip it. So it's also a weapon that is 7 mana for attack and 10 durability. And after your hero attacks, return this to the battlefield. So I'm guessing that it starts as a 4/10 as the minion. Does it, when you lose a durability, does it lose a health?
Yeah.
Okay, so it goes to 4/9. Then, if you rush into something like, it's not going to have 10 durability because you're going to rush it into something. But I don't know. This is such a weird card. Like, you kind of use the health of the minion, and then you use your own health, and then you use the health of the minion to trade off things. Like, it's kind of weird. It's an interesting comeback mechanic.
So you can attack 3 times in 1 turn because you rush, then you attack with your face, then you rush, and then you can't attack with your face again.
This card is sick. This card is really cool.
This card is cool, right?
At least got like some buff things in hand stuff too. So like this would keep the buffs and would have higher durability as a weapon, or obviously more health as a minion. Like, this is really cool. I give this a 4. I think it's awesome.
I just wish that like the Warrior was a better class currently. Like, I give it. Yeah, it's probably a 3 or a 4. Yeah.
I think I'm being biased by how cool it is, and I don't think it's actually that good.
That could
Yep.
be.
I'm gonna give it a
Don't
2.
care. Don't care. Still 4.
I'm gonna say 3, and probably expect this to end up being a 2. I'm gonna say 3.
Yeah, I gave it a 4.
Nice.
I think Base
So
gave it
cool.
a 4.
Base gave it a 4.
Itachi gave it a 2 and said a worse Krakatoa. Maybe.
Wait, no, that might be Itachi.
Yeah, Base gave it a 4,
Itachi.
and then Itachi gave it a 2 and said that.
I mean, sure.
It's a really interesting card.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Finally, a good warrior card. Next card is the other legendary Decimator Ulgra. 6 mana, 3/7. Battle Cry. Gain +1/+1 for each damaged minion. Then attack all enemies.
Founder.
Ugh. What? Yeah, we
didn't
found
find the wife.
we found wife. I didn't understand that until I looked at the name. We found wife, but I'm not sure I want wife. If this is wife,
I think this card's pretty
I would
sweet.
divorce this wife.
like it is an interesting card. I guess like a fun thing for it would be to play this with the 2 mana with the riot card, like because then it can't die.
So at worst,
Or no,
this
because this is a
does-
battle cry.
At worst, this does 3 to the board for 6 mana. Or does it
Does it
die after
I would
like
assume it would
killing
just
everything?
Definitely
I would-
dies, right?
I would assume it just dies when it's at 0
So
health.
it dies
right?
and stops attacking if it takes too much damage.
I'm not sure. I have
Yeah.
not honestly seen this interaction. I did just give it a 1 though. I wasn't convinced.
Because I'd give this a 3. I think it's like pretty solid, but
I'm giving it a
don't
3
know
as well.
exactly how it's gonna work.
I mean, it's like
Yeah.
the old Deathwing that like attacked a bunch of things.
Yeah.
Once it's dead, it's dead.
And it says all enemies, so it hits minions and face. And there was a little like video clip that they showed with the reveal of it, showing that it, like attacked a couple of minions and then hit face. So it, it can do some work. I think this is pretty cool. Honest, like, I'm giving it a 3. I'm not convinced it's going to be like super great or go into every single warrior deck, but I do think it's going to have value. And I think the best part of this card is that it's only 6 mana. So it's not like you're having to wait until like turn 8 or 9 where we've seen similar effects. You can play it a little bit earlier.
This is
Gotcha.
definitely really cool. I like this card.
Yeah. I'll bump
I
it to
agree.
it. I'll bump it to a 2.
All 3 it.
Okay. I just don't know what really wants this. I guess control warrior. But sure. Okay. One more warrior card. It is the location card. It is called Sanguine Depths. It is a 1 mana location card. 3 durability. Deal 1 damage to a minion and give it +1 attack. So this is the card that kind of works with Crazed Alchemist. Like it feels like the only reason why you would play Crazed Wretch would be okay. I can hit Depths into a 2 mana 4/3 charger. Like that'd be pretty solid. But I don't know. I'm not convinced of this card. I might be wrong. Like I don't know. Having ping effects like in warrior at this point just doesn't seem like something that warrior wants. I gave it a 1.
I'm going higher than that. I think it's
Maybe I'm just not
also
seeing it correct.
3. Like it's I don't know. It's very cheap, and we can ping things a lot. Like we could use this to set up an execute. Execute still exists, right?
Oh yeah, execute does exist. Yeah, you can use this.
Like I don't know. There's a lot of application for this card, and it also like is one of the ways maybe you could buff your Ulgra. You can activate some of the other things that we have, like Anima Extractor. I mean, I don't know if that deck's actually good. It doesn't seem like it is, but there's options. I'm kind of reaching here because like Warrior seems bad.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 2. It's whatever.
Yeah.
It's not
Alright.
awful, but like there's
Alright,
not really
yeah,
that much synergy in
we'll
standard
throw-
right now,
we'll-
it seems.
We'll throw
Yeah.
warrior a little bone.
I gave it a 2 as well.
Give it a
Itachi
2.
only gave it a 1, but Based went with the
gave it a
3.
3.
Yeah. So
Based really likes this.
same reasoning as Ron looks
Yeah,
like.
1 mana, deal 3 damage and pings with potential to activate synergies. So much more flexible than the other locations. I'm assuming besides muck pools would be the logic there.
Well, yeah. I mean, 1-mana locations are definitely a lot easier to play than
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
the more expensive ones.
Yeah, agreed. All right.
Mm.
And that is Warrior.
All right. Woo, all the classes.
All classes done, just neutral to go.
All right.
Rip through them.
So
Oh,
I think
God.
this one, let's
This goes all, and these go all over the place
know.
with their
we're gonna
like.
we'll
it
we'll
goes-
sort
but it
by
go-
we'll sort by rarity for these.
Thank you.
So we'll start with the legendaries. So first we have Leotar the Mad Duke, 4 mana 3/3. Battlecry, discover a card in each player's hand and swap them. This is a pretty interesting card. It feels kind of like a tech card, where I don't think you want to play it if the meta is just like tempo-y or aggressive style decks. I feel like you want to play this against decks that are kind of waiting on a certain card, more combo or OTK style decks or control decks where they're really relying on a couple of cards later in the game. So it's a cool card though. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a 3.
Mm-hmm.
This is absolutely rest in peace to Boar Priest. If
Yeah.
you steal an amulet or a boar, you win.
Oh, it's so brutal.
What a shame. I hate Boar Priests. Burn the Boar Priests. Let them
Like I feel like I would never be in that situation. Like I wouldn't be in that situation currently. Like if I saw somebody at my rank playing Boar Priest, I'd be like, "Good for you. I'm going to crush you now." Like, but if like obviously if someone like Luna is playing it or Luna Love is playing it, like I'd be like, "Oh shit." Like I need this card or I'm probably going to lose.
Yeah, I actually like this card.
It's kind of neat.
You can do some shenanigans. You can steal hero cards. You can steal alignment and then just never play it. Or
Yeah.
I don't know. It has some applications. I'll give it a 3.
Yeah.
I could see it seeing play in certain metas or just in tournament play. If there's like a really
Yeah.
strong combo deck,
Mhm.
then you just run this as in your deck and it's really strong.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll give it a 3.
I gave it a 2 because it's kind of it's more of a tech card. But I agree with your sentiments.
Yeah. Base gave it a 1. Itachi gave it a 2. So,
Ron.
yeah.
Oh, Ron is muted. Okay, cool.
All right, let's move on to Kael'thas Sinstrider, 6 mana 4/7. Every third minion you play each turn costs 0. Such an yeah, we've had
boy.
this before with spells. Now minions. I mean, it does cost 6, and then you have to play minions. I think a lot of the impactful, like, later game minions are going to cost more, so you're going to have to play this plus, like, smaller things and then a big thing.
Yeah,
But
it does. It is. I feel like it's going to be a little awkward to build.
yeah,
But I don't know if you played against. Did you play against this in the theory
I
craft thing?
didn't really see this being played, so I didn't really get to see how it actually felt. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I don't know. I'm going to give it a 2 for now, just because I think it probably only
Yeah.
goes into like very specific decks that are really built to get these out. I don't think people are playing it in a lot. Like, they're probably not playing it all over the place, but Based gave it a 3. Itachi gave it a 5, so this card will be broken someday since it counts itself.
The fact that it counts itself is a little scary.
Yes, agreed.
Oh yeah, I guess.
I agree with the 3 just because I can see this being something that enables a lot of fairly easy to pull off, like, insane battlecry combos as a finisher.
Mhm.
Like, the fact that you can play this plus Bran plus your broken card that costs 10 mana, for instance, Sire Denathrius, or maybe some other thing that's really expensive. Like, I don't know, Wildfire Mage can run Kael'thas and Bran. Like, it's literally just, you were already running Bran in most Wildfire Mages. So all you have to do is just put in Kael, and then you could wind up with a 20 damage Mordresh on turn 9, as example. That just 20s the board and 20s opponent's face. Obviously, that's like a high roll scenario, but like it's, I don't know, you can break this card without too much effort because it counts itself. So I think it's good enough to call it a 3 for strong.
I agree. I don't have much to add on that. I think it's a 3. Same reasons.
All right. Next up, we have Sire Denathrius, a 10 mana 10/10 lifesteal battlecry. Deal 5 damage amongst enemies. Endlessly infuse 1. Deal 1 more. I saw a lot of this in the theory crafting stream.
Was it good?
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. Yep.
It was good?
It ended a lot of games. Especially in a Druid deck. I mentioned that earlier when we were talking about Druid. Those like
Druid
Shrubagazors,
card.
that have rush.
So this is a Druid card.
Yeah,
How does
I
that
think it can
affect
fit
me?
into more decks, but the
Yeah.
problem with trying to fit it into a lot of other decks is even if you get some really great infuse and you can build that up, like I don't think you want to play this in just any token style deck because it's just too costly at that point. But there's a couple reasons it works really well in Druid specifically. Is that obviously that Shrubagazor, and there are token options. You're running Scale of Onyxia, and Onyxia, you've got a lot of ways to have cheap things that can die easily. And you also have Guff, especially, that can allow you to go past 10 mana, so you can play something else and then play this in the same turn, whereas other classes don't have that ability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah, fair point. Gave it
I
gave it a
go ahead.
3.
Yeah, I agree on a 3.
Yeah,
Um,
same.
it's like
Me too.
it's a solid finisher for lots of decks. Any infused deck
Mm-hmm.
obviously has a very good argument to run this card. Druid especially breaks this card.
Mm-hmm. So
And you have the Kale Brand combo with this too, that makes it so that, just without infusing a single time, it does 10.
yeah.
And that's on 9 mana. That's pretty good.
So
I'm a little concerned that this is infuse and it's a win condition. Like if this is near the bottom of your deck, it's a little tough. Like it's not doing that much.
for sure.
But in Druid, you have the Shrubagazer guy. You have Scale, so maybe you can hold a Scale back. And then with the Brand combo, it still does a decent amount of damage. But having your win condition be infused is a bit tough for me.
Yeah.
And I do want to note that this card does not shoot missiles. Denathrius just assigns the damage and then applies it. So it goes all at once. So just in the case of Lightforged Cariel, it does get halved. So like say it's not just like one ping. It will do all the damage at once to the face. It will get halved by Cariel.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that is one thing that is a little bit interesting about this, is that it does do that. It's not like one at a time, kind of like we've seen before.
Is it a cool animation?
Yes,
feel like
except for when you're dying from it, and then you're like, oh,
well, yeah, obviously, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's kind of like a red animation that just like looks like it absorbs all of the health.
So Neji, this is kind of like Vladimir.
True.
For those who don't know, that's a League of Legends character who's a Nosferatu.
Yeah, but it's pretty good. So, all right, let's go to the next one though. Murloc Holmes, 3 mana, 3/4 Murloc. Battlecry, solve 3 clues about your opponent's cards to get copies of them. And the clues are like, it's discover options basically. So I think it goes by like what your opponent started with in their mulligan, what they start with their deck, and what's left in their deck are like the 3 options. Something like that, but it's I don't know. You have to get all 3 of them right to get the cards, is the big caveat.
Yeah.
Oh, so like if you guess 2 correct and guess the third one wrong, you don't get 2,
any.
you get 0.
Right.
Oh, that seems
Yikes.
really bad.
Yeah,
mean,
it's-
I
give
thought
it a
this
bad.
card was bad before that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
No,
this
you
card
have
would
to
be
get all
bad
3
if
guesses
you
right.
got
Yeah.
1 out of 3 and got to keep
No.
the 1. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
great. That would be better if you could steal, between 1 to 3 cards, like get copies of 1 to 3 cards. That would be a lot better. But yeah, the fact
would
that you have to get
definitely- that
all
would
3.
I would see playing Priest if it did that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fun card. It's a 1, but it's a fun, cool
it's
card.
a fun
This-
one.
This card, I mean, I absolutely love the art. He is the best. Murloc Holmes is the best. He is leading the investigation of the AFG murder mystery, and for that we love him. But yeah, this card is not very good.
Here's
Yeah.
the real question. Do we even run this in any Murloc deck? Just for Murloc Spider Tank? I still
No.
think no.
No, you don't.
I think the other decks have enough Murlocs that you can get away with not running this.
Yeah,
That's pretty sad.
Sag.
All right.
Maybe they should have made him a 3 mana 4/5.
Oh right, yeah. Last
3
card.
mana,
What
10/10.
There you
Oh
go.
yeah.
All right, next card.
Yeah, so we have Prince of Renathal is a 3 mana 3/4. Your deck size and starting health are 40. It is a start of game effect. We've already been playing with this in the game already, but this is a really interesting one because we haven't seen this effect before, like until now. So it's created a lot of havoc. I feel like in the game. I'm gonna put it as a 3. I think it's definitely seen some play. There's a lot of decks that people have tried with this. A few decks more successfully than others, I think. And I feel like a lot of these cards that we've gotten before expansions like this end up kind of trailing off a little bit in their usage in standard. As after the expansion fully releases. So I expect to see a little bit less, but I think this one is impactful enough that it'll still be around for a couple of decks. So it's not like super broken, but it's like it helps those couple of decks and it's fine.
Yeah, I'd call this a 5 for sure. It's just absolutely format defining. Like it's an entirely new thing that we haven't even seen before in Hearthstone, and it's really cool.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 5 as well. Because, it is literally format defining. You're getting 40 health, 40 cards.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's
true.
playable in multiple decks. And it makes you have to consider, every time you build a deck, is it worth having a 40 health and 40 card deck?
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly why I gave it a 5. The card itself, obviously 3 mana 3/4, not powerful. The effect is very format defining because it's something you have to think about all the time with deck building. I think this card is honestly, I think this card is one of the neatest cards Hearthstone's ever come up with, that the Blizzard's come up with. I think it's really neat.
That's true.
But yeah, Renathal decks aren't necessarily the best sometimes, for sure.
Well, you sacrifice consistency for
Health.
more health up front, but also more cards to play a longer game.
True.
There's always trade-offs, but it's
Yeah.
a
Oh, yeah,
cool
for
and
sure.
interesting card.
Start in on the epics. We have Party Crasher, an 8 mana 7/9 battle cry. Choose an enemy minion, throw a random minion from your hand at it.
That's amazing.
It's a cool effect, and I like the thematic. I don't know if I want to play it in my decks though, so I'm gonna give it a 1.
Yeah. That's pure garbage.
It's amazing flavor. It throws the card, throws it at it.
We can't even play around Mutanus with this card because Mutanus comes down faster. I want to play this card and be like, "Hi, you can't Mutanus my important minion from my hand. I'm gonna throw it at you." But yeah, not good.
Mhm.
Nope. 1.
All right. Next, we have Ashen Elemental, a 3-mana 2/4 elemental. Battle Cry. Whenever your opponent draws a card next turn, they take 2 damage.
Oh.
It's a really cool effect. I'm going to give it a
Neat.
2 because I think there might be a place where people will try to use this. Maybe later in like the next expansion, we might get support like there is in Wild. But maybe in Standard, there's some supports like kind of try to force your opponent to draw more cards and force them to take more damage. It has an elemental tag, so like maybe it gets used, but I still feel like 2 might be a little optimistic, but that's what I'm going with.
I'm kind of impressed by this card. I like it.
Yeah.
I gave it a 3. I think you can use this to like counter a big combo deck turn, or at least slow them down because they have to kill this first before they do all their card draw stuff. It also could be just used as a finisher, or used like there's certain effects where your opponent will have something already set up to draw more cards, like specifically the Demon Hunter Sigil, where they get a little extra punished. That has some minimal application, but it's just like a cool card that I haven't seen this effect before. Like you take
Mhm.
damage because you draw cards from what I play. That's pretty interesting. I like it.
It goes face. It also goes as a 1 on my rating sheet.
Oh,
I'm just not playing this in my deck.
Yeah.
Wait.
it's
where's-
probably more actually meta dependent than like good enough to be a 3, but
Oh, it's in the wrong part.
I got
see.
baited because I like it.
All right. Next up, we have Sin Fueled Golem, a 7-mana 2/2. Infuse 3. Gain stats equal to the attack of the minions that infused this.
Nuh-uh.
It's a cool effect, but I still don't see it. Like the Infuse 3 feels so weird because I think you'd want to have this in your hand, and if you're trying to maximize the stats you're going to gain, you're hoping to kill off medium to bigger size things, so this is probably coming down later than turn 7. But if you're going for like a token deck to guarantee the infuse, then you don't get as much stats, and then you're paying 7 for a fairly weak body. Like, I don't know, it feels really weird. And like maybe there's a deck that can take advantage of it, but I'm just gonna give it a 1.
Yeah, agree. This looks
Good
terrible.
analysis. It sucks.
Pack filler.
Yep, 1. Never playing
Ye-
this.
I hate that it's a epic. Yeah, I gave it a 1. Also, it's really weird that it's like literally it's in the neutral section. on the
Seems like
sheet.
it could be pretty good in arena.
Yeah, I think it could be good in arena.
Best I can say about that.
Okay. Next we have Demolition Renovator. 4-mana 4/4. Battlecry, destroy an enemy location. Fringe, but I'm I'm like hesitant to even call it a 2. Maybe it's a 2. Like it's so fringe in that it's a tech card. It doesn't have any sort of tag, and it's only a very specific kind of card. So if decks in the meta aren't using locations very much, this is just not going to see
Yes.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say 2 on this just because it.
I think
it's
it.
very
I feel
fringe.
like my rating on this hinges on how insane essentially muck pools is gonna be like in Shaman. Like it's something you might want to run, but I don't even know. Like it destroys n location, so and if they have 2, it doesn't destroy both of them. I'm still gonna give it a 2 because there will be fringe cases where there's a possibility it's something we want to tech.
I think location 2 I'm giving this a 1.
Gotcha.
I don't think I would even play
This-
this in a tech
Gotcha.
scenario where the location is
It makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Just seems bad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next we have Insatiable Devourer, a 9-mana 4/4 battlecry. Devour an enemy minion and gain its stats. Infuse 5 and its neighbors. Still, I want to give it a 2. Maybe someone puts this in a deck, but I just still
it
9
costs so
mana.
much.
Yeah, 9 mana is a lot.
9 mana needs to be game winning. This is not
Yeah.
that game winning.
Nope. I think
9
it's a
mana
1.
is indeed a lot of mana to spend on something that needs a lot of setup, and even then might not even be all that good. That's a 1.
Yeah.
Looks
One it-
sweet though.
It does,
Mhm.
yeah. It's such a cool looking card.
Okay, that's it for the epics.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Next, we have Steam Cleaner, a 5-mana 5/5 mech. Battlecry, destroy all cards in both players' decks that didn't start there. Still going with a 2. Very techy.
Cthulhu Druid counter Pog. It's the immediate thing I thought of was it kills Cthulhu pieces. I don't think there's a lot of things that create stuff.
It's a nice
within
Kaz
it.
counter. I like it to counter Kaz.
Yeah, Kaz for sure.
I like it against Prester Druid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that too. That literally
Yeah.
wins the game against. I mean, it kind of wins against Kaz, and it also definitely wins against Prester because their whole deck is gone after turn 6, and that's just really funny. So it's a 2 even just for that. But I mean, it's obviously not something that's strong on its own. It needs a condition.
Yep, I'll give it a 2.
Yep.
Okay. Next, we have Invitation Courier, a 3-mana 3/4. After a card is added to your hand from another class, copy it. Okay.
So that's where the thief support went for priest.
I
It's all neutral.
guess. Yeah, I still
I
don't.
don't know.
I still don't think you play Thief Priest. Maybe you can add this to Rogue, but I don't even see that.
Mm-mm.
1. This is just bad. This effect would need to be on a 1-mana card to ever see play. A 3-mana card is just way too clunky.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Next, we have Crooked Cook, a 2-mana 1/4. At the end of your turn, if you dealt 3 or more damage to the enemy hero, draw a card. This one's all right. I'm going to give this a 3. This is very reminiscent of some other kind of cards that we've had. Maybe not quite as good, trying to draw to 3, but in an aggressive deck where you're going to be dealing damage, it seems pretty easy to pull off. And the 4 health is actually decently relevant right now, especially because I think a lot of things have minions and spells, are deal 3. So the 4 health is actually somewhat relevant. And a lot of the decks, token style decks or aggressive decks, want more card draw.
Yeah, I like what Base put for this aggro's new best friend. I fully agree with the comment and the rating she had for this. I give this a 4 because this can be just really strong. 2 mana, 4 health is pretty difficult to remove right away, and card draw for decks that like to spend all their cards and push face damage, draw some more, keep going. That's really good. I like it.
Itachi gave it a 1.
Yeah, I'm not sold on this one.
No. Okay, we're split. We're split on this one.
Yeah, I went 3.
This one's a bit tough.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll give it a 2. I don't think it's awful, but it just seems kind of like conditional and weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll give it 2.
Okay. Next up, we have Famished Fool, a 5-mana 3/5. Battlecry, draw a card. Infuse 4, draw 3 instead. This one is so interesting. I think I'm going to give it a 2, but I really kind of want this card to be pretty good. I think the drawing multiple cards off of a 5-mana 3/5 is something very similar to what we've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one that kind of comes to mind is Kodo Bane. And this also kind of feels in a way like a potential multicaster, but I think those are much better than the Infuse, and especially Infuse 4 feels really kind of clunky and slow. So that's why I'm hesitant. It's like I think there's potential, but the Infuse 4, I don't know. You could, again, this might be a card that you want to play in like an aggressive or tokeny style deck and just kind of tops out at like 5 or 6 mana cards. But I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 2.
I agree on it too. It's I mean, you maybe can get a bunch of cards off of it, and that'd be good, but it
Mhm.
isn't the easiest thing to trigger, and it looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like I think Based gave it a 3, says neutral draw has to be considered. Itachi gave it a 4, said refill for aggressive decks. Likes it.
Hmm.
Go to the next one. We have Dispossessed Soul, a 4-mana 4/5. Battlecry, if you control a location, discover a copy of a card in your deck. I'm giving this a 2. I don't know. Like, it requires you to control a location, which is going to be fairly easy to do. And you'll get a copy of a card, but I don't know if you want to be using a spot in your deck. Maybe you play this if you're running like the XL decks that have 40 cards and you're running locations, or you play this in a deck that really wants the additional draw. But I think there's other cards, even neutral cards that we've already seen, that if you're looking for draw, I'd rather just play those instead of this.
The amount of times we don't have a location, God, this feels absolutely horrible. I'm not playing this ever in like any deck. That's a 1.
Yep, I'm giving it a 1. I can't see myself playing this. It's just too hard to have a location consistently, and the effect's not even that good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, too conditional. Okay.
Okay, that's all the rares. So let's look at the commons. All right. First up, we have Stoneborn General, 10 mana, 8/8 rush, death rattle, summon an 8/8 Gravewing with rush.
Now that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 2 because I think you play this in some sort of like death rattle deck, but the fact that it impacts the board as soon as it comes down is really cool. I'm not going to be thrilled if Evolve Shaman does become a thing and this gets like evolved into this. That's going to not feel great. But having to actually put it in the deck and play it for 10, I think is asking quite a bit in most cases. So I'm going to leave it as a 2 for Fringe.
It seems like a really crappy Onyxia. I'm giving it a 1.
We finally have our death rattle druid support. We've been waiting. Yeah, no, I don't think this is good. I'll give it a 2 because that is a lot of stats. It does have rush. It does spit out more stats. If there's a way to cheat it out too, maybe it gets like okay, but I think it's probably not even a 2, but let's be generous.
Sure, I'll be generous at this point. We have it at 2.
Yeah. Frontlines Paladin is being said in chat. That was the other deck that I was thinking. You might play it in there, but again, Frontlines Paladin, super fringe. People have been trying it. I don't know if it's been like consistently played, so it's hopeful. It's an interesting card,
Hopeful.
though. Yeah. All right, next up we have Stoneborn Accuser, a 5-mana 5/5, infuse 5, gain battle cry, deal 5 damage. Lots of
Ew.
5s in there.
It says no text without infuse. That's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to
If this
get
was
the
like
infuse.
5 mana 5/5, battle cry, deal 2 damage, infuse 5, it'd still be awful. Like it just it's so bad. Surely this is bad.
Yeah.
I liked
Anybody
this card.
not giving it a 1?
I liked this card better when it said battle cry, your opponent's battle cries cost 5 more. And it was Boom Pistol Bully in like a few sets ago. And didn't have an infuse requirement. This is awful. This is a 1. I wouldn't even run this in an infuse deck. Oh my god.
Joke's on you, you wouldn't run an
Nope.
infuse deck.
True.
I can see this maybe wanting to be played in like a really aggressive deck that's going to have a lot of minions dying. But even still, then it's like you don't want to have to like I want to just be able to play it, have a battle cry of deal 5 damage. I don't want to have to kill things off to get that 5 damage.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Next up, we have Sinstone Totem, a 1-mana 0/3 totem. At the end of your turn, gain +1 health.
No.
Yeah.
It's a totem.
I'm actually going to give it a 2. I'm going to give it a 2.
Oof.
And again, I think this is probably being run in maybe if Totem Shaman's a thing, but I think you're playing this in a deck that you want to get like Bloodlust boards. And if you actually can drop this on turn 1 and they can't remove it, it starts to get out of control.
But it has no attack.
Well, yeah, you need to use other things to give it attack.
I can't wait to play this in non-shaman classes. It's gonna be sick.
If somebody plays this against me, I'm gonna give them the greetings emote.
Need to play
And
this
then
in like
go on.
like an aggro druid and buff it up. Yeah, there we go.
Play this in Wig Priest with
Yeah,
Peligos.
there you go. Exactly. Now you're thinking.
If it was a Naga, I
Nutty.
still would and probably not play it.
Yeah, I'm giving that a 1. You know, just
yeah.
it's a totem. So
Is
that.
anybody not giving it a 1 besides me?
Nope.
Okay.
the only way I'm playing a totem willingly in my deck is if it also has every other tribe.
Yeah, I was just when you said that, I was like, oh, wait a second. And that goes. Then you said it, so we're good.
Yep.
All right. Next, we have Skettlebutt Ghoul, a 4-mana 2/5 taunt. Battlecry, if you control a secret, summon a copy of this. I feel like I have to give it a 2 just because potentially secret decks. But also, and it has taunt. Otherwise,
it seems like the
meh.
definition of fringe here. I agree with the
Yeah.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2. Not much to say about it. Pretty simple.
Also a 2, yeah.
Okay. Next, we have Roosting Gargoyle, a 2-mana 2/3 battle cry. Give a friendly beast +2 attack.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm also giving this a 2. I feel like you might be able to play this in Hunter or Druid where you're going for some aggressive stuff. but like,
Not a chance. No way. It's not a beast.
I
If it was
know.
a beast, I would consider it.
know.
You know, but it's
It's
not
so
even
sad.
a beast. So no, thank you. Get out of here with that.
Yeah.
That's pack filler.
Wait, sorry, what card?
Gargoyle.
Exactly.
Gargoyle.
What card?
Oh, that's not a card. Okay, next.
1.
Wait, why does my sheet say 2? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, my sheet said 2 for some reason as well. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think it was like somehow defaulted 2.
I didn't touch it at all.
Me
I
neither.
gave
It's a 1 though, just to be clear, guys.
and I gave Ghoul a 2, and it looked like and it ended up being a 1 for some reason.
Things probably shifted down because I adjusted that sin-fueled golem that was in the wrong spot.
Oh no.
So everything
Okay.
below that probably shifted.
Oh, okay. It shifted up.
Understandable.
Let's see how it is.
All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to, get you all to put 2s as instead of 1s.
Mhm.
All right. Next up we have Muck Plumber, a 5-mana 5/5. All minions cost 2 more. Also a 2. I feel like there's just a lot of like fringe techie type cards that can cause potential disruptions. That it's like it's an option for people that want to play it, but I don't know if they're going to be super great or not.
Ooh, I don't know.
This is kind of like Nerubian. It's like the
Unraveler.
thing is it's basically low with that, but this is like Nerubian Weblord for minions. Which I don't know if it's that good, honestly. But seems interesting.
This is really interesting.
Yeah.
Probably
gonna see some tech play for sure.
These tax effects usually see play somewhere.
Yeah,
I
sure.
feel like this is a 3 because you could just kind of slam this down as you're ahead, or you find a way to swing the board in your favor and you take the lead and then you just slam this down and then you try to lock your opponent out.
I agree with a 3.
For sure.
You could do your whole alignment turn and then play this at the end.
Oh my
They really
God.
can't do anything.
Yeah, it's extra disgusting.
What if Alignment Druid's the best deck and you run one of these for the mirror, where you just align and like go off, and then you play this, and they're like, "Wait a sec, I wanted to play
Ew.
cards too."
That's
I'll go to 3.
pretty gross. Of course, then they just play nourish one of the two
they
cards
play
and
all the other
and-
cards that gain mana,
and then they play scale and remove it, and then they play minions, and they're like, yeah, cool play.
Joke's on you! I played 2 Miracle Growths and have 2 10/10 taunts.
Go beat it up.
Oh no! Now I have to play 2 scales for 1 mana each. Anyway.
All right. Next one we have Masked Reveler, a 6-mana 4/4 rush. Death Rattle, summon a 2/2 copy of another minion in your deck. I'm gonna give this one a 2 as well. Like, this is a cool Death Rattle synergy. Feels a little expensive, but you're getting 2 bodies. The only caveat with this is that if you are going to do that, you better make sure that all of the minions in your deck have Death Rattle, because pulling just a 2/2 body of something else feels kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, that happened to me during theory crafting, because the one thing with the theory crafting is that we had to have at least 10 cards from the new set in each of the decks that we built for standard.
Mhm.
So I tried this, but I also wanted to try out some of the other cards, and that meant not having pure just all Death Rattle minions. So yeah, I played this in Druid and like pulled out a 2-mana 2/2, or I got a copy of the 2-mana, the 4-mana Seedsman guy, a 2/2 Seedsman, and I was oh, well, that feels bad.
So I'm looking
give it
at
a
the comments, and Based is high on this card because of Evolve Shaman. And that is probably something
Okay.
we have to like reevaluate each card in the light of how good will Evolve Shaman be. If you have anything that's expensive that does something, all of a sudden maybe it's broken because you could transform it into something bigger. So I don't know, take a value trade, have a location up, transform this into a 7-drop. That's problematic.
I'm
Well,
not
you
going
would
to
want
change.
this to die, right?
I mean, not necessarily. Like, if it dies, it spits out a death rattle copy of something in your deck, and maybe that's high statted, maybe it's not. But this is a 6 mana thing, so transforming into a random 7 might be good.
Maybe. But if we're playing a 6 mana 4/4 with Rush just to evolve it, I think we're sad.
Yeah.
I'm still giving it a 1.
I'm going with
I'm
a 2 on this one.
Yeah, I'll go.
You know.
I'll go 2. I thought we were evaluating it as like a 2 or a 3, from like going to a 3ish. I was like, I don't know about that. It's 2. Okay.
Okay. Next, we have Dredger Staff, a 1 mana 1/2. Battlecry, give minions in your hand +1 health. I like this one. I'm actually kind of debating between a 2 and a 3 for this one. I think it goes in some pretty aggressive decks. You like having 1-drops, and giving some other stuff in your hand additional health seems pretty good. I think for now, I'm just going to stick on a 2. I think if this were a 1/3, oh, I would really like this card.
Yep. If it were a 1/3, that would be pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Instead,
I'm giving it a 1.
yeah, I'm on a 1/2 with this one. I just don't
It's
think
just
we're
like
playing
not
it.
aggressively statted, and giving your minions 1 health doesn't make them more aggressively statted. I don't know. Yeah, seems kind of meh.
Yeah.
Tachi gave it a 3. That's interesting.
Oh no.
Okay.
Wait, Base gave it a
Copium?
4.
What?
Okay. This
Said,
is
Come on,
madness.
Base.
She gave it a 4, said this is going to be annoying quick.
She's trolling
It
us.
is? That's what she
I
wrote.
didn't notice.
We are all over the place on this one.
Base is trolling.
All right. Next up, we have Dinner Performer, a 3 mana 2/3. Battlecry, summon a random minion from your deck that you can afford to play. I
So, like, if we play this on
like
4,
it.
we can summon
Like-
a 1-drop?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Correct.
Yeah.
This card
Ooh.
is not very good.
But if we play it on turn 10, maybe it summons a red herring.
Copium. What a power play on turn 10. We had 2/3 and a
Boom.
red herring. Oh, snap.
And then the opponent concedes.
Too good. Too good. Too good.
Only way that would work is if they DC.
I can't even bring myself to put that as a 2. I have to just put that as a 1. Ugh,
Yeah, that's a 1.
it's
Yeah. Put it as a 1. All right.
Did like Base or Neji give it some like nutty rating?
No shot. This is a 1.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't check for 1 from Based.
Yeah, well, those got shifted around. I think their ratings
And
got
the
shifted.
3.
Ma-
Tachi gave it.
Okay, maybe that's why we were confused. Things got shifted around because that one epic card that was not in the right place.
I mean, this card's also not necessarily in the right place.
Okay.
So
maybe with that last rating where we
Base,
said
Base gave it a 1 regardless. I'm like looking up 1 extra.
yeah.
Neji, Atachi gave it a 2. Looks like. So.
Okay. Next up, we have Creepy Painting, a 3 mana 0/6. After another minion dies, become a copy of it.
It's a funny card.
I-
But,
Yeah, it's a really interesting effect. Like, it only happens once.
Yeah.
It does say another minion. It doesn't specify friendly or not, so you could kill off an opponent minion and then transform into it. But I don't know like what deck you actually want to place this in for doing that. So
Mhm.
I feel like it's just a 1.
This card's really cool.
Mhm.
It's a cool effect. It's
Yeah.
like something that maybe you could exploit in some way, but I don't see like the way to do it. I sort of like borderline too, because there's some application I'm not seeing, but until then, that's a 1.
Agree. 1.
1.
Alright. Next up, we have Anonymous Informant, 2 mana, 2/3, Battle Cry. The next secret you play costs 0. I'm gonna give it a 2 because you probably want to play this in a deck that's playing secrets. Like if you're playing Secret Rogue or Secret Mage, maybe if you're going in on some secrets and Hunter, you can throw this in as well. But I don't know. You're only playing it if you're playing secrets, so
Yeah, I'll give
It's
it a
fine.
2. I see it maybe. No, not maybe. I would see it in Mage, but that's about it.
Uh,
Yeah.
I could see it in Rogue, but it's still, I don't know, kind of fringe probably.
Yeah.
Maybe it's gonna be broken. I don't know.
Mm.
There's a chance it could be, but
It's not limited
probably
to
not.
this turn. Like you can play this and you can like play the secret at a later time. So at least like
that's true.
the effect holds on until you actually play a secret. But yeah, I mean it's still kind of fringe because it only goes in like one. It only goes in decks that run secrets. I don't know. I considered giving it a 3, but we'll see. We'll see how good it is. I'm sure it'll see some form of play.
Next up, we have Murlocula, a 3 mana or 4 mana 3/4 Murloc with Lifesteal and Infuse 4. This costs 0. Super adorable artwork.
Yeah,
Great name. I like the Lifesteal. Not thrilled on the Infuse 4. Although I think if you're playing in a Murloc deck, it does seem like you're more likely to get that. But I'm going to put it as a 2.
This is awesome. I went 3 on this because I don't know, cards that cost 0 are really good, and there's a chance that we wind up getting something off of this that or like I mean just having a deck that can infuse pretty quickly and just
Yeah.
jam down big stats or just more stats early. But
Good in aggro
Yeah.
mirrors too.
Yeah, and this card can already cost 2 to start. So like he doesn't necessarily have to wait for the infuse like Clownfish. Clownfish exists.
I'll give it a 2.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have Sin Runner, a 5 mana 6/5 beast. Death Rattle, destroy a random enemy minion. This one's kind of interesting. I'm going to give it a 2, but I like that it has the beast tag and it's got a Death Rattle. So I think this could try to be played in several different decks. And it dying plus clearing up something else off of their board could make an impact in some decks. If it's a more aggressive deck, then they might be forced to trade multiple minions into this, and then they have an additional minion die. If it's like a slower thing, you can, trade this in and kill off a bigger minion if they've just been playing, more slowly and playing one minion at a time or something. I think it has a little bit of flexibility. I just don't know exactly where it wants to fit, but I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably give this a 2. It's pretty fringe, I think, but maybe we got some Death Rattle Druid that's going nuts here.
One. I think we have better beasts to play in our beast decks. Like, I wouldn't run this in Beast Hunter. I wouldn't want to pull it from any of my things. I'd rather pull the good things.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna land on a. I think I'm also gonna land a little bit more pessimistically on this one. But I mean, if it's a good card, if it's gonna be playable in something, that's cool.
Next, we have Sketchy Stranger, a 2-mana 2/2. Battlecry, discover a secret from another class. I don't know how I feel about this one. Like, I can see it getting played in like some secret decks, but it also just feels kind of eh. So I'm actually just gonna give this a 1.
Same.
I'll stick with Fringe. It says secret on it. Maybe, we run it in a secret deck. Could be good. Go with the 2. It's fine.
Yeah, I think I'm at a 2 as well. Not the worst thing I've seen for neutrals, that's for sure.
There's some bad neutrals out there.
Yeah.
The neutrals are coping hard in this set.
Yeah.
Neutrals cope hard in most sets.
Yeah, this one in particular.
Mm-hmm.
How about this one? Forensic Duster, 3-mana 3/4. Battlecry, your opponent's minions cost 1 more next turn.
I think this
Okay.
is one of the better ones.
Yeah, this isn't bad.
I'm still putting it
But
as a
just,
2.
like,
Like, I
messing-
don't know.
Messing with your opponents is like kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like neophyte power level at
Yeah.
all. Like, obviously delaying removal and stuff like that, it was much more relevant, but like
Yeah,
it's like
this-
kind of similar vibes.
This will.
Like, I'll give it a 2.
This is cool. I like this as a 2 as well.
Yeah, I think it'll find its place.
I don't know. I wish it were more. I wish it were a 4/3. Honestly, I think I would like it more if it were more aggressively statted
Aggressively
and not more
Yeah, I can-
defensively
I can-
statted.
I understand that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that would match with what it kind of seems to be the closest approximation of, which is what was that card called? Called
That
Neophyte. Yeah.
neophyte, yeah.
Which is 2 mana
Just
for each,
this is for minions instead of spells.
Yeah. Yeah, this expansion seems to is like bringing kind of like these older cards back. I mean, obviously Neophyte's not that old, and like giving them like the opposite essentially.
Because like we've got Muck Plumber, which is the opposite of Nerubian Web. It's kind of like Nerubian Weblord for minions. Like, yeah. And now you got Duster, which is minion based, stalling minions. All right.
Okay. Next, we have Bog Beast. 6-mana 3/6 taunt. Death Rattle. Summon a 2/4 Muckmare with taunt. And the Muckmare is just it's a 2/4 taunt. There's nothing like special about it. I'm just gonna say 1. I'm not like super thrilled on this. Like, you could, I guess, go for Death Rattle with it or something. I don't know. Maybe this is one that like you're okay over some of the other 6 drops if you transform a 5 cost into this in Shaman. But like, yeah.
This is really annoying. I give it a 3. Like, I feel like that could see play in multiple like late game defensive grind you out control decks.
I am not convinced this is playable. I'm giving it a 1. Also,
Solid.
I'm giving Forensic Duster a 3 because Danka's dad says it's good, and Danka's dad is never wrong.
Oh,
Nice.
hell yeah. My boy Thank Dad says it's good. I'm going with it too.
Maybe I give it a 6.
Shout outs to him.
Okay. All right. Next, we have Maze Guide, a 2-mana 1/1. Battlecry, summon a random 2-cost minion. Okay. Maybe you play this in like an aggressive deck. Maybe you want to shove this into like
Just go to
shaman. Yeah, like evolve shaman or like a bloodlust shaman, just to get more minions on the board. But I don't know. It just feels like meh to me.
I think it's not that bad. I'm giving it a 3.
Yeah.
The ultimate summon doomsayer play.
Yeah.
Opium.
I'm still just giving it a 2.
I think it's like kind of decent.
Yeah. It's not too bad. I'll go with a 3 as well.
Yeah.
I go 2 on this.
We're almost there.
Next, we have Red Herring, a 7-mana 3/12 beast with taunt. Your non-red herring minions have stealth.
This card is awesome.
I love this.
I like it a
card.
lot.
Awesome. Yeah.
It's got a
But is it
really
good
cool
enough
effect.
Is it good enough to see play?
I don't know. I'm still only giving it a 2. But I love this in Hunter with discounting it from the harpoon gun. Or just like,
For sure.
like summoning
my
it
God.
with other beast
Yeah.
stuff. But
Yeah.
you know, a taunt with 12 health is pretty sweet. And if you can also cheat it out or get it discounted or
Yeah.
give it buffs, you know, any of those type effects, it's pretty sweet. And it just makes it really awkward for killing your other stuff. The one big thing I do want to know, I don't know if it's written in this document or not. No, it doesn't look like anything is there. It does mean that with your other minions being stealthed, those minions cannot be targeted by spells. So that includes a lot of Demon Hunter spells, like the fell spells that are being played. If it's an AoE type effect, it can still hit the minions, but if it's a targeted effect like oh gosh, what's the 3-cost one that gets discounted if you play a Naga?
Predation.
Yes. Predation, even if it's casted by Jace, cannot hit the stealth minions. So that is pretty cool, I think, too. Just it creates a lot of interesting interactions. And I definitely am hyped about this card. I think it's just a really cool effect.
Yeah, this card is awesome.
Yeah.
I give it a 3. I think we can find a way to play it in some things and not just Hunter, but it's probably just a really good fit in Beast Hunter.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 2.
I gave it a 2.
It's okay.
Okay. Next, then we have Volatile Skeleton. 2 mana, 2/2, Death Rattle, deal 2 damage to a random enemy. I'm not sure if you actually want to play this in your like skeleton mage, maybe just to like get more skeletons, but I think the other cards that do stuff and then some of these are fine on its own. I'm not really sure if you want to actually play this straight up, so I'm putting it as a 2 again, just kind of fringy. Maybe you fit it into some other Death Rattle thing, but yeah, okay.
I'm surprised this is a collectible card. I thought it was literally just something you would summon in Mage.
Yeah.
I'm giving it
Me
a
too.
1. Seems bad.
Yeah, it's like the thing where like you don't want the collectible card. Like you just want to summon it from everything else. Makes sense. I think I'm also gonna land on a 1. But
It's the 2 of every deck. Yeah, no, it's a 1.
yeah. I was gonna say it's a
Is
1.
that because it has 2 mana to attack, 2 health, and 2 on the text?
2/2.
Oh, maybe I should rate it a 2.
That's what I'm
True.
saying.
Yo.
All right. We got one last card.
That's it. The last card here, Priest of the Deceased, a 2 mana 2/3 taunt, infuse 3, gain +2/+2. Boo.
Oh, the
I'm not-
callback. The name of the callback on the name of this card is quite good, but I rate this a 1.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 1 as well. Like, it's not great. Like, yeah. Okay.
I was a
It's-
priest of the feast enjoyer.
Yeah, I did try this in the Pelagos like buff priest, And then I was like, this is terrible. Like, I had to take it out. But like you look at this and you're like, cool, I can play this pretty early, even on like turn maybe 3 or 4 as is great taunt. But the issue is you have to start with this in your hand, basically. And then you have to have other cheap things that means they die to get that infuse 3. So like on such an early card, the infuse 3 just felt super weird. Like it felt so clunky. Like I guess maybe you can play it in like an imp deck or some other token style deck, but do you really want to be playing that and holding it and then playing a 2-mana 4/5 taunt? Like it's okay, but I feel like you could find better things to play instead of this.
Yep. Give that a 1/2.
A 1/2. The 1/2 punch. Yeah. Okay. Any other inputs?
No.
Okay, well that was it. That's the cards.
Heck yeah.
Hey. All right. Overall thoughts. Anybody have any like overall thoughts about the sets? What's your favorite card?
My favorite card is the Hunter Legendary Al something. Let me find it. What's the name of that
Aralon?
guy? Aralon. Easily.
Yeah. It's
I'm
a good
so
card.
hyped about the wild. Oh my god, I'm malfunctioning because it's been doing this for a while. Wild what? Seeds. Wild seeds.
Oh,
I'm
Wild
hyped about
Seeds,
wild seeds. Oh my god.
Yeah. My favorite card.
My favorite card is Celestial Alignment. Oh, sure. All right, my bad. The 4-mana 3/2 that draws a nature spell and gains a mana crystal for Celestial Alignment. Oh, my bad.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to play Alignment Druid. So the 4-mana 3/2, I'll go with that.
Ugh. That's like my least favorite card in the set.
Actually, okay, Necrolord Draka. We'll go with that.
Yeah, Draka's a
Ah.
pretty good shout. I think mine is gosh, I'm gonna go with the Countess.
Oh, that was what I was gonna say too. I'm so excited for that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm excited for that and Elitist Snob.
Yes.
Those two cards are like amazing.
Nice.
I'm so excited to play like I don't know. We've had this look of Paladin before, but the payoff is so much different.
Yeah.
I just like playing the broken stuff, so I'll play like Paladin and Evolve Shaman, and what else was broken? Oh, Imp Warlock.
I'm so not excited for imps. I don't want to play against those.
I mean, that's like all. That seems like it's all Itachi's gonna play.
Oh yeah, Jackpot. I'll be playing that too. That seems good.
Jackpot Rogue. Yeah. I mean, I was already playing Jackpot Rogue like before a little bit. I probably will continue to play it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but
Jackpot got like mega buffed in this
I'm
with
excited.
all these cards. I mean, I don't know. There are some bad ones too.
Yeah,
but there are so many good ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, or just, I mean, at least they're absurdly good for like super early. Like you have some 8-mana ones, like the Hunter 8 mana and the Rogue 8, and the Shaman 8 mana. Like if we just go ahead and play Trickster and Knoll, and then get 3 copies of Knoll on turn 3. All right, good luck.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that obviously there will be a lot of crazy, fun, exciting things in the new expansion. I'm looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now it just needs to be here like now so I can play my Wild Seed deck.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining, and we will see you in the next one.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Peace.